4 weeks, 9 play days, 45 matches have led us to this weekend, though some would say this is where the real work begins. We've whittled the playing field from 10 teams to 6, some of which get second chances for failure, others have no room for error. Canada continues to loom large in our windshields as we keep driving, for the road to the Montreal Major gets shorter by the day. Welcome to the Rainbow Six Brazil League playoffs. I'm Caliber Jacob Anderson alongside Fast Dan Jansen, and I don't know about you, but all Brazilian best of threes are probably some of the most fun I've ever had watching Siege over the years, so I'm looking forward to this weekend. Dan, how are you?
Yeah, 100%. I'm doing very good. Really excited to be back on Brazil. It's been a while for me, so always happy to be back. And I completely agree with you, right? Brazil is a great region. They really know how to play Siege. So to get this going in best of threes, we're really going to see the best of the best teams.
Yeah, the chance to whittle everybody down to just 6 teams was kind of a painful process because there's so many good teams in Brazil. Only 3 of them have the possibility of going straight through to Montreal through the playoffs, and we have some semifinals that we have to set up tomorrow, but the entire goal for today is to get down to just 4. There are no second chances in this stage of the bracket. E1 Sports faces off against Furia in our first quarterfinal. FaZe Clan and Nip will follow up later on, but like we mentioned, there are no second chances if you were to go out in this round, Dan.
No, the unfortunate thing is that if you do lose, you look at that 5th place seeding game, you're going into the LCQs. Well, technically, you might have a second chance there, but there's only 1 in comparison to the 3 that we have here. So it's going to be a lot more difficult if you do eventually drop down today. But if you win, you do book yourself 2 chances of making it to the major. Like I said, E1 or Furia having to go up against Liquid, and then FaZe or NIP having to go up against W7M. But that means you are looking at a position for the major, and even if you lose there, you still have that major qualification game at the very bottom of your screen to snatch away that 3rd position here.
Yeah, there was a really strong possibility for E1 to claim one of those top 2 spots. They were in contention for the majority of the stage, weren't able to pull things out at the very last second, but that's fine because they still have a matchup against one of the lower seeded teams in playoffs, and that's Furia, which is a weird thing to say considering we're still talking about the current world champion. So the possibilities are endless at this stage of playoffs. For me, I like that E1 Furia matchup just because of that discrepancy, and I don't know about you, but I still think FaZe Clan and Nip is my game today.
100%. Yeah, that is going to be a good game that we'll be seeing later. E1 and Furia as well. We will probably talk about the form that these 2 teams have coming into this game, which, I mean, you talked about Furia, you know, they're at the very bottom of that playoffs bracket, which you don't expect. But given that their form maybe isn't as good as you'd expect from them, this could be a really good matchup against E1. And then Nip will talk about their inconsistencies a little bit as well. But going up against FaZe Clan, a team that has been so strong in Brazil, but on the other hand, they are suffering a little bit more coming into this one because they didn't get first into those playoffs like they did last stage.
Yeah, it kind of makes me sad that these are matchups that we're getting in an elimination context in playoffs off the rip in round 1. We would have loved to have seen these happen in the semifinals that happen tomorrow, but specifically for NIP, that's where we felt the need to focus on the most. If there was any story that we needed to talk about above everything else, it's the fact that the once world champions, despite all the roster changes that they've made, are still trying to find their way back into a very contested field in Brazil, and they're having some struggles with it. So we talked to Ike to figure out exactly what was going on.
Hey everyone, it's Ike here, your analyst for the Brazilian channels. With the GSL playoffs set, today we're talking about NIP, a legendary team that's been struggling to find their rhythm in 2024. The Ninjas are coming into this stage of the league, leaving their fans with a lot of doubts. After all, they barely made it in, having 5 wins in 9 matches, finishing 6th. But let's be clear, it's not like NIP had a terrible season. In fact, compared to the first stage of the Brazilian league, they're doing much better now. Remember, in stage 1, they had a disastrous performance with 6 losses in 9 matches. That was only better than Fluxo, who got just 1 point. Because of that, NIP went straight to the LCQ qualifier, which was merely a consequence. So, considering all that, we can say that the Ninjas are on the rise, because their performance has improved significantly between stages. Even the newly signed Fantasy is happy with the recent results.
Bom, esse turno aqui do Brasileirão foi bem complicado pra gente. A gente começou ganhando uns jogos ali e tal, começou bem, depois a gente teve uma semana ruim, foi contra a FaZe W7M, que a gente não conseguiu impor nosso estilo de jogo. No total foi bom, que a gente conseguiu classificar para os playoffs, a gente jogou esse jogo da Fúria já classificado. Então, acho que é aprendizado também, a line nova, primeiro turno do Brasileirão com essa line aqui. Então, pra mim foi uma ótima experiência, assim.
And it is of course important to remember that NIP is still adapting to their new players. On mid-season, after their poor performance in the Brazilian League, the team parted ways with Wizard and Muzi, bringing in Hates and Fantasy as replacements. That means this lineup has only been together for a little over 3 months. And it's worth mentioning that when NIP won matches in this stage, they did so in a convincing manner, with big wins against MIBR, Fluxo, VKS, and Black Dragons. However, it's not that I want to take away their glory in these victories, but they do come with an asterisk, because those teams are the weakest in the Brazilian competition, all finishing below the Ninjas in the standings. Something doesn't add up, right, Fantasy?
Não foi o melhor possível, mas foi muito bom pra gente. Só classificar em top 6, o Brasileirão tá muito disputado, então tá muito difícil. Todos os times não tem jogo fácil, né? Então, tipo, acho que foi bom. Nosso time, assim, jogamos bem. A gente deu uma pecada ali nos jogos e tal, mas a gente fez a nossa obrigação, assim, que era ganhar dos jogos que a gente achava que a gente era superior, a gente conseguiu ganhar.
Okay, let's give them some credit. After all, NIP achieved their main goal of securing a spot in the GSL. But now, they have a huge challenge ahead. FaZe Clan in the quarterfinals. And well, I have some bad news.
Também do outro lado, KDS vai conseguindo atropelar a Ninjas em pijama!
So let's see what the team's expectations are for the rest of the competition.
O que a gente pode esperar da NiP no playoff? Mais dedicação, né? Mais foco, o dobro. E dar o sangue pra conseguir essa vaga, né? Que é vida ou morte. Então, tipo, perdeu já era. Então, MD3 também. MD3 é nosso conforto, a gente joga bem MD3.
Alright, we have a standard cautious response here. Nothing we didn't expect, given the challenge the team faces. But as the NIP's Fragger pointed out, these are now best of 3 matches, which renews their prospects. But they still need to be careful. And with that, I'll leave you and wish the Ninjas good luck in their match against FaZe Clan. May the best team win. Thanks for watching, guys. See you next time.
Yeah, it's a mountain to climb, for lack of a better term, not just because of FaZe Clan's overall position over the past couple of years, but because for NIP, they need to make a course correction this stage because they didn't get nearly as many points as they would have liked in the Manchester qualifiers over the course of stage 1, trying to find their way to get to the 6th Invitational. So it's kind of a do or die situation now, and they have a really tough opponent coming up in quarterfinals.
Yeah, and as they said as well, of course, they had to make some changes going into the stage 2, and that's where maybe that inconsistency lies a bit as well, because just how much of a fan I am of Fantasy, going back all the way to when he was playing for Furia, really being that standout player, he can be such a spearhead of this game. We're seeing him here, 2nd place with the top 10 EPS of Brazil League as well, closely followed by Hate in 8th position. These are those 2 new additions to the roster. So the 2 players that we look towards when it comes to the standout players here. Now, having seen that these 2 players can really pop off, but really have a bad game when they're being shut down by the opponent as well, could lead to why this roster has been showing some kind of inconsistencies.
Right, but when you've got one player who's scoring so high over the course of one stage, the question is how much can you lean on them and how much does everyone else on the team need to step up? And that's also been evident over attack and defense over the course of the whole year. We obviously knew about their struggles going into stage 1, but as they've managed to course correct going into stage 2, it's a lot different. They're still not a phenomenal team on attack. Over the course of stage 2, still 7th place out of 10 teams is not the spot that you want to be in, but we're still looking at a team that has tons of promise, but we just need them to execute on it at this point.
Yeah, and the attack and win rate is getting better. We had a really nice conversation with our casters for today prior to the show about what's happening with NIP, and they told us that even with these new additions on the roster, it seems like the pace of NIP is getting a little bit better. We've heard NIP's coach in the recent history talk about how much they like Virtus Pro in Europe as a team and how much they like that playstyle and kind of idolize it. Well, that's a very slow playstyle, but having the addition of Fantasy and Hades into this roster helps them pick up the pace a little bit more. Hence why we're seeing the attack and win rate be a little bit better, but on the other hand, the defensive win rate for this roster hasn't been up to par to what we expect, let alone it's been the 9th. There are teams in here as well that didn't even make it to the playoffs that have a better defensive win rate than NIP do.
Bear in mind that these stats combine both stage 1 and 2 together, meaning that NIP being in 9th place takes into account their single biggest weakness from stage 1. This stage, though, much better. They're in 5th. They're mid-table for teams on defense, and that's the side that you need to make sure you're capitalizing on the most, just considering where we sit in the meta. They're not in a terrible spot there for now. The problem is, when they go to face a team like FaZe Clan, you kind of have to throw everything statistically out the window because FaZe Clan are just too good in the majority of situations like that.
That's 100% true. Yeah, you're definitely playing up against a team that did make it to SI, you know, obviously got second, felt probably like they should have won that, should have been the current reigning world champions, but they're not. So they're looking for that kind of comeback, I guess, here, and then, you know, having to go up against NIP with them having had their most recent game be a loss against Furia, another really strong team in Brazil League that isn't the easiest or the best of form to come into this best of 3 with.
Well, let's transition into game number 1, our first quarterfinal, Furia versus E1. Two teams that have been on very different sides of the spectrum going into this, specifically into the bracket, not just because it's a former world champion or current world champion team that is looking for more success in best of ones, but an E1 squad that has been doing nothing but dominating when they only have one map to play on any given playday. They've been performing fantastically. It's the same sort of trend that continued from stage 1 into stage 2, despite making 1 or 2 roster shuffles here and there. For Furia, we're still looking for them to get back into the groove, but they're playing best of 3s today, and so as far as I'm concerned, they could absolutely be back, and we can throw their best of 1 performance out the window if they perform up to snuff.
Yeah, and you'd have to expect Furia to have a deep map pool given the tournaments that they have appeared on in that recent history, of course. So you'd expect them to know what a best of 3 is like. On the other hand, for E1, you know, having shown up to the major, not really having the greatest of times, that seems like they have some kind of work to do there. But Furia, if you look at their last game, there was a lot of importance coming with that match. They needed to win it, and so they did. On Skyscraper against NIP, a 7-4 it was for them. And what I love to see from Furia, and I know we had some doubts about them coming into this stage, given they are the world champions, but their performances haven't really been leading up to that. I saw an aggressive Furia, especially on their defense. NIP had to watch every single window, every single doorway, because Furia was sending it outside the building. A player like Felipox was there when they needed him the most as well. He went 13-5 in that recent game, and it seems like they're really fixing those mistakes that they were making earlier.
Yeah, a late-stage win streak for Furia is fantastic. Opposite side for E1, they were at the top of the table for a long time, and then lose out on getting a bye on that top 2 placement at the very last second based on losses to Furia and to W7M to close the stage out. The chance was there, it was in their hands, but now they just have to play one more best of 3 in order to get to semifinals, and honestly, their chances are still looking pretty darn good.
Yeah, you'd imagine if maybe it was a bit of pressure coming with that match that they had against W7M, which, like you said, they unfortunately lost at the very final day of the stage. It seemed like they couldn't play out the round advantages that they were creating for themselves. They were trying the same thing over and over again without really having all their boxes ticked or their angles covered. And a player like Live was being shot down consistently. And even though last week he was in the conversation of potentially being one of the best players that Brazil has to offer currently, well, if you're doing a good job at shutting him down, he definitely cannot perform like we used to see from him.
I think the big key for E1, so long as you don't play the maps that you lost really heavily on, especially last time you played Furia, if you can do anything possible to avoid labs, then you're probably going to be in a much better position. We'll talk through Veto because, again, in BO3 territory, this is where Furia have historically shined. It's the reason why they won the 6th Invitational to begin with, but this is also territory where E1 can be dangerous, so Ann, talk us through what we've got.
Well, there's a lot of information coming up on our screen, so I'll try and dissect this as best as I can. The first 4 bans are pretty much going as expected. The maps that these two teams don't really like or aren't really successful on in that recent history. We're then seeing a clubhouse pick from Furia. Not really a surprise because it's a comfortable map for them, but this one always gets banned against them in those best of 1s or best of 3 scenarios. They did lose it to Vivo Keatstars 5-7 this stage, but like we said, a comfortable map for them, so not really a surprise that this is their map pick. E1 have then gone and picked Chalet. They had a close loss against MIBR, but they did win this quite recently in the Supercopa. So a great attack and win rate on that map for E1 probably leads to them feeling very comfortable going into this map as well. Not really surprised to not see a Skyscraper here. That was a 7-0 for Fury against E1 in the regular stage. A bit sad to not see a Nighthaven lap, so that could have been a really good rematch on this one as well. And our decider for today will be Bank. That is a 3-1 that E1 have so far on this map since June. They have an OT win versus Liquid as their most recent result, and Fury have won 4 out of 6 games on it, with their most recent result being a 7-4 versus Fluxo. So I think if we do see that decider, I would like to see it, because I feel like both these teams are really good at it, have got those good results on it in recent history, and it would kind of fit that close matchup that we are anticipating between these two.
Look, you said Labs would have been a really fun rematch. E1 saw that and went, nah, we're not going to force a repeat. We don't want to have the chance of history repeating itself in this case. And remember, that loss was only 6 days ago on Playday 9, so they've decided to go to other battlegrounds. Totally don't blame them on this one. Let's bring casters in. It's Tim and Derry. Gentlemen, it's been a hot minute since we've had the chance to talk, and I just want to question you real fast. E1's performance in the round robin was the envy of tons of tenured teams, but Furia in best of threes is a behemoth that we still have yet to see this stage. And if there was ever a time to be opinionated, it's right now, before the match starts. So, Derry, who do you like in this game more?
The thing is, we love an underdog over in the UK, right? So naturally, my heart's really with E1 here. Imagine if they bring down the reigning world champions and go on and do well at the major, for example. That's the storyline I'm here for. It's Furia. They're not easy to beat, even if they're not quite in form right now. It's a hard one to call. I want E1 to in my heart, but my head says probably Furia take this one.
Same question to you, Tim. Is the idea of E1 managing to beat the world champions enough to actually want to take them in this game, or do we still think that this is Furia's playground ultimately?
Well, I mean, Des said that he was going to back an underdog there, and I thought he was going to go for Furia, to be honest, with the way that they've played out this stage.
He juked you.
Surprised me a little bit throwing in E1. Now, in all seriousness, these are two teams that have... One's been overperforming, I think, in E1. They've improved their league position by 3 points. And Fury have been underperforming a little bit. But I think what that actually does is bring them onto a very, very level playing field. So I think we're in for an absolutely fantastic game. I'm edging for E1, to be honest. I think maybe they do it.
Yeah, my only question is whether we actually need a decider in this matchup, which technically we probably should, given how close everyone's been so far, especially given the way that the stage played out. But that 7-1 in the back of my mind still makes me think Furia probably have a little bit of an edge. Gentlemen, it's go time. Clubhouse up on deck. And then once we need it, Chalet, map 2. Have fun. This one's going to be a blast.
Shall do. Thank you very much, Jacob. And yes, here we go, Tim. We're into playoffs. It's what we've been waiting for. Really get to see teams put to the test here as well, because it's not like you can say, well, they're already in playoffs. They don't need to worry about winning this game, or, that team's got to try really hard. It's just not a thing. This time round, every single map counts, and I don't know which way to fall. Like I said, head and heart are so split in this series.
Well, it's do or die as well. That's the beauty of today's games. It's like if you lose these, you're done. You're into the LCQs. You've got a long road ahead of you if you want to get anywhere near that major. So both teams need to be showing up and delivering their absolute best. Furia, the best they've shown us over the last 12, 18 months and how good they can be. E1 over the last 6 to 8 weeks, really. That's what we need, is that brilliant form that they're carrying at the minute.
And we'll get the rosters up for you in a second as well, so you can just be reminded of who it is that's coming into these games. But you make a point for E1, right? There's still a team that's coming into their own, I think, and really finding where their ceiling actually exists. Of course, made 2 changes coming into the stage. They made the major back in May as well. They've shown a lot of potential, and I think everyone's really excited to see where the ceiling sits for these guys, even if they are the new kids on the block that are bringing down Titans, but the fact they finished at the very, very top here, they were 3rd place, for example, after back of the group stage, is why they're against Furia, who sit a little bit further down the standings here in 5th. It's exciting, it's riveting, it's that underdog story we really want to see. But can you do it against the best in the world? Time to find out.
Well, what I love about this E1 side, usually I come into this little segment and I talk about, who's the one to watch on this roster. It's difficult to pick for E1 because there's 6 points of EPS separate Live, STK, Flashstrit and Perez. Baseto sits a little bit outside of that, but he's got 13 plants. They're a real team unit. But by contrast, Furia, who we're having a look at now, they've been a lot more reliant on JV92. He's going to be your one to watch. He could determine how this match goes. He's not head and shoulders above in terms of stats of the rest of the team, but he is certainly leading the way. 3 of them, Nadeful, Epox and Herds, all currently sit under 100 on EPS, so under what we would consider an average performance for the league, and that has definitely been hurting them, Des.
It has, yeah, and this is the classic tale it feels for when it comes around to Furia, is the up and down nature can be a real stinger. We see it time and time again is the problem, and sure, the stats historically will always point towards Furia. They're the reigning world champions. But the big thing for me is we see it time and time again that a team wins the Six Invitational, wins an event, and you just see them fall off the face of the earth, SI especially. And I remember asking Doki after G2 won it, I was like, you know, how do you think you avoid that? It's like, oh, you just keep motivation up, you keep on trucking forwards, you really push yourself basically, and it was not going to happen to us, and obviously we all saw what happened to G2. I don't know what it is. It's so bizarre, and Furia are definitely trying to figure themselves out, I think, through this. I'm glad they've stuck with the same team, and they said, look, we can get back to that form. We've just got to find out what that is here. And I think now they've been tested a couple of times. You'll see them coming into it. I remember their game on Labs a couple of weeks ago. They were absolutely phenomenal. Like, JV, Herds, KZ, they were an absolute problem. But here, our video is ready for the headset between these two teams. Let's take a look at what they had to say about each other.
Cara, acho que o jogo contra a Fúria vai ser um jogo bem caótico por conta do estilo de jogo deles. Eles não deixam o time ficar confortável, independente do mapa que a gente joga contra eles. Vai ser um bom jogo.
Acho que o jogo contra a E1 vai ser um jogo difícil. Eles jogaram muito bem aí o Qualify da EWC, então acho que eles vão vir melhor preparados pro Stage 2 do BR6.
Acho que a gente tem que ficar de olho no Case. Eu considero pelo menos ele o melhor jogador da line deles. Acho ele muito agressivo, muito inteligente também. Eu acho que tem que ficar de olho nele.
Não tem um cara específico para ficar de olho, mas sim o time. Eles têm ótimos jogadores. E jogadores que se destacam de cada um de sua forma. Então acho que eles se destacam em diferentes ocasiões.
E aí, véi? Você vacila não, hein, véi? Não vai pegar você, hein?
Queria mandar um recado pro Stroker, né? Vamos ver se você ganha de mim, porque depois de 2023 você não ganha uma partida.
Welcome in then, let's get these bans underway. We've got E1 versus Furia coming up, and we will have our first attacker ban will be the Monty, and we're going to follow that through. Furia will kick things off and choose their attacker. This one, as we've said, going to be an absolute war, I think, between these two. We're going to Clubhouse to kick things off, and what a map to do it on. What a map to really start it with, Des. Going into, you know, it's default, but it's hopefully going to show the best of these two teams.
Your favourite, if I recall, Tim?
I do love a bit of Clubhouse. It's top three. It's up there. Clubhouse, Chalet, and Native and Labs, I'd say, at the minute.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those real classic maps of Siege, I think, where you really get to see the best of teams. Some, of course, don't love it, but I think coming up against Fury, knowing it's their map pick as well, you're coming up against the world champions on one of the go-to maps. If you're going to be comfy on any as E1, as individual players, if not as a full team, this should be one of those maps that you know, right? It's the bread and butter of Siege, like we keep on saying. Our bans have flown through pretty quickly, mind you. The Bandit being taken away as the first defender. The second one I was going to say must surely be his army, as she does indeed have the highest ban rate around the entire world, not even just here in Brazil.
Let's get into things then. I've been waiting for this one, not all day. All the way since that last play day, Des, and we knew how these were going to shape up. I mean, in Brazil, I said it at the beginning of the stage to you, I'll say it again now. There's so many top teams here that week after week, you just get, you know, you get a week and you come in and you think, oh, wow, a couple of big games there. And then you realise that it's every single play day. There's a couple of big games. Now that we're into the playoffs, it's every single game. You know, we've got some of the absolute top teams. What a lineup today. E1 versus Furia and NIP versus FaZe. And then we come into tomorrow and they've got Liquid and W7M waiting for them. Like, these are just absolutely, you know, massive matchups now. And I really do think that they're going to deliver big time. So let's get into this one. It's going to be E1 on the defense to kick things off. We've got Monty, Azami, Bandit, and Maverick will be our bans. So maybe a little bit more open around the site player without that Bandit. We'll see plenty of Kaid, which down on Church and Arsenal is, of course, going to keep those hatches closed. But when we move up to that top floor, it's going to make it much more difficult to keep those external walls closed.
Absolutely. And for me, more than anything else, the Azami is the one here that we're so used to seeing.
Just going to have a potential little peek coming in here. I think we've just lost Des on a bit of a tech
You
issue.
carry on.
I'll go for it, Des. I'll go for it. Anytime you cut off, I'll pick it up. Don't you worry. Not going to catch anybody. Nice and slow pace coming in from JV92, not getting too carried away on his approach towards Kennels there. You know, not going to give him any opportunity to take a life early on. And we can see Furia due diligence here going into the top floor. They're going to clear out the whole thing.
No surprise there as well. I mean, here, especially Kitchen's such a key part to get control of when you're trying to think about the downstairs. It also gives you that full visibility if you saw to make sure no one's ratting around up there. No one's in a position to be able to shoot out any X-Kairos that might go down. In this case, of that X-Kairos on side, of course, you're looking towards the tin openers. But the vertical control, you can see there was 2 players here trying to challenge on towards Nade, and they've walked away with it. Perez, I love the aggression coming out from E1.
And what a great start as well, picking up on the Buck. You couldn't hand-pick an operator better, to be honest. The Buck or the Ying are the 2 that you really want here. Furia, they do still have what they need to execute. They've got the Capitao, they've got the Ying. That was where, you know, obviously going to be the tip of the spear. They've still got hard breach to get those hatches done. It's just going to be that soft destruction that they're missing a little bit now. They've still got a couple of soft breaches on Ace, so JV92 can open up a little bit more of that corridor, a little bit of kitchen floor if they want to. But E1, they could well find themselves with some safe spaces to use inside of the site this time. And that's not ideal.
It is not. I was about to say Nets being a nightmare, but suddenly it's back. We're all good again. It's in a spot where they're being slowed down quite a lot, which is the key thing here. And they're running into the gun lines as well. Like, oh... STK will be kicking himself that he couldn't secure a kill off the back of that one. They're really just trying to do all they can here to slow down Fury and force them into a panic. And I wouldn't say it's working just yet, but you can see now they're having to get that little bit quicker here, changing up the game plan, bringing more than just 1 or 2 things into the round. And I think E1 are doing a great job. This is going to be a real messy round end.
Yeah, Tuberow's doing a fantastic job here, really slowing things down, and STK has burnt over a minute and a half single-handedly so far. Herds is going to take him down, but his contribution really has been solid. 3 versus 2, though, as the hatch drop comes down. JV92 manages to pick up a kill elsewhere, and that leaves us now with Furia in the driving seat. 28 seconds, they've got all the time in the world, and Des, I've got to say, E1 feel like they've let that slip a little bit. They were in command of that round. They've taken out the Buck. They've stopped all that soft destruction. They've Kaid tricked a hatch opening. You know, they've really kept hold of a lot of what they needed to win that round. And then all of a sudden, Furia do Furia things. They drop a hatch, they push main stairs, they say, well, we'll just come in and kill you.
That's exactly it, right? For me, more than anything else, it was that they had control of main stairs getting rid of the Buck. They then denied the bar hatch, the brilliant stuff. And everything just starts to kind of collapse at that point for Fury's attack out towards the west side of this map. But suddenly you have these 2 players come pushing down blue. They get themselves a couple of kills. They push in deep and get rid of the Kaid. And the entire back line just completely collapses for E1. So I know it was KZ. I forget who the second player was, but the 2 of them just marching in through blue there. E1 had to win a gunfight onto one of those players. And even if they did, there was a second one ready to trade. Big shout out to KZ. He was the man of the moment there as well. Just brilliant shots that he landed. Not even a chance for the other side to respond. Really good attack, but equally, I was very impressed from what I saw of E1's defense. So already, both teams starting out strong.
Coming into, I just want to pick up on this sentry pick for Perez here. It's a question that I think I'm going to start asking more and more when I see the sentry come in, and I'm looking at what 2 gadget options they've got. Because of course, you know, in the recruit rework, which became sentry, they can now have 2 of the secondary gadgets. So he's got prox alarms and he's got deployable shield. Bit of me now, Des, wonders, is there any value in that, or should they have brought Scorpos? Because Scorpos provides a shield in sight if that's what you want. It's not necessarily quite as easy to play behind because you've got the shell sat behind the shield, but still, it can be used in that way. It has the camera as well, and Scorpos can bring the prox alarms. So not only could they have a shield and prox alarms, they could have also had a camera. They don't require the shotgun. 2 of our operators on side can get those rotates made. So I don't know. For me, I think, you know, Scorpos is probably the better selection there out of those 2 defenders. We see Frost getting taken down as well. STK is going to find himself down but not out on the garage catwalk, but I can't see him getting collected here. And this is not looking good for E1.
No, getting picked apart here and chewed up, spat out basically at every single turn they step into, and immediately Perez had no idea his man was coming. Even with the default cam above him, of course no one's going to be sat on it when there's only a few left alive, but at the end of the day, 1 player's down there could be feeding you information on noise, if not the visuals that he gets. And it feels like Furia, I know in that first round it looked for a second like E1 maybe had a good sign of taking that that round away. But you're seeing that World Championship quality coming out here. They are absolutely battering them. And I remember saying about this roster a long time ago, it feels like you're playing against 10 players in the server. It feels like that for E1. They try and challenge one direction, they're being pushed by 2 more, and that is constant throughout the entire 3-minute round. We're only halfway in, but they've basically killed 3 players here. STK has got a single bullet to his name.
Yeah, Live did a great job, to be fair, to get him back on his feet. I suggested that probably wouldn't happen, but Live, with some brave movement, was able to get that done. Nitro goes over the top of the wall. It's not going to do anything. It's not going to get a kill. It's not going to take the exothermic off the wall. So Furia's attack continues unimpeded as Flashtree does manage to take down Herds. As I say that, 4 versus 3. E1 start to hold on here. Flashtree's going big at the top of Red Stairs. That's a huge double that they needed. For Leapox off the board as well. 45 seconds left to go, and somehow they're doing this. E1 are holding on. They lost a round they maybe should have won in round 1, but it looks like it could be the flip reverse of that in round 2.
He's hoping there to find something onto the feet, but I think nothing's going to get given. Right idea from E1 as well. Just take up these side angles. As soon as he steps through the breach, he's getting shot from 2 angles. It's never going to work out too well. In fact, he's managed to make a really aggressive cross, but gets shot in the back. I don't want to dig on the guy too much, but Herds kind of threw that round a little bit. He came pushing up red just a little bit too soon. They barely got themselves armed with the Capital, for example, to start getting the angles set up inside of sight. What happens? Flashy takes the 1v1 onto him, then goes for Leapox in another 1v1, and suddenly Furia are down 2 players. That 10-man aggression that I was speaking about, where it feels like you're against more players than are actually in the server, is just completely diminished. And they know, oh, everyone's now basically coming from construction side. Guess where our guns are going to look? Out towards construction side. So it was a really good start from Furia, but again, just slightly mistimed on the execute there. Well played by Fastry. He was quick on his feet as well, forced out those 1v1s. Because if he plants his feet and stands still, Furia get that perfect execute they're looking through. So again, a really good round by both sides. It's nail-bitingly close. It could be 2-0 to either team, but we sit at 1-1, and that is the perfect scoreline to have so far.
Yeah, I think it's what we're going to see going forward as well. Really wouldn't surprise me at this point. You know, these are 2 teams that are both showing a great capability within the server. I think there, for me, Furia, the key point that they failed there is clearing Catwalk. I think get STK finished off, and you've got a different outcome there. You've got a different situation, but they just haven't been able to lock that in, and it just shows how powerful that position. I know a lot of the kills were for Flashtree coming from Red Stairs, but it's, you know, his ability to stay in that position. If Garage Catwalk is taken away, you can go to Garage Window, you can look down to Red Stairs. Flashtree needs to move back into sight. Bit of a different ball game. So we will see. Furia, they need to just come away from that and think about exactly what control it is they're gaining of the map. You know, have they got everything they need before they start pushing in towards sight? And that's going to be really critical on this site, because as you can see, we've got quite a strong hold from E1. They're over in the cash and CCTV side. They've got utility to play behind, and that's a better start for Herds in this round. He gets his kill onto Perez, and that opens things up with the Warden gone as well. What a loss for E1.
Yeah, it's one of those that when you know you're against a Thatcher as well, it's always a risk to have the Warden being one of your players further out around the map, and they've paid the price there for exactly that. Not the end of the world, because you'd expect that out on an extended hold that they would get overwhelmed by flashes, so putting the Warden there, far from the end of the world. Whereas on this side of the map, there's a lot of, you know, stood up mattresses, there's gym equipment, there's countless walls that you can hide behind to avoid those flashes for the most part. So I like the Warden was actually in this case the one that was out on towards the roam. Thing is now though, as you're kind of seeing here, they're starting to see some pressure building up and around them. The extended hold has been somewhat broken here. It's been taken over by the attackers. Still a little bit of work to do, and I think STK here actually quite fancies a chance to cause a little bit of bother. They've got the right idea that he is trying to work his way through, but maybe it's not quite as in their control as I expected, Tim.
I was just wondering in my head then whether they were aware of STK still. The way he was moving in that position suggested that maybe they weren't. Maybe he was, you know, able to secure a little bit of a flank, but it wasn't the case. Epox knew what was coming. However, that was really big defensive work from Bassetto there, just keeping those Selma chargers off that wall until the electricity can come back online. It keeps that mirror secure and intact, ripping down the castle in order to do it. Really well played from Mirror. Smart heads-up play. That was nuts.
It's good punishment, to be fair. They know that he's playing for that denial. The best way to deal with it is just like that. And KZ, man, Round 1, it was the big 2K from Blue. Here he stepped up and removed the backstab threat of STK and removed the player that was hard to 9 there, push onto the mirror. They didn't quite know by the looks of it that Live managed to slip his way through, finds himself another. Can he get away with a third? No, he can't. Herds gets that closing kill. But again, I'll come back to it. KZ has had absolutely momentous impact there across rounds 1 and 3. Great stuff to see.
Yeah, definitely a big round there, and just it was that double kill. It really turns the round.
It's crazy.
On its head, and
in a second, the round's momentum is completely flipped. You sit there praising E1 for a second. Yeah, it is, because he was in a great spot, right? And I think Fury then were a bit stuck, and a lot of other teams that you'd watch around the world, they just kind of pause and freeze there, and they're like, oh god, like what do we do from here? Like, we can't get the mirror opened up. You know, we've got a guy out on the roam out towards that side, so we can't play on south balcony. We're screwed. And it just takes one player to say, right, boys, don't worry. I'm stepping in the danger zone. I'm peeking into Jim. I'm aware of a swing coming out from Cash side. Kills them both. Those are the kind of rounds that you would say teams should not really be able to win in that position. E1, again, have played things brilliantly, but Fury, they've just got these superstars that make this kind of stuff look so easy.
There's two things that probably should have happened, you know, that may have been a different outcome. She just wanted to get involved.
She did. She wants to get. She's only being noisy. She's like, I want to be noisy too. Meow.
The question is, who is she cheering for? That's the question.
E1.
Who are the meows for?
Definitely E1. If you think about it,
E1 meows.
Meow, I think, is a lot closer to like E1 than it is to Furia. Meow, meow.
I'm so glad that you did that, Des, and I can go back and clip
doesn't
it
really
later.
go like Furia, yow, does it now? It doesn't work in the same way.
That's absolutely phenomenal stuff from you there. Brilliant. We love to hear it. Not love to see it. We love to hear it. On we go then. 2-1 Furia. Yeah, I think two things needed to happen at the same time there. Paceto crosses a window that he knows is open. It's a big move, a big risk. He needs to be looking out of that window, ready to challenge. Still a tough challenge because KZ was further back than you might expect. But really, the big failure there is the person in Cash. He needs to be securing those windows onto that rooftop. That KZ can't be allowed to already be stood in that position. So those two things kind of go wrong for E1. And it cost them the round, but Flashstray, he's already shown a little penchant for it so far, and he's going to give us a little bit more as he steps out, takes another aggressive fight, and it's that man again. He's already done him in round 2, Des. It's Herds taken down.
I just love the aggression that comes out of E1 early in this round. Like, you saw it back in round 1, 2. The willingness to hard challenge around main stairs and aggression to Fury, who probably don't assume you'll see that aggression early on, is wonderful. It takes another player out super early in the round, puts them in a 5v4. Now, let's not let KZ walk a 2K like he did back in round 1.
That's it now. I think E1, we've seen in round 1 and round 3, from very good positions, they're kind of giving themselves away a little bit. They're giving Furia opportunities, and that's what they need to avoid here. Make sure that you're not giving those opportunities away. The hatch will be open. There's no Kaid on side this time, so that's going to be securely done. Impact nades at least weren't in position to do anything about it. They've all been used, so we're seeing some really good progress from Furia. Oh no, we've still got them in pocket, sorry. We've seen some real progress coming in from Furia here as they do really get things opened up. They've got the church wall, they've got the kitchen hatch, they've got blue hatch. E1 are going to feel some pressure because there's a lot of time left, and this is where I would maybe like to have seen them out in the map a little bit more to burn some of this time, because Furia have got an age.
They've got time, but no drones, Tim. That drone they had down on short a second ago was the last one they've got in the round. Their information is cooked. They're out of it for the rest of the round. And all I was going to say is it takes one E1 player in an off position or someone to absolutely slam them. Live stepping up with a 2K headshot coming in as well. No response on the other side. And it's well played again by E1. They slow rounds down. They take away the information game. They get the flank coming on through here, but no way. They cannot be giving this away, Tim. There is just no way. KZ again has found himself too. One pushing now long is trying to get into position, but it's not happening. Finally! How on earth did they keep on letting KZ get away with this? He's come over from blue towards main stairs and walked, what, a 4K in that round? Madness.
As I said, round 1 and 3, you felt there were moments that E1 kind of gave it away a little bit. And I gotta say the same again. You cannot allow KZ, I'm not taking it away from KZ. He's done fantastically well. He's hit his shots there. But I'm sorry, what's happening on that third kill. They know that he's on the left-hand side of bottom main stairs. How on earth does KZ come away with the down there whilst that plant is going down so that he can then pick up the final kill down onto boxes? It just shouldn't happen. You know, I'm sure that we're going to see them in the replay here, and you're going to see the reason why I say that E1 have thrown this. It's not just about it being a 2v5. It's about the actual kills themselves. This is the beauty of a peek round the corner from Nade. But this one, he's getting sprayed. They know exactly where he is. They know exactly where he is. You can't be losing those fights at this level. It's fine margins and you're against KZ. Yeah, you know, he's a demon, he can get kills. But so are you. And you can't be losing those fights.
It's balmy because it's exactly the same as round one. It's almost a perfect mirror where E1 again have played the rounds so well. They've stalled out Furia. They've left them with no drones, no real capability of getting that round over the line. And then KZ just comes bottom main and literally kills 4 people. And it's like, it's like you said, at this level, this should just not be a thing. It's absolutely bonkers. And for E1, I said it back in after the first couple of rounds, it could easily be 2-0 to either side. That's how close the first 2 rounds are. The difference is right now, Furia have got the X factor. That is KZ. We've seen Herds doing it as well, but they've got those hero players when they need them most right now, and they are stepping up big. Felipox offline. The thing is, Furia have been in so many 5v4s and still won that I almost don't want to get excited about an entry.
Well, it's not the end of the world losing the Jackal either. You know, you're attacking onto top floor, so you don't really need to pick up too many roamers. KZ,
here he goes
he's just
again.
Continue where he left off. I tell you what, KZ, you just walk into site and kill them all, because that's almost certainly what will end up happening. So you might as well just save us all some time and do it now. And he's going to oblige Des. He just walks on in, and he's going to look to just continue moving through here. He'll get himself into construction. He'll start to pressure site. There's no stopping the man.
It's going to be terrifying because in the last round, he also rotated, like I said, from blue over towards main stairs. He completely changed his position and still went on to work absolute wonders when that was the main point of contestation from the attackers. Their attack was coming down main stairs overall. Here he's walked into that extended hold, as you say, got the opening kill, and then forced live back towards site. Almost single-handedly, he has unearthed what is normally a big blockage for most teams. Really good stuff, and I'm just ready for him to pop up somewhere else and get 2 or 3 kills now.
I'd expect so. He's given them the windows as well, which of course is really important. They're going to try and now get Jacuzzi Wall open. It's just a slow process of getting this castle barricade sorted. They do have the Hibana there, but there's the potential for them to be shot off from inside a site. So I think they're just wanting a little bit of support here so they can get their options and get everybody locked down inside a site. This is the key position, really. You need to be keeping this player busy if you want to be opening that castle. But to be honest, I'm not sure they're going to. They're looking to work from side door. And it's again, I said that KZ would just walk into site and get kills. He does. It's an important one to unlock things because it allows the plant to go down. Nade is successful, and it's now a 3v3. Furia just need to hold on. They need to watch that CCTV flank. There's nobody pushing to that side. It's all going to just come right ahead of them, and they are just picking them up one by one by one. Brilliant stuff from Furia on yet another great attack. Where was this through a lot of the rest of the stage, Des?
We saw glimpses of it. I mentioned that Nighthaven game earlier that they played. Yeah, they played Lighthaven early in the stage, and they were phenomenal in that game. And I was like, wow, like JV 92's throwing himself off catwalk and killing players. It was like watching Assassin's Creed rather than Siege at that point, Tim. And in this game, it just feels like they're on a whole other level at this point. They are marching through E1. Even though, again, E1 are not playing badly. I will stress this now. I know the scoreline suggests that E1 are not playing well. They are. Furia are just at that World Championship level, and it's down mainly to those 2 players, but we can't ignore the contribution from the rest of the team here. They enable them to do what they do, and equally they're enabling in reverse, because as you remarked, when we saw the push coming from KZ, yes, he died after getting a kill, but the thing is, all guns were pointed his way so that Diffuser could go down with basically no concern at all. It's informed Furia is terrifying.
Yeah, it was the kill that they needed. The player in behind the mattress was really the key there. He was holding the window. He was preventing that plant going down, you know, preventing them getting that space. And it was, like you said, just brilliantly timed from KZ. He didn't mind giving his life for it. He needed to get the kill. That was the important thing. You know, it may still have created enough space without, but getting the kill was really transformational for the round. So really well played from Furia. And like you say, E1, don't get me wrong, there have been mistakes. You know, there absolutely have. We've said, you know, round 1 and 3 particularly, you know, there's certainly areas there that could have been improved. But that being said, it's kind of difficult against Furia. You know, even a tiny mistake, even just a little misstep is going to be heavily punished by this team today.
That's the thing. For best players, when you see them popping off, very rarely is it down to, you know, the other side, everything's 50-50, the other side is perfectly prepared for you. It's that you see a small gap, a small window, and you take it, as they're doing here. Look, KZ's in again and Flash is removed. Someone stop it. Someone stop him, please. Finally, live, you're listening. Thank you very much. He's the only real player on the other side that's had too much going on in this game. He's at 8-5 now. He's seen some nice little 2Ks throughout, and he's taken the main monster off the board. The problem is, Herd still stands.
4 versus 3. Furia with a good advantage here. Live, I was just going to say the Vigil could be a really important player in this situation. Keep himself off the radar, get a kill or two, and really drag his team back into this. It's not going to happen as Live gets taken down, and Furia just go from strength to strength at this point. They've got themselves the map. They're taking out that utility. They're not too confident about that top floor. They've just got the drones going round, but I tell you, within the next 10 seconds or so, they're going to realise that the last two are down on site, and we're going to see Furia go to work on the utility, on the hatches, on the soft surfaces, to try and get everything they need for this final push in towards site.
And you look across the 5 rounds we've seen so far, which team is the one throwing away man advantages? It's E1. We haven't seen Furia do that previously. And so they're not the kind of team that's going to give any window, I think, for the enemy here to get back into it. SDK's gone. Basetto is struggling to even shoot today. 0-6 he finds himself, and that is a cozy first half for Furia. I always say Tim 2 halves to a game of Siege, and I do think we'll see E1 come a little bit more alive here on their attacking half. It all depends on whether or not you see KZ continue his reign of terror that we just saw in that first half.
Well, it's just been a tour de force so far from Furia, hasn't it? You know, KZ particularly, but like you say, you get that switch aside. Sometimes players do just drop off a little bit. You know, we saw it, you know, in Brazil recently, of course. We've seen it a few times where players just have a huge half and then just drop off a little bit. So we'll see whether that's the case or not. KZ going to be looking 11-3 to continue that, of course. You know, you look at players like that on these sorts of stats and you think, maybe a 20 game on there, but I'm not sure if Furia are going to get enough rounds at this point, Des. E1 have got to come. They've been beaten up, they've been battered so far, and they've just got to come in now on the attack to one of. It's not statistically this stage. It's quite an interesting one. We'll have a look at the stats. In fact, I'll have a look at the stats as I talk because I've got them up in front of me. Normally, we would expect Church and Arsenal to be one of the best defensive sides in the entire game, not just on Clubhouse. It has been a little bit dire, to be honest, in Brazil. There's not been as much success as you might always expect. If we have a look at it at the minute, there's a 58% defensive win rate. It is easing back up. A couple of weeks ago, it was at like 50-50 in Brazil. So it is easing its way back up. It's still third overall in terms of sites. It's beaten out by Gym and Bedroom and CCTV Cash. Those two top floor sites are still, you know, better defensive win rates than Church and Arsenal. So maybe it's an opportunity for E1. But they're going to have to do a great job against this Rome. Okay. And guess what? That's not going to happen because KZ's going to peak with the SMG and find himself another. And I tell you what, why not? We'll just keep going. We'll just keep trying because I'm KZ and I get kills.
At this point in ranked, you're just like, I'm checking match replay. It doesn't seem to matter what they do, what drones they send in, who's ready for a firefight or who's not. He's killing them before they've barely even seen his character model. Like, it's at that point where every single shot coming out of his gun seems to be finding a head. He is on a different level. No one can really rise up to him right now. We saw Live finding, but immediately was caught back out by JV on the other side. He's like the first boss that you fight, but it's got 2 more phases to work through, and those are the other 4 members of Furia. I just struggle to see how E1 fight their way through this.
I agree. I think it's, like I say, Furia are just in a spot at the minute where they're untouchable. You know, I'm not saying they're necessarily at their absolute best. They haven't had to be in reality because I don't feel that E1 have really stretched them so far. But they have absolutely delivered. They've shown that they've got several gears above, you know, what we saw out of them in the regular stage. At the minute, 7-1 wouldn't massively surprise me for this one. A minute 15 left to go. 3.5 versus 5. Flashtree on almost half health there. So E1, they need to find the next 2 or 3 kills because honestly, I think flooding into this site with 15-20 seconds left to go in a 3v3, I can only see one winner with that. I think they need to get themselves a good advantage here and not lose any bodies while doing it.
they need more bodies contributing towards the kill feed is the problem, right, as well. Like, I think STK and Flash are the other two big players throughout the stage that have gone pretty big. Bassetto's had a challenging stage, so we put it. And obviously live, we've already seen going absolutely nuclear, but when Perez is 2 and 7, Flash is struggling to get too involved on 3 and 5 as well. STK's 2 and 5. It tells you the story. One team's got their players hitting today, the other one has not, unfortunately. Either way, they're starting to get this main breach opened up here. We've got 30 seconds to go. We were full of praise to Fury, who managed to turn things around when they were down a man on their execute. They just absolutely marched through blue and slaughtered everyone, KZ in particular. Here they got 15 seconds to make that happen. Hertz is gone. Flash finding one for himself. KZ's going to keep on doing KZ things. He gets another couple to his name, Tim. Felipox will get one as well, but the damage has been done. Clubhouse, it's more like KZ's house right now. They are giving absolutely nothing to E1.
No, that's it. He's not even handing them out a warm welcome, is he? He's just absolutely destroying them at the minute. But that's a really interesting point, a way to finish the round there for me. Because if you remember, I was a little bit critical of E1, how KZ got all those kills from the bottom of main stairs. Even when they knew he was there, they weren't able to win that challenge against him. And if you see it this time, Flashstray, he gets a kill from the exact same position at the bottom of main stairs. Did he get a second? Did he get a third? Absolutely not.
He ain't no KZ.
He was shut down. Absolutely not, because KZ got a nice angle through the wall from Arsenal and just took care of it. And that's what I'm saying. That highlights the difference. You cannot allow players to get away with it. And I know that it's easy to sit there and go, hey, come on, KZ's absolutely flying. You know, how'd you get the kill on him? You find a way. You got to find a way, because otherwise you lose this match heavily. And that's the reality. Top teams find a way to kill those players. And KZ's just done it there. Flashstray, you know, he's had a good game so far. Gets one kill and absolutely nothing more. Really well played from Fury. They just look a class above at the minute. I think they'd beat anybody playing like this.
They're terrifying, aren't they? Yeah. And I think back to what some teams over in, back when I was used to catch Challenge League all those years ago, I remember some teams I'd speak to and they'd be like, oh, you know, why do you think you lost today? And they'd be like, oh, that guy in that team just had a life game. Like, he'll never play like that again, but he's had a life game against us. And I've heard, you know, EUL teams saying it as well. Like, oh, that guy's had a life game. It's fine. Like, he won't play like that again now for another half a year. And this is one of those, you can't prepare for a player to have a game like that. Everyone knows that pretty much every player on Furia has got that kind of game in the tank. We have seen it from all of them one time or another, right? It just so happens that it's KZ in this game. They haven't got the prep to be able to know exactly what his entry points are into the map. They don't know that he's going to change from blue over towards main stairs. There's no planning for it. There's no C4 you can throw into a pre-laid out path that you know he's going to follow at a certain point in the round. There's no way of easily staving him off. And that's why he looks so comfortable right now. And even when he's off roaming around top floor, as we saw at the start of that round, they have no ability to get 3 players onto him because he's just so bloody mobile. And I don't see how they're going to shut him down. Either way, it's 6-1. They've had their attack timeout. You would wager it's a little too little, a little too late, I'm afraid. But let's see if they can find anything back here. Otherwise, it's 7-1 Furia. And what a start and a statement to playoffs that would be for them.
I'll just chuck a little number at you. KZ's EPS is currently hovering around the 200 mark.
Scary, isn't it?
Absolutely unreal. This is the problem. It's like, you know, yeah, we talk about life games and stuff, but how many life games can KZ have? You know, at a point they stop becoming life games, don't they? It's certainly not the first, and I've absolutely, without doubt, it won't be the last time that we see this out of him. But E1, I think, are a little bit rattled as well at the minute. I think they're probably at that point of feeling like, you know, what can we do here? You know, we're basically just trying to run through a brick wall at the minute, and it's just not happening. They've made some good early progress here. Within a minute, we can see that we've got breaches opened up. You know, they're trying to apply a little bit of pressure and play their game. They're attacking onto gym and bedroom. Let's see if they deal with that cash side extension as well as, I'll say Furia, but I mean KZ did.
I was going to say that's the problem. They haven't got a KZ. There's no gadget called a KZ that you can deploy here that will suddenly go, yeah, the extension will be clear inside 90 seconds. It was specifically 1:28 on the clock when KZ had full control and was already inside of construction. We're at that point now, and they're still looking to try and find anything here. They've got that cut on towards construction itself, which is good. The default cam's surely not. Is the anticipation there that someone's going to throw themselves out the window behind? Because that's the kind of thing you should be expecting, but Bassetto, please just shoot it out, please.
Felipox has done a good job to get himself out of a sticky situation there. Felipox was going to be stuck in construction potentially with that player on the construction window, but he took the right choice at the right time to get himself out of dodge and gets himself back to site. But Furia, they're going to be left trying to hold on 5 inside a site here, so it's going to come down to gunfights. But with the way they are at the minute, they ain't going to mind that one bit. There's going to be a lot of confidence that they're going to take those gunfights one after another. 40 seconds left to go. E1, you're going to have to pull the trigger at some point. It feels like they're stalling out a little bit here, Des, and Felipox just piles on the pressure, manages to get one, but then is dealt with by STK.
Great use of the nade to force him out from behind the weights there too. He absolutely catches him out, but look who's behind them! Herds has managed to get himself inside a garage here, and now they've got a massive threat to worry about, and of course who's going to capitalize? It's going to be KZ. He does get traded out, but the damage is done. Flashtree has got it all to do against 3 players with 10 seconds on the clock, and that they are not going to give him anything. Why would they expose themselves there and give him any kind of freebie? It's simply not going to be a thing. 7-1. What a dominating performance from Fury on Clubhouse.
It's left me speechless, Des. You know, we've seen some good clubhouses in our time, and plenty of them from Furia, from this roster. But what a performance that was. That was absolutely electric. I'm not sure I've ever seen a clubhouse victory so quick. That was so rapid from Furia. It was unreal.
You've definitely seen a 7-0 on Clubhouse before, I'm sure.
No, I mean physical time-wise. Like, that
it was
beginning
quick.
to end was short.
It was. I mean, I feel like the broadcast has barely started. It's the kind of time that you hop on Twitter and say something like, oh, I can't wait for the best of 3 to start, because inside 30 minutes, it is done and dusted. And it comes down to these 2 players that we spoke about a lot. It was Herds and it was KZ making a massive difference there. KZ especially, I don't know what the hell he's had for breakfast today, but that was next level for him. That was Sao Paulo KZ. He's channeling that energy from back in Brazil and bringing it, still in Brazil obviously, but channeling that kind of performance we saw on the main stage and bringing it into an online LAN best of 3 still, but playoff stage. It's absolutely magic.
I mean, do these highlights have anybody but KZ in there? That's got to be the question. We're seeing a few E1 kills creep their way in.
There's very few of them,
but
Tim.
Here you go. Once again, another KZ double. That second kill there, this is the point. You know, KZ's had a fantastic game, but E1 have made mistakes there. He can't get away with that second kill onto STK. You know, there's many such that he shouldn't have got away with. The 3 from the bottom of main stairs that we're going to see here. You know, he gets one. They know where he is. You have to win this challenge. You have to win that challenge. And then Basetto, you know, he had a quiet game anyway, but again, hits that long angle down to boxes. Just beautiful stuff. You know, we could sit and find superlatives to describe KZ all night, I think, at this rate.
Thing is, again, I wouldn't hold too much over E1. I know they've been start 7-1, and it sounds very weird to be defending a team that has been absolutely bruised and battered. A player there has had a phenomenal game. One, no doubt, of his top 5, top 10 performances that he's had throughout his career, I'd say. That was truly amazing by KZ. But you flip around the roles there a little bit. If it's KZ, for example, pushing up main onto a player on the left-hand side of bottom main, and then he wins that 1v1, he's a genius. He's made a play. He's gone aggressive there. And so I don't feel like E1 have been outright stupid in this game and made critical errors that it's like, what the hell is this team doing facing off against Furia? How the hell have they finished higher than them in the group stage and ended up in this position? It did come down to the better team was fragging out in this game big time. I think for E1, there is still life in them. I think going into map 2, you may see a very different team emerge as long as they can contain KZ. And that's a big, big if.
That's the thing now. It's all about momentum, isn't it? You know, they've just absolutely speedrun their way to map 2. This one, there's a danger of it being over in the blink of an eye. Both maps done 2-0 Furia, because they are a team that once they're on top, they know how to keep themselves there.
And they also know to come back as well when things get rough, as we saw all the way back in February. But we'll go to a quick break, and when we come back, map 2 awaits. See you in a few.
Jogador à esquerda, ele ainda não viu, vai tentando esperar para ver se vai rolar o plant. Mitrix com... consegue pegar o Wizard, já conseguiu marcar para tentar finalizar pela Smoke. Olha o que a Solis faz! 10. Hash pega boas eliminações. Lukid também junto. Muzi e Psycho tentam diminuir, mas estão com poucos segundos. O Psycho vai ter que arranjar um lugar para plantar. E o lugar agora foi lá do outro lado na sala de ventilação. O Muzi já ainda conseguiu surpreender. Pode ter marcação em cima do jogador. Tá muito longe o Mitrix. Ninjas em pijamas ainda garante. Muzi com a terceira dele. Mitrix vai tentando fazer o clutch. Psycho, animal! Destemido, sem medo de ser finalizado, ele encara na trocação e leva mais um round. O Guto tá dando cada bala absurda, triple kill pra ele. Sobe rapidamente o Cyber para recuperar o desativador. Ainda tem a vantagem. Vamos ver como é que fica agora na descida. É um ponto muito difícil. Pro Cyber fazer com esse tantinho de vida, Retalha. Ele achou já o primeiro jogador, hein? Ele viu, sabe que tá na escada. Vai tentando ver se consegue ver por baixo. Errou a flash, vai descer de qualquer maneira. E é finalizado! Guto com um 4K! Posição ainda assim teve eliminação. O Totes do Shaiko consegue e devolve rapidamente. A briga continua em cima do EX, gás tóxico. Teve que pressionar e foi pra trás, Getalha. Sobrou apenas o Dots. Junto com o Rari de montanha. Dots corre. Não tem muito o que fazer. Ele vai atrás da eliminação. Dots fecha mais um round pra W7M. Vamos que vamos.
Well, welcome back. Just ahead of map 2, of course, to take a look some more and a talk about that previous map, Tim, before we get into Chalet. In case you're just joining us, 7-1. Needless to say, it was an absolute bruising, as you're now seeing on your screen. And the hero of the moment, as we said, was KZ, who fell just shy of that 200 EPS scoreline, Tim. But what an unbelievable map he had.
Yeah, it was just unreal, wasn't it? It was like, you know, he was just in every position. He was in every danger spot. It was just KZ picking up the kills and finding a way. You can't even really look at the other players' stats on Fury, because how do you get kills when KZ's doing that? Herds managed to find a few. But yeah, overall, Fury, like you said, compared to the stage, massively overperformed and just looked fantastic. Looked back to their best there.
And the real battle comes in, I think, now for E1. Okay, you're going into your map pick here. Maybe there's a little bit of comfort coming from that. But as I said earlier on, there's these life games that players have, or these top performances of their career that they'll look back on and say, yeah, I played at my best then. That is one of KZ's games. If he carries that into map 2, I think it's going to be so hard to stop him, because Live was having a good game. Let's not ignore him. He was picking up 2Ks throughout the game. He was offering some kind of fight. KZ just genuinely was on another level, and it feels really simplistic to big up an individual player and said, yeah, they were the difference maker today. They just fragged out. There was, of course, more to the gameplay than that, but I feel on a general, like, strategical level, both teams were quite matched. It did just come down to a little bit of skill diff in the server itself. So who's going to step up for E1? Who's going to be that player? Or is it instead going to turn into an absolute clean sweep and Furia take this 2-0?
I've got a bad feeling for E1, Des, that it could be the latter. That Furia maybe just come into this. They're running at great speed. They're carrying a lot of momentum. And, you know, the question is, how do you stop that? If E1 step out in front of them, they might find themselves just getting run over here. So it's going to be very, very difficult. But as you say, E1 do at least get themselves onto their own map pick. That does mean that Furia will have chosen their starting side. So, you know, they're going to be coming in at least on the side of things where they want to be. And the first 2 or 3 rounds, I think, are critical here. E1 need a minimum 2-1 start.
Yeah. And even then, I think that may still not be enough, knowing that it's Furia they're facing off against. Anyway, the past is the past. Let's hope that that little time away from the game, from the server itself, has E1 reset and their mental is back online, because they know they're a single map away from having those dreams dashed of making it to the major through the stage. Otherwise, they'll have to go and work their way through the LCQs. But I think, as we're seeing in other regions around the world, Tim, I think about, for example, you know, G2 have dropped out of E1. Now they've got to fight through LCQs. There are so many teams that want to win so badly in the LCQ that it is just not going to be an easy run no matter what happens.
Oh, no, we've got a lot of big teams. We've got a lot of big teams, and ultimately, you know, only so many can qualify, depending on your region. You know, that's going to be a maximum of 3 that are going through outside of LCQs. Such is the case in Brazil. We'll have, you know, 3 that will go through and then 1 from the LCQ. So it's... yeah, you know, it's competitive out there, Des. It's tough. There's going to be big names that miss out. Simple as that. Just looking at the bans there, interestingly, the 3 of them are pretty predictable. Monty, Azami, and Valkyrie. Valkyrie seen a little bit of a lower ban rate recently, but just, you know, being picked up there, Chalet, there's a lot of space for really good cams that are difficult to spot out. But the Lion coming in, interesting ban there. Not one that we get too often.
It does surprise me. I mean, we saw the Lion being brought along, I think, in like 1 round on the last map. We've had all kinds of debates and discussions around things like the Lion, alongside things like Dokkaebi and Deimos. My favorite combo at the minute is seeing the Dokkaebi alongside the Deimos. I think it is just absolutely horrific, because Deimos' weakness or counter is that obviously he only tracks 1 player at a time. Someone can use that as bait, right? But it's not bait when you can hear a phone call from halfway across the map when someone's in the room next to you, and that makes cleaning through a map that much easier. And whoever's trapped by Deimos is basically screwed. So I think that as a pairing is really quite scary. And obviously to see the Lion taken away will surprise some. But we already saw from that last map, although it was just a 1 round, there is a little bit of propensity on the side of Furia to bring it along. So E1 do not want to deal. Anyway, here we go with round one then, Tim. It's going to be a bar and gaming defense to start things off. So what should we be expecting here? Library often is a big hold point. You'll see defenders holding around there. And in fact, a double spawn peak coming out. This is absolutely filthy. Do E1 take the bait, though? They were the ones being aggressive. Let's not forget up main stairs back on Clubhouse. This time around, it's Furia looking to be more the opposite, but no one's biting for now at the very least. But that's what we'd expect. Libraries offer a big contestation point, or you can see teams extend defensively on the top floor up towards Solar, Master Office sort of side. Depending on where they go will really influence where E1 have to attack. By the looks of it here, they acknowledge there could be something out here. They've tracked down a goo mine. They know that someone is here, and they want to hunt them down. What have they got on side, Tim? Of course, they've got the Deimos.
Yeah, that's definitely something that Furia are going to need to deal with. Perez needs to be very careful, though, taking a lot of damage. And he picks up where he left off. KZ is going to pick up the entry onto Pasetto. And I tell you what, Des, make it 2. He will not be stopped. I've got a feeling KZ wants to go to Montreal.
Yeah, I think he wants to be there, Tim, and their side, because I think as it currently stands, if they don't make it to the major, they're at risk of maybe not even making it to Montreal at all. Because
it gets a bit wobbly for SI at that point.
And you want to make sure you're the ones in control of that. And my God, are Furia in control? Let's not forget, guys, the site is bar and gaming. Just to remind you of that fact, we are fighting at the other end of the map, and Furia have killed 3 players up there. What?
And you got to remember, you know, that metric that I often use, how bothered have the players inside been? You can't put a number on it, but how bothered have they been? How disruptive have the attackers been? And the answer here is not at all. Anybody inside a site for Furia at the minute has been able to sit on cams if they wish for this entire time. You know, they've just been able to sit hands off their keyboard at the minute.
Flawless.
Perez can do nothing but just sit and wait here. They're just going to go and run and try and find him in a minute because, you know, Furia know that
they want the KD.
There you go. They know exactly. They know where he is. It's just going to be a competition for who can get him. And Nade is the one to pick him up. A flawless round coming in there for Furia. They pick up where they left off. And right now, I can't call this performance anything other than dazzling at the minute. They are just finding every shot, every kill, aggression up in the faces, keeping hold of map control. They're just ticking every box at the minute.
I spoke about the Deimos with the lack of Dokkaebi on side literally at the start of that round, and that was exactly what KZ capitalized on. There was no Dokkaebi. The track comes through onto the Legion, and who's there to cause bother? Of course it's going to be KZ. 3 kills themselves very quickly inside the opening 75 seconds of the round, and it is cut from there. I think E1 are just going to fold like a deck chair. Like I thought if they were going to see anything, it would be in round 1 on a map they know best. It was their pick. They are crumbling. Absolutely crumbling.
Oh, there's no two ways about it, Des. E1, you know, would surely be, you know, more at home on theme park at the minute. You know, that abandoned theme park. They've absolutely nothing to go on. It's just a nightmare for them. They can't get opening kills. They can't get any sort of man advantage, any sort of space, any sort of map control. And that's got to be the focus. They've got to take it back to basics. And it's got to start with an entry kill for me. Kick things off by picking up that first kill and create a little bit of space. They're attacking this time onto kitchen and dining. So they're going to want top floor again. How do they go about it? Do they go in through library? Do they try to push direct from solar and balcony? We'll see as the round progresses. But find yourself the entry, find yourself the opener, and then start pushing forward.
I'm just happy they're falling back into the Dokkaebi here because, again, the Deimos I do like seeing. It needs to be paired with something else to be truly effective unless you're Shaiko, in which case he kills everyone regardless of what operator he's on, and therefore it doesn't matter. But I think the Dokkaebi will give a little bit of control here. Of course, now in a world where that has to have the recharging effect of those phone calls, 45 seconds you get one, a minute and a half you then get the second. But in a position where, you know, Furia are being so busy around the map, as you can see, it's like a swarm of wasps over the Nook's head here as well. I think being in a spot where having the Dokkaebi on side will help with that. It will give them extra awareness. They won't get to control Furia more, but arguably make their gunfights a bit more consistent with the awareness they get from having it on side. Not that it matters, because now the Nook has been swung onto, and Herds is off towards the other end of the map, and now they've got to chase him down. They are just having the time of their lives, Tim.
Normally, you get yourself into a chalet, Des, for a little bit of après-ski. You know, you've had a good day, you're going back for a nice relax and a few drinks. That's not going to happen for E1. They right now are slap bang in the middle of like a black diamond run, and they are just getting absolutely battered at speed. Furia are just relentless at the minute, and E1...
That's poor.
It's difficult to know which way is up for them at the minute. They have an idea of one inside a master. Can they find the quick peek? Basetto just trying to get something going for his day, but no, he dips away, and KZ just going to keep himself alive for a little bit longer.
Casey's getting pinched in 3 angles, though. I was about to say he has to die. You had the solar repel, the bathroom window, and double window repel. It's good that you get 3 players onto the map, but look how much time you wasted. And can I just stress, by the way, it was a mirror in the hand of Herds that is out at the other end of the map. Why is a 1-speed out roaming like this and getting away with it? She should have been punished ages ago, but E1 are just so behind the curve, giving everything away. Look, this is ridiculous. He goes down to a Claymore. They need a Claymore to finish off a roaming mirror. This is absolutely ludicrous. It's down to a 3 versus 3, but they're just walking straight in here and getting slapped out. Live at least recovers something. It's a 2 versus 2 with 30 seconds to play.
There's a possibility for E1 here. They get a good bit of damage there onto Nade, but he's the Doc, so it just gets worse and worse for them as he juices himself back up to full health and ready to go again. 20 seconds and E1 are going to have to start forcing this, going to have to start pushing. Nade, he's ready for the fight coming his way. He's just going to use that reinforcement and rotate. Picks up live. Can he find the last, or will it be his teammate JV92? No, no, no. He doesn't need any support. The Doc dishes out some bad medicine, and E1, they have no choice but to take it.
I come back to the piece around Herds being out on the mirror, man. Like, if a team is getting away with a mirror being able to roam off like that, pick up 2 kills on the roam, and it takes a Claymore to see them brought down instead of the team trying to descend on them, that tells you everything, because at this kind of level, teams should not be able to get away with that. Against a lot of other top teams that you'd see at the major, they will punish a team that try and make that kind of thing work out. Yeah, fair play to Herds. He's identified the gap and he has consumed it whole. But just one of those where I'm looking at it and thinking, yeah, it's frustrating because we know E1 are good. We've seen them play well. We know the players are very capable. Right now, again, Live is the only one really partaking in this game. And even then, he's still behind the curve of what we're seeing coming out of Furia. It feels like Attack on Titan. He's the poor little human stood there about to get absolutely battered by 5 giants on the other side. What else can you do?
Well, this is it. KZ, Ned, and Herds are 8 and 2 between them at the minute, inside of 2 rounds. It's just absolute. You know, you've got 10 potential kills there. They've got 8 of them and only 2 deaths. That's absolutely ridiculous. And yeah, Furia, I don't know. I look at the stage and I just think, you know, Philippox said in his interview a couple of play days ago with Jesse, he said, you know, I think it was when they beat Black Dragons, he came out and said, you know, rarely am I frustrated after a win, but that's how I feel at the minute because we're not doing what we need to do and we need to go back and look at this. And after that point, we've really seen their performances picking up. And boy, oh boy, whatever's been said after that point, it really has done the job because they're just on a downhill picking up speed at the minute.
It's unfortunate. Very unfortunate for E1, who have to face off against a team that have got that little, like, I don't know, the little bee in their bonnet that they've got to try and work through, this thing that's bothering them on the backside. They figure it out in the end, and if they start playing like this and it carries on through playoffs, I think I know who my money's on to see them walk away as the overall winner. KZ here. It's about to say he's fancying himself a little bit of a cheeky jump up there on the piano window, fancying himself someone up on the roof, and it's the right sort of idea. There is a player holding out above him, and there's Philippox getting rid of STK for seemingly free. Absolutely nothing in that gunfight. Not quite sure what's going on. A second one comes on through this time. They're crumbling at the seams, Tim. I don't know what's going on. That's 2 players that have just ran through fire lines and died.
I often look for the positive. You know this, Des. It's rare that I get frustrated with teams. But Iana just sprinting into Fireplace, not ready for any fight, obviously unaware of the player in dining. I've got to say there, what are you doing? Because you got exactly what you were asking for. JV92 picks up the final kill onto Flashstray. And like you said, this can be described in no other way than E1 crumbling before our eyes right now, Des. We're going to be heading into a tactical timeout, then. It's no surprise whatsoever.
My internet.
Tactical timeout for the internet.
It needed a pause. It's just like, man, there is absolute filth being sent down these lines right now. We've got to take a break.
But I don't know. What do you say in this tactical timeout if you're E1? You know, you've got to be addressing the basics. And it's a bit of a waste of a tactical timeout because you shouldn't be having to say, come on, guys, we're just sprinting into main lobby here. We're obviously not checking. you know, we obviously haven't checked Dining Corridor. We obviously aren't looking, you know, at where these players are. We're not building ourselves a picture. You shouldn't be having to talk about basics like that. If that's the basis for your tack timeout, you've got a big problem. You know, let's see if E1 can bounce back from this. Coming in, I said, if you remember, obviously a 7-1 in the first map on Clubhouse. I came into this and said it's their map pick. E1 need a 2-1 or better start of the first 3 rounds. They need to put the brakes on Furia. They need to, you know, find a way to stop them. It couldn't have gone worse. They find themselves 3-0 down, and Furia, they're just playing for fun at the minute, Des. You know, like you've said, mirror, roaming around the map, they're doing whatever they want.
Honestly, what I really would have liked in that end of that last round, when Flash is left in a 1 versus 5, you've got half the round still to play. I would never normally advocate this, but get out the building and just go and sit on a roof. Just have a chat as a team. You've given yourselves 45 seconds there with the coach to talk about it. I honestly think an extra 90 seconds probably would have really helped for the boys, just kind of talk it out amongst themselves and figure out what the hell is happening in this game. But instead, they shortchanged that a little bit. I know it's a really weird thing to say you wish you'd seen, but I do wish we'd seen that there, because I do worry that 45 seconds is not going to be enough to turn around what feels like the Titanic of a Siege game for them.
Let's look at the positive. Let's look at the positive. E1, you know, they've got the capability, they've got the players, they've been great as a team so far. You know, hopefully now, for their fans at least, they can get a couple of rounds on the board before the side switch, you know, and then maybe just shore things up on defense and start at least pushing Fury. It feels a little bit like if they can get a couple of rounds, then, you know, maybe those silly mistakes, you know, we'll stop seeing them and we'll just see them start hitting a few shots. So that's what E1 needs to be looking at here, is the basics. Don't give yourself away too easily. You know, when you get an opportunity on players, when you can pinch somebody in a 2 or a 3v1, take that opportunity, you know, and take it convincingly. Go in there and get the kills and move forward from there.
All right, well, let's see how this round plays out. They've started things off a bit slow, which I'm certainly not against. However, I'm a little bit worried about the early gunfights already being assumed here. And look at this, there's 2 or 3 players. That's good.
Much better.
A cutoff being set up there and trying to capitalize on one player out on the roam is exactly what we've been looking for. Look back to the early round when Herds was out there on the mirror doing his own thing and no one was there to isolate him or chase him down. That there is a good bit of team play where they've made use of the Deimos to force a player back. Problem is, someone's slipping through the net. Look at this. And immediately, there is team assistance right there available to help out as well. So Furia are aggressing back, but they're doing it in pairs or trios. It's hard to stop that.
It is very difficult, and that's a nice angle from Flash3 again, and this is a little bit what E1 need as well. They need their KZ, you know, we've said this already, and Flash3 is starting to step up. He's 4-3 now, 2 kills in this round. They need somebody to grab a hold of this game by the scruff of the neck and start dragging rounds over the line. You know, no matter how difficult that is and how much effort that takes, E1 need to find something from somewhere. The problem that they've got is, like we said, Furia have been playing for fun. They've been letting Mirror go off on the roam. They've been taking jump outs onto balcony. There's going to come a point where if E1 start stepping up, Furia will dial that back in a bit and we might see a bit more. I'm not saying they haven't been playing it seriously. What they've been doing has been working fantastically, but we might just see them play a little bit more reserved, and that could be a dangerous thing as well because they'll become very difficult to grind down for E1. So for me, I think they need to act quickly, get a couple of rounds whilst they can.
You're taking exactly what I was going to say, is they'll just dial back and not peak everything if they feel they're starting to lose rounds as a result. Thing is, we've seen a man advantage for E1 so many times in this series, and Furia just have the ability to turn things back on its head. There might be 4 versus 3, but don't count this one as being out. Of course, the Deimos is going to help somewhat. I imagine Nade is pretty dug in, though, and there's another one here. We're down to the last 10 seconds in a 3v3. Herds was almost in the dream position, but look at this. Felipex out on the flank, simply no time to go. Flash3, he might have found himself 2 kills in the round, but he won't find himself any more time. Furia take the round.
That round's going to be a huge blow for E1 as well, I think. You've had your tack time out. You've been more competitive in the beginning of the round. They picked up a beautiful kill to open things up, cutting them off with the Deimos scanner. Everything worked nicely for that kill. So I think, yeah, you've come out of your tack time out. You've got your entry. You've been competitive through the round, and you've still lost it. And like I say, I think that's where you start as E1, sitting and realising, you know, Furia of Plan A has been working for them, but we haven't touched Plan B and C yet. You know, they've got other tools in the toolbox here that they can bring out and use. And mentally, I think that's over this round and the next round, if Furia win this, sorry, over the last round and this round, if Furia win this round now, and it's the 2 rounds following that tack timeout, I think mentally it starts feeling like there's nothing you can do. We've said what we can say, and that hasn't even worked. You know, what can we do to turn this around? We've had our tack timeout. We've had that discussion. We probably came out of that with a bit of energy, like, right, yes, this is we know what the mistakes are. We know what we need to close down, and it just hasn't made any difference. That's going to be really tough. This, for me, is an essential win for E1 this round.
I do want to point out something really depressing as well from looking at the stats. Basetto is currently 0-12. His cost is single digits. I think it's down to 7%. After that last round, you see the numbers formally update, but not a single kill, has lost entries. His cost is literally down towards almost being negative. It is that bad at this point. And I hate dogpiling on individual players sometimes, but it's not like he can say, I've played Shields the whole game, or I've been stuck on hard support. Here he's playing on the Grim, for example. Yes, you've got a role to do with the Grim, and he'll largely be the droner for his team. But coming into a game like this and being a team that wants to make it to a major, you cannot afford performances like this at this level. And it's not all on him. You know, Perez, 3-12. STK, believe he's 3-12 as well across the whole series. It's only Flastry and Live that are really putting up any fight here, but you can't afford to have 3 players completely off the board like that.
E1 doing a lot of drawn in there, just trying to see exactly what they are up against. Let's see how they use that information. That's going to be the key here. They need to clear that utility, which is what they start doing. Default cam taken down, utility from just inside of the window as well. Now then, what's Herds doing? He's just having a little crawl around to get himself to the top of Solar without making too much noise. JV92 is going to be underneath to support as well. A lot of pressure coming towards this west main and bottom Solar stairs area from E1. They're kind of going directly in towards site, and I like this. It's working for them. Perez manages to find Felipox. The problem that they're going to have is that vertical. Is it going to hurt them later in the round? As it is, Perez goes in, gets his kill, leaves again. Back to the next stage of the plan. This is better from E1. It's more organised.
He looked a bit uncertain if he was going to get swung on, though, which maybe suggested they weren't 100% aware of the setup. There was one player inside a red hole there that I thought, well, you know, they might walk into him face first here and give away a freebie, undoing all that hard work. As actually they got the right pinch as well onto Herds. Really good bit of team play. Across these last 2 rounds, we've seen this sort of stuff coming together. It's looking good. 5v3, can they finally get around on the board?
Well, it just felt a little bit more patient from E1. You know, I've said a couple of times, and we saw it in round 2, they were just running onto the guns of Furia, running into their lines of sight. They've not done that this time. They've backed off a little bit more. They've only gone in and took those fights when they've been sure that they were in a winning position, when they've been confident that they've had the information, been able to go in with an advantage. And that's worked really well for them. So Nade does manage to take down Flastry, but Basetto, that man, he's there. He finds his kill. He gets the trade. He keeps the advantage for E1 with 20 seconds to go.
Oh, surely they don't turn this round. Surely a 2v4 doesn't still go their way. JV has barely moved his feet the whole round, and he's been here for so long. How has he not been stifter? How is he in the middle of 4 players? How has he killed 3? What on earth just happened? E1, this is tragic. I am in absolute disbelief that 4 players can be around 1 man that has not moved for 90 seconds. He has not been droned. No one has challenged him. And he pops up and gets a 3K? Like, what do the comms look like in that moment? What do you even say? Oh, guys, there's a guy in the middle of 3 of us.
How does he get... How...
1, 2, and 3. I can't believe it.
I've got to hold Perez accountable there, because JV92 misses his first few shots towards West Main, but that player sort of dips, you know, you've got bullets coming towards you, so naturally dips into a bit of cover, can't take the fight. JV92 moves around. He looks the Ash full in the face. Perez has to get that kill at that point. It comes down to the same thing we were saying on Clubhouse stairs. It's KZ at the bottom of main stairs all over again. Except even better this time from JV92. That was brilliant movement from him. But Perez and Basetto there have got questions to answer. One comes from Solar Stairs, one comes in through Trophy Window, and neither of them get the kill onto JV92. And I'm not being funny, he doesn't kill them so quickly that it would be impossible to find the kill onto him. That cannot happen. It cannot happen. JV92, take a bow, because that was absolutely brilliant. You know, it was a beautiful 3K. Rarely will you see 3 kills go down so quickly like that. You know, but the fact that the opportunity was there to do that is, you know, E1 at this point, they don't really deserve to win this game.
They don't, and they won't for that exact reason. I just like, even when it was down to like a 4v2 and I was just like, surely. Like,
I thought they've got this one. They've got this one.
And they've got at least one on the board. It's not going to be a 7-0. It's not going to be a 14-1 series. At the rate it's going, it could be a 1v5, and I'd still back Furia to win the round. I don't know if something has happened outside the game for the players before coming into today, but E1 are not at the races. They are not the normal team. And that last round, Fury can play as well as they want. That was a massive, massive cock-up coming out from E1. And one that they'll struggle, I think, to shake now mentally. That's going to rattle them for a couple of rounds. They get at least one back here. It's a 4v3. It may as well be a 7v3 for Furia.
STK doing some work there. JV92 is thinking about it. He wants a little look towards the refrigerator, I think, but he's not going to take it. He doesn't want to be giving himself away. 3 versus 4. This is still, as we know, very winnable for Furia. That signals his opportunity, but the basket is just going to prevent him from seeing Perez. Live gets a kill elsewhere as well, and E1 look like they might just have their first chalet round on the board, unless Felipox on the Goyo can hit the 1v3. We all believe it can happen, Des. We all believe it can happen. It shouldn't.
Stop speaking. You're gonna curse them. I swear to God. They've droned him. They've got the right. Oh, please.
Not
no.
like this. Not like this.
Okay, he's on blue. He's on blue. He's coming. You got. Come on. Thank God for that. Oh, thank God that was live coming down blue. Oh, my heart couldn't have taken it. This is ridiculous.
Difficult, of course, for E1 to be, you know, finding energy within the team. It's not really a celebration, you know, of getting that one round. It's a 3v1. You should be winning that all day, and they know that there's rounds along the way that they should have won as well. The thing is, you know, we can talk about the mistakes, and, you know, anybody can point out the negativity of this performance from E1, but ultimately nobody's going to be harder on themselves than themselves is the reality. You know, they're going to come away very frustrated, I would suggest, from the result and the performance. It's easier, of course, to write it off against a team like Furia and say, well, you know what, they're the best in the world for a reason. But that's not going to be the whole story for this E1 team, I don't think. You know, they are going to know that JV92 hitting a 1v3 in trophy, they're going to know that shouldn't happen. So, like you say, mentally difficult to bounce back. They've got themselves one. That gives them something. But Furia moving on to the attack, I don't think things are going to get any easier, if I'm honest.
Nope. And again, I think any team looking at this will fancy death versus facing Fury, because again, to take it over from A1, we're focused on the errors they're making. It takes 2 to tango, and Fury are tangoing like the best in the business right now. Every player is on their game today. They're playing the map like they're running around against a rank stack. That is how confident they look in this game. I mentioned it back from round 1 with the mirror being out on the roam with 1 speed off doing a thing was a little bit crazy in itself and stayed there the entire round. They look nigh on unstoppable here, and I back them a lot to get a couple of rounds over the line and see this one out 7-1.
Yeah, immediate pressure. So they've opened up mud window, so may well choose to go in. There was a castle barricade on the door to blue stairs. Can be dealt with pretty easily as the Ash was there. Castle is roaming around on that mid-floor. Flash Stray has had some success so far. We'll see whether he can continue with that, but he's going to need it because he's going to find himself potentially pressured. But no, Herds, he goes straight in. I'm not sure if they're aware of the castle, but they've completely bypassed him. And if they don't know about this, he's going to hurt them, but they do. Basetto stands tall, finds a great kill onto Herds. And that is a big moment for E1. That breaks the back of something Furia were trying to do. They were trying to get a little bit cheeky. They were trying to just catch them with a sucker punch. But not this time. E1 had their guard up. They've blocked it. And they've found themselves, at least, with a slight advantage in this round.
And the tiniest bit of redemption for Basetto, who now finds himself with a couple of kills across the series. So it's not going to end being like a 0-14, 0-15 kind of job. But K's, like, you can find a nice little kill there where you catch Hers trying to be a bit cheeky. Cool. And then Casey steps up and does that. Horrific.
Perez does manage to find Felipox, and live the Capcan trap, JV92, and this shows, you know, they are not without mistake themselves. Wanders into a Capcan trap, not been picked up by the drone in. They've only got one drone remaining, so E1, you know, let's find the positives. They've done a good job of the intel game here. They've taken a lot of that away from Furia. Found kills, Capcan traps are perfect for a kill. You don't even have to put yourself at any risk. 4 versus 2 now, E1. Looking good for another round.
Are they, Tim? Okay, I've said that too many times this series.
Looking good for another round, Des.
Okay, Tim. Okay, we'll see if that transpires. They've got 45 seconds to... To be fairness, I'll give it as well. Like, E1 are on the defense. It's okay.
There we go.
Nice little spray down to window as well. Should get the final close here on towards Nade, who's inside the goo mine and does get picked off. STK collecting those last 2. A little bit of stability forming for E1, but it is still a long road ahead. Imagine if they reverse sweep this map now and win the whole series.
It'll be, you know...
Comeback of the century.
Poetic. It'd be poetic to do it against Furia, who themselves have one of the, you know, best comebacks in Siege history. You know, one of the most memorable comebacks, of course, at SI23 this year. Sorry, SI24 this year in the final. Nice. To do it against that team, you know, to flip reverse this and send Furia down to the LCQs, it would be something, Des. But I tell you what, E1 are going to need another 10 to 12 rounds before I even start thinking about that.
That's the problem. That is the problem. There is so much to still work here. And again, a lot of mental battle to overcome for E1, that even with a couple of rounds on the board now, the road ahead is still extremely long and extremely perilous. Now, as you can see, we are in a tech pause. It's not a tech timeout. Tech pause, obviously a tech issue. Players, coaches cannot speak during that time, which is why you're seeing no conversation going on. And we always have really interesting conversations about these moments in series where you sat here, one team is clearly in the lead, clearly playing better, clearly have got control of everything. The other doesn't. Who benefits the most in that situation? Is being left alone with your thoughts during this time the best thing for the team that's down? Or does it kill the momentum and slow down the one that's ahead? And there's never really been a clear-cut answer for it. It's not something we've either tracked or analysed either, but I'd be really curious to know what goes through the players' minds when they're sat there waiting for that.
I think it's probably, you know, more difficult for E1 at this point. I don't think any break's really going to matter to Furia. They've played so well so far. And so, you know, they're just going to be sat there super chill, just waiting to get back in. No problem. E1, like you say, you're stuck with your own thoughts a little bit. You know, individual players are probably, you know, as much as you try not to, maybe thinking over mistakes that they've made along the way. You know, maybe easy kills that they've given away, opportunities they haven't taken. Start mulling it over in your mind, and then all of a sudden you're back into things, and you got to be careful with that mindset. We know how important it can be within any kind of sport, traditional, esport, anything like that. You know, your frame of mind and the way that you deal with those failures is absolutely huge. So we can see a lot of utility being expended into that top floor. Furia are going to be trying to hold on to Master and Office to give them the verticals down into kitchen and dining.
Absolutely, and of course, out on the roam, as you come to expect. And why wouldn't you put one of your best gunners out there as well? Live out there, keeping them busy around that side of the map. All about slowing things down and delaying that approach itself towards the actual sites. I think against Furia, as you say, against so many of the top teams in the world, you give them 5 players set up in the optimal positions for an execute, they will execute and they will win. So you have to find a way to trick them up throughout the round, whether it's drawing away drones, drawing away utility, taking away a couple of players, for example, taking away things that make that execute itself less potent or less viable to pull off. That is really what the goal is going to be here, I imagine, for Live and the other roamers. Just try and waste as much time as you can, but the most important thing is don't go losing your lives. And against a Dokkaebi, that ain't too easy.
Furia just starting to burn through that top floor utility a little bit. We saw the castle barricade being taken down. Just makes it a little bit more difficult for E1 to rotate around that top floor. They'll be concerned about double window. There's nobody playing on there on the rappel at the minute, but something that E1 certainly need to think about. JV92 has got himself established in library, so Furia are at least finding themselves a little bit of a beachhead inside of the top floor. The question is, can they push forward now and start finding kills? It's going to be up to JV92, but he cannot. STK finds him with the shotgun headshot through the wall. Passetto manages to pick up one as well. And right now, Furia, they need to be finding their mojo again. They need to be getting themselves back into that flow state.
They'll be looking to come for it here as well. Onwards they march, trying to dig up what they can. Like, surely, you know, there's a player dug in. Philippox is on the window as well. They could force a trade. They're expecting one to be a little bit closer. It's the right kind of idea. He sees the arm, knows where the head will be, but Flashstreet's just a little bit too quick. Nay's there to secure a trade. Furia into a 2v3.
Good to see that E1 might have finally arrived into this matchup, Des. We could be finding ourselves with a third round on the board for them. 3 versus 2, 45 seconds left to go. The more important factor here being that Furia have zero control inside of the map. We've still got E1 with players up on top floor. Perez, he's the one. He's going to get the kill onto Philippox. Ooh, very close to a headshot on the Ying as well.
Cozy.
Manages to catch him as he moves back across. Double for Perez to wrap it up. And all of a sudden, it's 3-5 on the scoreboard. And E1 are one step at a time walking that comeback journey.
Call me a cynic. This is probably a point where, as Furia, I call an attack timeout. And I think you say, right, boys, what are we doing? Like, why are we letting this happen? They were in so much control and steaming their way through the map, no bother at all. And now it's all started to crumble here in the second half. Admittedly, again, off back of good play coming out of E1. And it's one thing I'll stand to on Clubhouse. I know they got battered 7-1. Their strategical play was good. I didn't think they played poorly as such. It's just Furia were on a different level. Now we're not quite seeing the same rise coming out from Furia on this map. It's more like a team effort that's coming out from them, and E1 look very, very flat. If they're now starting to turn things around and showing a little bit of belief, I'd start to feel a little bit worried in Furia's shoes. Really got to tighten things up here. Remember back to the comments that were made in the interview after, I think it was, third from last play day. They've got to get back to that mind state they were in when they were a little bit pissed off at themselves and knowing they were letting things go and they shouldn't be. Furia, given how they played so far, should not let E1 back into this series. If this goes to bank, anyone's game.
E1 just need to find their stage 2 form. You know, they've been at times absolutely electric in stage 2. We know that they can do it. Over the last couple of rounds, everybody's kind of stepping up. We've seen Bassetto get kills, Flashstreet, STK, Live, Perez. They're all now getting in on the action. If you remember at the beginning of this game, that's one thing that I said about E1, is there is not necessarily a standout player. It is about their contributions and work as a team. That is what makes them great. That is what has won them games through stage 2. And we're starting to see that now. They're not caught in the headlights of this Furia onslaught anymore. They're starting to go back to what their own strengths were, and it's working for them. Furia getting frustrated, not being able to take map control because the crossfires are there. E1 are ready to take those fights and win them. They're in advantageous positions. And if they can continue this, there's definitely the potential for them finding a map here and taking us to 3.
Well, a good approach here in expecting a player to be on the solar stairs, and it was KZ back in round 1 that was in here that walked away with the 2K, if you recall. Same sort of approach. Capital the stairs, so they're forced downwards and try and get the cuts, but it's not going to happen. They even got a player downstairs, and Perez is still found to. Putting on his best KZ cosplay here, Tim. 2 kills to start the round, and already it feels like Furia are going to crumble in this one as well. This goes to 5-4. Suddenly you start feeling very nervous.
Well, the thing is, there's been times where I've asked E1, what are you doing? You've walked into them there. You should know better. And I've been critical. And now it's Furia's turn because they droned that player bottom solar stairs. They knew Perez was in and around trophy, and they have strayed one by one across that window and allowed him easy gunfights to pick them up. And that, from Furia's perspective on the attack, is unforgivable. You can't be giving E1 them easy kills. Really well taken by Perez. 3 versus 2. Damage to Herds. He's somehow in a position to get the diffuser down here, and I'm not sure that E1 are aware of this. There's certainly nothing they can do to stop it. And Furia, they might just be able to secure a smash and grab here, Des.
A smash and grab it would be as well. JV finds a second and one's down 2. But Perez, is he on for the ace? He started out with 2 earlier down in Trophy. Has got 2 more. No, they're all out. That's it. He's down. What? They've walked away with it. That is a magical turnaround when it looked like for a second Furia were on for something special, but no. Perez has gone nuclear. He really is done in that KZ cosplay.
If you remember, I said E1 needed their KZ. They needed whoever it was going to be to step up, take this game by the scruff of the neck and start dragging it over the line round at a time. And that has been Perez over the last couple of rounds. He has really stepped up there. That last one in particular. Like I said, Fury, they gave him a couple of freebies down in Trophy there, but you've got to take them. Just because they get served up on a plate, it doesn't mean that you're going to eat them up. However, Perez was there, ready and waiting, found himself too. Big mistake from Furia, knowing that he was there, and they've been punished for it. So much so, they rip the cord and they go into the tack timeout.
I was so confused at that round end. I've had to pull up our internal stream on the side and look at it and what happened. He sprayed and he killed
four. I don't know if he got the fifth.
in one. I think it almost looked like a collateral. I think it was the second bullet that came out and found the second headshot, but he removed both at the same time. And I was like, oh, surely he gets the ace then. Wait, where's the fifth player? Absolutely ludicrous. But it was this play here that got things going, that double killing towards Trophy. And for a second, when I saw this, I thought, oh no, like a 2v1 for Furia, post-plant, that is theirs. They just happened to be so unfortunate enough to line up at the exact moment Perez came pushing up through Solar Stairs. Beautiful stuff. That's the critical round out of the way, because if that one went the way of Furia, it's 6-3. Even with E1 back in form, you struggle to see them winning 3 rounds on the bounce. Now, you start to believe, but Furia have had that timeout. They can pull off some crazy stuff if they want here. Looking at things like a blitz, for example, to try and catch the other side off guard, whatever it might be, some preset execute. There's lots of choices they've got to play with. They've only got to get it right a couple of times. E1, but they're still only a round behind. It is scary how close it is.
Really is. The limited Portuguese that I have learnt through Siege told me that it was a 4K there, I believe, for Perez. So I think there was 1 kill in the mid-round that didn't go to him. He got the opening 2 in Trophy, and he got the final 2 up in Master Bedroom, but there was just 1 in the middle. They bookmarked somebody else's kill that rounded it out. But again, E1 fighting back a round at a time. That's 3 in a row now. They've had the entry in all 3 as well, and Furia have done nothing on the attack so far. They've looked far less than convincing, Des. Tell me a time where Furia have been, you know, confidently in control of a big part of the map, confidently in a position to put the diffuser down. I know that they got it down last time, but I wouldn't say it was confidently. They weren't there ready for the post plan. It was dealt with by E1. So, you know, overall, Furia struggling on this side of the game.
Oh. For what it's worth, it was STK who found Nade in the middle of the round. So thanks, STK, for ruining our party. But outside of that, it's something that I'm sure they'll be happy to take. Perez, I'm sure, will not mind giving up an ace if it means his team gets something out of it. The call coming on through here from the Dockerby as well. You can see it coming out of JV, and this is nice. A bit of team play coming together to find STK picked off. A good start from Fury. Inside 60 seconds, they're up 5 versus 4.
Yeah, much better from them there. Just able to go in, use that teamwork, get that kill. This is what I've been talking about. Slow things down, Furia. Do it properly. Stop running into lines of sight. Stop giving away double kills at the beginning of the round. That was much better from them. Herds did take a bunch of damage along the way, and they may need those Rotero drones to clear out utility off these walls, for example, to get the breaching done. So they do need to be careful with his life and make sure he's using that utility. He's got 2 more Rotero drones in pocket. They don't want to be losing them.
They've got time to play with is the most important part. They're certainly in no rush. The Selma's now coming out from the ace, for example. Getting that wall opened up. And of course, you've got the Capital, which is the most critical thing they want. Also, with the Dokkaebi still with the call in back pocket, they've got lots of utility to make this work. But I'm worried about Flashy Tim. I know that he's inside a trench and will have to get forced back at some point, but he's on the Warden. He can deal with smokes and whatever else they might throw at him. He's not going to be too phased by it. He could be massive troublemaker. Perez gets the side shot as well when it looked like for a second they were coming in for the Warden. They're caught him completely off guard. Beautiful stuff.
Nice aggressive angle from Perez there. He understands that it's going to be difficult with his teammates covering him for Furia to push down and take him, you know, off that angle. So he's just going to stand there and hold trench door, really supporting his Warden. Bassetto does get taken down by JV92. Flashstreet is the critical player at this point. He's in the position to hold them out of this, but he is being supported from inside of sight. That death of Bassetto might have moved Perez, though. As you can see now, he drops back into sight. He has to go deeper. But how about this? The walk down blue. Live is there, but kills come in elsewhere. Live goes a 1v4 to a 1v3. Can he find any more? No. Herds, he finds a crucial round for Furia. They dial it back a bit. You feel like they just took the aggression off there. And they just had so much patience in dealing with Trench. They knew the opportunity would come. It did. And now they have several opportunities, 2 to be precise, to close this one out inside 2 maps.
It'll feel heartbreaking when E1 has started a bit of a comeback as well, but again, you can't take it away from Furia. That round was one of those executes downstairs that just keep it super sweet and simple. Get control of Solar and Trophy side, get control of Trench, and make the plant look like it's at least going down in the most standard position. Have a player come black stabbing through blue a bit later on as well to try and support this attack that you're coming through with, and just set up these long-range crossfires that you know generally the defenders are not going to be able to compete with, as well as the long scope weapons that the attackers tend to come in with. Really nice and simple. Went back to basics. Didn't have to overcomplicate things. That was the right call from Fury. And I think the tac timeout no doubt said that is like, look, boys, enough solo hero plays, enough Herds charging down blue by himself trying to get a backstab. Keep it short and sweet, and we'll make it work out from there. And they're showing that class here where they can change from the gameplay that E1 have adapted to and got used to and go back to much more standard Siege here that looks more, dare I say, professional in a way. It looks very much more put together. They're going to be hard to beat if they attack like that again.
The question is, will Furia keep their foot off the gas, or will they overheat? Will they get too excited now that they've got that round and they can start pushing forward? I would expect not. I think they will recognise very quickly what worked about the round, and we're going to see the same sort of pressure coming. They're going to recognise where are those crucial pinch points and how are we going to deal with them, and they will persist until they are able to. As it is, we see the utility being taken out. That's going to be the castle barricade that was protecting Piano. That's going to be ripped down, and the top floor clearance can begin.
Tried his very best there to be a disruptive.
Big gamble from that. Big gamble from E1.
He gets away with it. He gets the diffuser down outside. He kills the Capitao, and it's a 5 versus 4. I don't want to say strictly worth, but not a bad play to try and make. And Herds has then tried to respond in kind, going quite aggressive, and has been bitten by that one. So both sides there showing a little bit of aggression to try and feel each other out. They're down to a 4 versus 4.
Going to allow Furia into the top floor, though. They can start taking that before working their way down now, looking to potentially catch out these roamers before they start thinking about the basement site, of course. 1 minute 40 on the clock, so that's going to be a factor for Furia. There's plenty of time yet, but they haven't cleared everybody off the mid floor. They've still got work to do, and they haven't even started touching the utility of site. So if E1 can get 4 alive back to site, that's not bad. As I say it, Perez will be taken down, though.
Live's dug in here as well, and not in a bad spot. Very similar to the spot that JB pulled off that ridiculous play earlier on. Not sure he's been sniffed out yet, but the right sort of idea. Flash comes on through, of course, can just step in behind the door frame there and stay safe for now. Nade has got in there and he's behind him. Do they know? I don't think he's even aware that he's coming behind him here as well. Surely has the idea, and he's gone right past him. Checked everything except the exact corner that Live had dug inside of. Now steps round for another 1v1. Live wins it out again, and Bassetto's on the board as well. The boys have backed him, and they're 1 round away from sending this through to overtime.
They were a few pixels away from losing that round, is the reality. Nade comes around, has a look, can't quite get the read onto Live, doesn't know he's there. They don't have drones in a position to be able to provide that intel for him, and that is a big misstep again from Furia. What is it about that position today? We saw it from JV92 with the 3K at the end of the round last time. This time it's Live who gets away with it, manages to get a double and secures it. I didn't think we were going to see 12 rounds out of this one. E1 have shown great mental fortitude to keep themselves in it, and Furia now have one more opportunity to close this out in regulation.
Oh, wow. What a comeback story this would turn into. We said at the very start of it, the head, it sits with Furia. The heart, it lies with E1. We love an underdog story. And they had a point here of actually managing to do it as well. Again, there's still a lot more to go. There's a lot more siege to be played if that does become the case. Heaven knows, Bank could return to be an absolute stomping whitewash for Furia. But they've got to get it done here. 1 round to keep E1 in the conversation. Otherwise, Furia, they take the 2-0. They move on in playoffs.
Initial run out from E1, not really necessarily learning the lesson from last time around. SDK did lose his life at the beginning of the round to it. This time Live does manage to survive, but they need to be cautious. They certainly don't want to be giving Furia too much. They were able to overcome that loss last time, but it's not going to be the case every single time. Leapox does get himself onto the double window. Real power position when you're trying to take this top floor. Cuts off so many rotates. Question is, how aggressive will they get onto it? It looks like E1 quite happy to take a little peek, and Leapox is going to take himself off that rappel for the time being. But Perez finds himself down from a long angle being held by Herds, and this is why I say it is so powerful opening that window.
It is, yeah, and they really wanted to hold on to it as well. We had the castle barricade up on the doorway. We had the mine magnets to protect it. And obviously, when you've got a Zofia on side, that is a lot of range utility that can burn through that setup and has managed to expose someone, which they almost in fact did manage to finish off in the end as well. Water's down to 20 HP at this point, so that's a bit of a stinger as well from that long angle that you saw from the sledge. Good start, and they're about to get another here as well. Surely not. At least point that surely now you're starting to realize, oh, he's at range. Maybe we shouldn't peek that one, guys.
Yeah, I don't think they had any idea that Herds was at range there. I think they assumed, because obviously, you know, you don't get quite as much information on the pro player HUDs, so I think they maybe assumed he'd been downed from the rappel, so we'll go and maybe get aggressive onto it, but they definitely weren't ready for the long-range fight that came, and Herds had held his patience and held the line of sight. The drones go in just looking for that bit of intel that's going to be the spark in the keg to send them in to try and take this top floor control so that they can think about sight. But for the time being, E1 not doing a terrible job of holding on.
For now, I mean, it's still down to the man advantage. You've got to find a kill from somewhere, and STK could have been that guy, but he ain't that guy when Nade's the one ready and waiting. A 5v3 that could be cool. Another one coming out here as well for 2 players left standing. It almost looked like a fairy tale recovery, but Bassetto, a player who, as we've said, has had 4 kills all series, has got to find 4 more. It's not going to be the case. Furia, they almost let it slide in map 2, but they take a 2-0 and march on through playoffs.
Yeah, I think Fury will be more than happy with that performance. There's E1 made a comeback of it. Let's not forget, E1 have been super solid through stage 2. They're really capable in the server. They just couldn't quite deliver today. Maybe a little bit of nerves. We saw them struggle at the major, let's not forget. You know, when it's all on the line in a best of 3, there's a lot more pressure, and E1 just couldn't quite live up to the game today. But Furia, effectively, in 4 halves of Siege there across those 2 maps, they've had 1 wobbly half. It's really not a bad day at the office for them.
It is not, and the ability to show they can change that play style when they've already been figured out in a way, and E1 are adapting to what they saw before, I think is already a massive improvement for them. What I will give to E1 in this one, because obviously they're now departing, they're going to have to go through LCQs if they want to try and make it to the Montreal Major in November, is I think they've saved a little bit of face on map 2. If they'd gone 7-1, 7-0, 7-1, 7-1, whatever it might be as a scoreline, I think at least getting some rounds on the board here and showing a bit of fight back, creating a little bit of belief, does go to show there is quality in this team, and you can't judge them off this series alone. As you say, they've been great through the stage, they've finished in 3rd place, and this was a team that last stage no one knew and still managed to make it to the major. Their only way forward here is upwards, I think, and it's a real great thing to see. Maybe they've got to reassess a few players on the team as well and look if that's what they need moving forwards. But I think at least here, boys, hold your head high. You've faced off against the world champions, and at least on one of the maps, put up a decent show.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think,
for the most part. Not this play.
For the most part.
Just close your eyes, guys. Don't look at that play.
Just as we come into the JV92 triple. You know, yes, for the most part, E1 have, in that second map at least, you know, been very good. There were some glaring mistakes along the way that were frustrating to see from an E1 that hasn't made those through the stage. It is still a team that I am very much excited about. We've seen lots of big moments from them through the stage and through this game as well on Chalet. You know, particularly Perez and Live having really big moments along the way in that second half of things. So there is still a lot to be excited about for this E1 team. You know, I don't think it's the last we've seen of them. It's not going to be an easy run in LCQs. Brazilian LCQs are never easy because of some of the teams that are going to be tumbling down there effectively from these playoffs as well as E1. You know, in the next match, we're going to have either FaZe or NIP. You know, it's never going to be easy to try and get through those LCQs. But yeah, I think we're still going to see plenty of growth out of this E1 side, whether it is at the Montreal Major or, you know, whether it's not, time will tell. But overall, Furia just a bit of a different class for a lot of the game today.
They were, for sure. And again, moments of brilliance from E1, but again, can also not ignore the team that have come out on top here in dominant fashion. Clubhouse especially was something. That first half of this map, like, They made it look easy, Tim. They didn't even look like they were having to play the usual game. I mentioned a few times it felt like they were running around against a ranked stat, getting out on their own, being aggressive, not having to play too tight as a team. They had to have that tech timeout to kind of say, right, boys, fun's been had now. Let's get the job done and wrapped up. They've done just that. They've shown that composure when things need to change mid-series. And for that, I think they should be very, very proud. It doesn't mean that the rest of the playoffs will be easy for them, but it's a great way to start their run.
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree with you. I think, you know, Furia, they needed that performance after the stage. You know, they needed something to really start pushing them forward. But talking of pushing forward, we can move on with our broadcast. We've got an interview lined up for you so we can have a chat to Furia and see exactly what's gone on.
Appreciate it, boys. I think this is proof that rumors of Furia's demise were greatly exaggerated at this stage. Best of ones are one thing, but best of threes are a completely different beast, and Furia just continue to prove it. That's the arena that they thrive in, and I think maybe after map 1 we were thinking this bad boy was going to be quick. Kudos to E1 for bringing something back on Chalet, but even if it's your map pick, Furia is still the better team.
Yeah, and I mean, even on the the first half of the second map, it still looked like it was potentially a very fast game, given that, was it like in 3 rounds, E1, 4 kills in total, I think it was. So not the greatest start for them there. Luckily, they're able to force a bit of a comeback. It was a bit confusing, and you know something really is going wrong when you've upset a man like Tim. He doesn't often get upset about teams and tries to look at the positive, like he says as well, but there were clearly things going wrong on the side of E1, and for Furia it was similar to what we saw from them in the previous game as well that they played on Skyscraper. I love to see them get aggressive, I love to see them get active, and then I think E1 were trying to take a page out of the book of Furia as well, with some jump outs here and there, but Furia have their angles covered.
Yep, now a 5-map win streak for Furia going into a game against Liquid in the semifinals. Let's give Philip Hawks a microphone real fast to talk about this game. Dude, congratulations on the victory. It's commonplace to see you hop on for the interviews, dude, because you guys just keep on doing really well. But how good does it feel to be back in a best of 3 again after so many days of best of 1s?
Thank you. It feels great to be back to the BO3. It's the format that we prefer. We don't like playing BO1s, to be honest. So today, yeah, it was a good game from us. We could have finished early, I think, but Casey and Hertz can't hold themselves when the match is easy like that. And yeah.
Awesome, love to hear that. Congratulations on the victory today. I was really excited to see you guys play Clubhouse because everyone seems to ban it against you. Today you finally got to play it. Your thoughts on the map veto and how it went?
Actually, this stage we were not playing good Clubhouse. We lost the 2 Clubhouse that we played in the BO1s against VKS and against Liquid. So I don't think they were expecting that map big from us. But we worked a lot on the map. We improved a lot from what we were doing, and it went great.
You dominated E1 in the round robin, and then you dominated them again, specifically on Clubhouse. Obviously, things on Chalet were a little bit different, but when it comes to playoffs, did it feel like they changed up their playstyle very much from when you played them last week, or is it basically the same team that you could take advantage of here?
It was basically the same team. I don't think they had time to do that because they took a day off on Monday, and so they had 3 days to, I don't know, to change stuff. So I don't think they couldn't do anything to change, and they were basically the same team.
All right, your next match is Liquid, and when you last met them in Manchester, they unfortunately ended your great run of events that you've had. How are you going to make sure you have the upper hand coming up against Liquid?
Yeah, playing against Liquid is always tough. They're a great team. Lagon is a great IGL. He's always bringing new stuff, and I think the shield meta is being very good for them, because Lagones is playing shield basically every round, either Blitz or Monty. So I think it's going to be a very tough match tomorrow, but we are going to prepare today, and I think we're going to win.
Yep, you're going into that Liquid game with the hot hand. Obviously, Liquid themselves are going to be a little cold because they didn't have a game to play today, but you're on the right track, dude. Congratulations, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Big deal to go into semifinals on what is now a 5-game win streak. And if anyone has to play Fury at this point, I'm terrified for their chances. As good as Liquid have looked in the bracket, the way that guys like KZ were playing today specifically were just insane. And JV absolutely had his fair share of fantastic moments on Chalet too.
Yeah, and I love how Philippok said that, you know, when we are going well, it just seems like KZ and Hertz can't control themselves, and that is something we're seeing not here just on Chalet, but we saw it on Clubhouse as well. Once they really start ramping up, there is absolutely no way of stopping them. But I guess a little side note for Liquid as of tomorrow is just please take your corners, because a player like JV92 should absolutely not get away with what he got away with in round 5. Being in that corner, having multiple players of E1, know where he is, look at him and still get away with it. I think you could see on his face how surprised maybe he was himself with that moment as well, but that really showed how dominant Furia was going into this matchup.
Yeah, Furia had 4 good halves in this series, and E1 only had the 1 on that Chalet comeback. They had the opportunity, but still it couldn't manifest. And KZ 25-13 and was a perfect 4-0 on entry going through this entire series. That's phenomenal. Nothing for Furia, for me, looks any different from the sort of Furia that will go to international events and kick everyone's butt. So this is completely normal as far as Furia fans should be concerned. For E1, if you have these sorts of stats in the LCQ, you're really not going to go far.
Yeah, and KZ is a player that we expect to pop off in this situation, and that normally puts these numbers on the boards. Similar with Hertz, actually. However, I think for this stage, Hertz has had a more difficult time, so for him to step up when they need him the most, that's something we love to see. But for KZ, it is expected that he shows up like this, going 4-0 on the entry, like you mentioned as well, to create that early advantage for themselves with that aggression that we're seeing from Furia. I mean, it's maybe early days, but Furia seem to be having a really good upper hand going into the playoffs.
Yeah, I don't want to say it's just them taking advantage of an E1 team that very clearly looked out of sorts, and maybe to Philippok's point, playing on Clubhouse maybe wasn't expected. Maybe if it's a different map, then suddenly this series looks a little different. The sorts of things that we will continue to question for eternity because we've got no way to double check. It's in the past at this point. Congratulations to Furia. That game against Liquid's going to be a good one tomorrow. But coming up next, quarterfinal number 2, Ninjas in Pajamas and FaZe Clan after the break.
Hates desce na maluquice, acaba caindo também do outro lado, JV. 2x2, dramático esse round, Retalha. Olha, cara. Quem será que leva? Olha o plant. KZ vem do outro lado para surpreender, quase que toma no shift. Ele ainda pode buscar, trocou do outro lado para garantir a eliminação. Buscou 1-1 jogadores. Fúria leva o jogo, Retalha.
Tá tudo igual. Souls, PM lançada. Vai desligar as Fnets. Vai conseguir a passagem. Vem pra cima. No 7-1, ele derruba mais um. Hates também cai. Olha a Clan chegando pra tentar fechar o jogo. Souls começa a plantar. Lenda, C4 que pega o KDS, mas o Souls consegue plantar. Vamos ver o Lenda na movimentação. Souls consegue derrubar o Stamp de vez. Lenda sozinho, contra Souls e Cyber. A bala pega, o Lenda vai conseguir levantar o Hornet e vai ter jogo. Vai ter jogo, o Cyber tá ligeiro. Vamos ver. Abertura no strafe de informação, 25 segundos no relógio. Lenda. Vem pra passagem. Na calma. Strafe de informação. Ele cai incapacitado. Hornet ainda tá vivo e na dosada ele pega. Marcação acontecendo. Raps vem pra cima, bang lançada, viu o jogador, consegue punir. Isso. O jogador tá cego, olha a abertura. Bala do Dodês, mesmo cego ele consegue eliminação. Vem o prefire do Mitrix, consegue puxar pro V.
Isso, Mitrix! Que isso?
Não é só careca que tá em dia, a mira também tá! Que balaço do homem!
Tá brilhando!
It's one of the longest running rivalries in Siege history, and we get to write another chapter in that narrative today. 40 times in the past have the Ninjas faced the Big Red Machine, and the 41st today is incredibly consequential. NIP need as many SI points as they can lay their hands on in order to have a shot to make the Invitational, which means they might need to make Montreal, but to do that, you gotta go through one of the most terrifying opponents you could go up against, and that's FaZe Clan.
Yeah, especially given the history that FaZe Clan have, and not only in Brazil, but internationally as well. I mean, NIP for sure have a history for themselves as well, but the current state of FaZe is not an easy one to go up against. And then you mentioned NIP need to start making these international events. Well, for sure they do, because they did not make it to Manchester. They did not make it to Esports World Cup. They had to make some changes to that roster prior to the EWC qualifiers even. And what I'm seeing so far from NIP is a lot better, but but we also talked about their inconsistency at the beginning of the stream, so that still means it is a very tough matchup coming up.
Yeah, the idea is almost anything could go in playoffs, and congratulations to NIP for having those roster changes work out to some extent, but it's only really going to matter in the context of best of threes. You've had a little bit of time to get everything adjusted. To be fair, FaZe Clan have also not had the smoothest road in either. There were several losses that meant that they couldn't secure a top 2 seed, so it's going to be a good game, but for NIP, the pressure is absolutely on them because FaZe Clan, they've got the results to justify going. They don't want to have to worry about facing SI quals. They probably won't need to. For NIP, it's a much different story. As far as this matchup is concerned, I like it. I just don't know how much I like it for NIP.
Yeah, that's true, especially given that KDS in an interview last week said as well that he's happy to go to the best of 3 territory as well, given that that is where they can risk a little bit more, and that's what we're going to see from NIP here as well. We talked about them in the pre-show, saying that they're kind of the VP from Brazil with that slower playstyle they had, at least in the previous stage, and this time with Fancy and Hades on that roster, at least speeding up things a little bit more, but their form coming into this game hasn't been the greatest. A loss versus Furia last week, struggles in the game before that one as well, and like we said, they did not make these international events as of recently, and they need all the points, especially SI points, they can get here today. We have some questions about Hades being in the correct role or not, or if their map pool is deep enough. We saw some things going wrong with the fundamentals as well last time around, so there is a lot to work on for this roster.
Yeah, they went 1-2 in their last couple of games. I mean, losing to Furia is a pain, but that's not the end of the world considering the changes they've made look substantial enough. They went from a 9th place finish in one of the worst teams on defense in Stage 1 to drastically improving that percentage in Stage 2, managing to close out with a top 6 finish and also being within the top 5 teams on defense, which is exactly where they need to be given their standings. I like where they sit currently, but they still need to prove a whole lot more because it's FaZe Clan on the opposite side. No changes to make, still the team that was grand finalists at the 6 Invitational, strong placements all around. There's nothing to really stop them, and they also won their last 2 matchups to confirm themselves a good spot and a little bit of momentum heading into playoffs. So for them, it's very much is their game to lose.
Yeah, and you mentioned how FaZe maybe have had some more struggles coming into this game. I think a lot of teams have been very successful in shutting down one of the best players on the side of FaZe. We're talking about Cyber. He's been shut down by quite some teams here and there, but they actually had a 7-1 versus Liquid as their last game. I think that match also had a lot of stakes for them. It mattered in regards to their position going into the playoffs that we saw for them. And I think one player that has really stood out to me so far in this stage is Souls. He had 100% cost in that previous game, when 13 in 3, has had 3 MVPs already so far as well this stage. And whereas we talked about NIP's defensive win rate being not so very much the greatest, 9th out of all the teams, FaZe are actually coming in with the best defensive win rate by far. 71% of their defensive rounds are rounds that they actually win as well.
It's also the first overall for just Stage 2 specifically, and that might be a problem for NIP because their attacks are within the bottom half of the league, and that's not where you want to be when you're going into a matchup that has these sorts of stakes behind it. So that's going to be the preferred side for FaZe Clan, regardless of map at this point. And speaking of maps, hopefully these end up being at least, you have to win part of this if you're NIP in the ban phase. You can't hope that everything is going to go your way, specifically in the server by itself. FaZe Clan continued to dominate, and that's ultimately going to be the big story on defense here.
Yeah, I agree with you on the point of the map pool, I guess, for NIP as well. I briefly touched upon it when I was discussing NIP. The only map they've been flawless on is Consulate. That's the only map that they've actually been able to gather some kind of a win streak for themselves here. So once we're looking at the picks coming in, I'm not surprised to see that NIP's actually gone for the Consulate pick. Surprised that FaZe let it through though, but FaZe has their best attacking win rate on Consulate. FaZe themselves pick out Clubhouse 5 out of 6 games they won in recent history, and this is not a great map for NIP. That's where it starts the troubles in their map pool. They lost their last 3 games on this map on Clubhouse, and if we get a decider today, that will be Bank. We were getting it in the previous one as well, if that would have been a decider. This time around, I think for these 2 teams, it is a pretty even one. So I think that's a good battleground for a potential final map.
But it looks like maybe it's a little bit even and maybe NIP can steal a victory away if we were to get to bank, but it's those first two that are ultimately more question marks for me. FaZe Clan have been looking phenomenal on Consulate, which is the map that NIP have picked into, hoping to steal that one away. And I think as far as I'm concerned, this looks like FaZe Clan probably were going to win the ban phase almost regardless of what happened, but I'm still hoping that NIP have a little bit left in the tank, and if they were to pull off any map win in this series, to me it almost looks like an upset.
The thing is, for NIP, they picked in the Consulate. They want to, of course, make sure that they win out this map. I think if we notice on the very early part of this map that things are going wrong, it's going to be a really tough match for NIP to bring back, especially given that we're going to Clubhouse after, and that is the map that they haven't been able to win on since June this year. But my hopes will be towards Fantasy specifically. I touched upon him being the newest addition to this roster. He really brings some pace. He's a standout player, and I hope that he can spearhead this roster into some kind of success today.
Obviously, the matchup on the other side, if you were to go to semifinals, is W7M, a squad that themselves looked like they were going to be mid-table before making a final push into semis at the very last second. Probably a loss that FaZe Clan themselves are smarting a little bit from. Top 2 was obviously something that they were contending for a while. Couldn't close things out in the end. But the big question is NIP overall. We had the video package. We were looking at EK, breaking everything down at a very minute detail about the teams that they beat in order to do that. But again, the only teams that they managed to knock off, like you mentioned, were teams that didn't qualify for playoffs in the first place. So they got to farm points over the squads that obviously were having more struggles than they were. But the question will be, like you mentioned, are the role integrations for NIP working out in this matchup? And that's probably going to be the biggest question heading into this game for me.
I agree. I mean, we'll have to see how these new, well, technically new players fit into this roster going into the best of 3 territory as well. And given that the last time this roster faced off against each other in that best of 3 scenario was for the Esports World Cup qualifiers. That was when we saw Fantasy and Hayes just fresh on this team and you know, maybe a honeymoon period for a roster when you see new additions to it. Well, that was not the case. It was a 2-0 for FaZe, so anything that NIP can do better here, even if it's just winning a map, it is an improvement given from the last time.
Let's talk to Ace and Dez about their thoughts on this matchup. Again, boys, this is the time to be a little bit biased and a little bit opinionated before we jump into things. So I'm just curious, if you look at that ban phase, do we see FaZe Clan being more dominant overall and thinking that this is probably one that leans in their direction? Or do we think NIP taking Consulate and also having Clubhouse in their back pocket, do we like those maps for NIP more? Tim, what do you think?
I like the map ban for FaZe. I think even if NIP come out and take Consulate, I think FaZe take Clubhouse, and I always like the team that takes the second map in a best of 3 if you're going all the way to 3, and especially on bank Brazilian teams, it's a heavily picked map in Brazil. You've got to be good on it. They all are. So I think I like FaZe for this.
Des, same question to you. What do you think?
This is a fun one. I think on the veto alone, like, it's surprisingly actually good for NIP. I was saying it in the group chat before we got started. You look at their bans this stage, they have banned Clubhouse and Consulate once each across their entire veto series. It's not like it's Clubhouse has been banned 5 times, they've let it through 3 times to be banned by the other side or something. They love playing both of these maps and they want to play them. FaZe are very much the same. Their map pool itself is massive. So I think both teams will be really happy with how this sets up. Who walks away the winner? A hard one to call. NIP are really spiky. FaZe, I think, are a better rounded team. Is it a superhero game or is it a team game? We're going to find out.
All right, date with it. W7M is on the horizon. This bad boy gets underway right now. Gentlemen, have a good one.
Thank you very much, Jacob and Anna. Absolutely. Tim, what I said there really is my thoughts on this game is we've got real spiky players on the side of NIP and Fantasy and Hates, for example. They go nuclear, they are going to be a problem for FaZe. But FaZe, you and I have seen these guys in top 2, top 3, top 4 of tournaments consistently for the last 3, 4, 5 years, it feels. It's hard to bet against them.
We've had some of our absolute best ever games. You know, when people say to me, you know, what are your favourite matches that you've cast? Which one step out? FaZe have been in multiple, you know, they're in a number of them because we have seen some absolute top level performances from them over and over again. I think it's going to be a tough day for NIP. I don't know. NIP have had the 2 new players come in. Hates and Fantasy are doing really well. They're the top 2 rated players for NIP through stage 2. So, you know, they are definitely fitting in, and NIP's style is changing a little bit, but I just feel like they need a little bit more time. I put FaZe kind of just above them at the minute because of the consistency of roster. They know each other really well. They've had continued performance now. So yeah, just kind of put them a little bit above there.
It's such a hard one. And I know on paper, like, FaZe are that team that you'd be silly to bet against. It's FaZe, for God's sake. But I just have a feeling with NIP, there's going to be some surprises brewing throughout this as well. We'll take a look at their lineups now as well, starting off with FaZe. In case you aren't familiar with them, maybe it's your first time watching Brazil. Well, if you watch any international Siege, you'll be very aware of all of these players. They were part of what many would call the greatest series in Siege ever early this year in Sao Paulo. And of course, are looking to now get back there and this time get the job done and get the win.
It is about setting down a marker now. We've just seen it from Furia. There are big games to come after this, but the winners of these matches do go on and opportunities. If you don't win your next match, you'll play in the lower bracket, which also has a position up for grabs as well. So FaZe, yeah, they're a team full of names that know exactly what this is about. Plenty of experience and plenty of opportunity to get themselves a step further towards Montreal.
And NIP, I think of that team that for the longest time we were worried we'd never see back in form again. Obviously had a big win back in 21, played really, really well. Didn't quite keep that form. We've been wondering when we'd see them come back, and it feels like maybe they're just starting to get there. Is their time a bit too soon, though, to be bringing down teams like FaZe? Quite possibly. It's certainly not the game that I'd love to start my playoff run with. There's a very tall order thing in front of them here, but the capability on this team, similar to what I was saying about E1 earlier, it's very high. They just might need a little bit more time in the oven.
Certainly could be the case. Like we said, for NIP, the ones that you're looking out for really are going to be Fantasy and Hates. But Psycho and People have had some really big games as well.
Yeah, I mean, look at that as well. What a history between these two teams. 23 and 17 for all time, but dead even in the Brazilian league. Oh, man. This is going to be one of those that obviously, although we're in playoffs now, it carries a bit more weight. It's not just the best of one during the actual group stage itself. It's going to be a real meaty showdown. Can't wait to see which way it plays. However, I do understand that we've got a video ready and waiting, as per usual, between these two teams to see what they had to say about each other, coming into what can only be described as a matchup here that is the El Clasico of Brazil. Let's take a look at that now.
A partida contra a LIP com certeza vai ser uma grande partida. Reformularam a line tá muito melhor e acredito que vai ser um jogo muito pegado também.
O jogo contra a FaZe é um jogo sempre um pouco mais difícil, porque eles jogam um playstyle que só eles no Brasil jogam praticamente, eles jogam bem lento, só que eles erram muito pouco. Espero que seja um jogo fácil, mas nunca é, né?
Quem tem que ficar de olho na NiP é o Zap. Desde que entrou na NiP, vem jogando muito bem. Para mim, ele é o melhor jogador de lá.
Eu acho que tem que ficar de olho no Randy. Eu acho que ele provavelmente é um dos melhores jogadores do Brasil em atividade. Ele tá jogando muito no momento, tá num momento muito bom.
Aí, Fantão, vou estar ganhando de você, porque a última vez que você ganhou uma partida com eu estando no lobby, você estava no meu time.
Para FaZe se cuidar, que a gente tá forte, a gente sabe muito como eles jogam, é um pouco previsível até, então a gente vai dar trabalho para eles.
I do find it a little bit ironic that we've got NIP sitting there saying FaZe play slow, because that has been NIP's whole identity for the last few years, Tim.
The last 5 years, yeah, it's been something that NIP have done repeatedly. I was interviewing NIP back in 2020, you know, talking to Julio at the time. We'd regularly interview Julio, and I'd say to him every week, Julio, you're still slow. What is going, you know, he'd say, yeah, we know, but, you know, we're trying to change. And it's been something that's been around for a long time for NIP. I think Fantasy and Hates are definitely two players that can change that. We're starting to see it. We are starting to see the momentum behind the team, the way they attack. They're getting a lot of entry engagement successfully. You know, the Hates and Fantasy are a big part of that. They are really putting up some numbers, and it just drives them really well into the round. And to be honest, it leans into something that historically NIP I don't think should get rid of. It's something historically they've always been really good at, and that was managing the game. They would go in and get a couple of kills, and then you will, particularly on the defense, you'll see them just like really not do much for a minute and a half, and they just step back and they don't give away any engagements. They don't give away the man count. They just keep that 5v3, for example, and it's really difficult to catch up to them. They manage games really, really well, and I think those two players will enable them to lean into that.
Well, app is ready to go. Let's get into it. Consulate to kick things off. As we said, we've got Consulate, we've got Club, and then we end things off on Bank if it is required. In the last series, we didn't need to step there, but we have got 2 of the 3 same maps to play through here. So let's get our bans done first and foremost. Ying going to be the first one taken off the board and away from NIP.
See who else comes in. Ying, not an unpopular ban. Of course, we know so powerful in those executes. Monty will be the other. Not too much of a surprise. Either fantastic shield players on the side of FaZe. So we're going to at least do without the biggest one of them all. Monty will be taken out defensively. Again, we do tend to see, you know, a lot of similarity here on Consulate. Azami, no surprise, top played when available inside of Brazil. Inside of, I dare say, all the regions. I know it is the case in EU. I haven't checked any, and the sort of Asia Oceanic regions, but I'm sure Azami will be just as heavily picked when available over there. And Castle will be our final one to go.
Yeah, I always speak about Castle being a really interesting operator, so I kind of like seeing that being the change there as well. Alongside Mira, I speak about this all the time, but Azami, Castle, Mira, the 3 architects, as Ubisoft called them, they transform how sites are played. Castle obviously being really interesting alongside the Azami, that you can play it very dynamically around the map. It opens up retreat angles for defenders. It forces attackers to have to redirect their utility to certain parts of the map. Just draws a lot of need elsewhere around the map from attackers that they don't have to deal with. It's going to slow them down. It'll get in their way. It changes how sites are played. So I think they're just taking it offline, although it looks like a strange ban. It's just FaZe saying, we don't want to deal with any nonsense or any silly business here. Let's get it off the table and just focus directly on the game itself. Starting things off down in the basement, I forget which way this site, I think this had like the highest plant rate of any site in the game by quite some margin as well. As you can imagine, it's one of those where the main breach often gets opened up. You see a plant going down in some form or fashion, and a retake then ensues off the back of it. So a very good first site for us to start things on, and probably also why you're seeing the echo coming out here for Handy.
Let's get into it then. Action phase of what could be, as you described yourself, Des, one of the El Clasico matchups. FaZe versus NIP. You throw Liquid into the mix as well, and you've got some of the biggest names in Brazilian Siege over the last 5-6 years, and this one is going to be hard for both of them, wanting that opportunity to get themselves to the Montreal Major. Fantasy, I said, was the one driving this NIP team and speeding things up, pushing it forward, and he wastes no time with the Gara hook straight into admin.
He is that tip of the spear for this team as well. Like, you look again what I spoke about earlier, the heroes that exist on NIP that can go massive. Hate, Fantasy, 2 players that look absolutely nuclear when in the right frame of mind and in the right day. Problem is, if they're not that guy on that day, I think FaZe win just by being a superior team. So keep a really close eye on him. Him and Hates, especially for me, again, the 2 to keep a close eye on. Nice little combo here with the Jackal also being used to feed this Amaro into the map to have Fantasy go and hunt and kill, essentially. You might argue a Deimos would have done the job all by himself, but obviously not quite as quick as, say, an Amaro being able to just fly into the map and catch someone off guard.
Fantasy will continue with his movement, now dropping down as the drones went ahead of him. Not quite, I think, there saw Mute Jammer just stopping them, being able to sort of push him confidently down Spiral, but he's in a position ready to pounce, and he's just waiting for the rest of his team now to be circling around the rest of the site and creating that little bit of noise, that little bit of distraction. He is going to be joined by more on this rear side, so could be an interesting push. They're almost completely ignoring now NIP, that front side of any potential push here. But the problem is that's going to be very clear to FaZe very, very quickly.
Oh, and there's Cyber underneath and Hates is offline. You expect to see some aggression coming back out, and they're showing that there in spades. It's very similar to what we saw back on Clubhouse in our previous series, that early aggression, trying to catch the attackers out whilst they're getting set up. Because I've said it a few times, but if you give teams all this time to get set up, you will pay the price if they hit you with the force of 5 players. Here again, stepping out for another now. Fantasy's gone. Pino falls. They're falling down like dominoes at this point, Tim. 2 left standing in Cons and Psycho, and they are not long for this world either. FaZe starting out very well, not being phased out by the fast play coming out from NIP at the start of the round. Things looking very comfortable here in round 1.
Yeah, going to be a real uphill battle
Beautiful.
for Cons, and it's over before it begins, really. Flawless round coming in for FaZe, and they look very good on that first defense of Consulate. And like I said, coming in, NIP, I just put them sort of a rung below FaZe on the ladder of things at the minute, really, just on the basis of needing to get Fancy and H, you know, fully sort of cemented into the lineup, needing that little bit more time. FaZe, of course, you know, recent finalists at SI this year, so Very, very strong team and showing it there. Really, really good round from them. NIP, the attack just didn't work for me, to be honest. I think there's nothing wrong with a rear-sided push there, but I think you need at least a little bit of phantom pressure from the front side. You need some. Then straight away they knew, yeah, it's going to be all above us. It's going to be dropping into archives, spiral. You know, those are the places that we need to watch, and it was pretty easy for them in the end.
Both teams, you know, I think they had the right idea in that round. NIP with the 3 operators that they brought along in the form of the Jackal, the Amaro, and the Lion. 100% like anti-roamer setup there. You're going to punish anyone who's left out around the map being pinged by a Jackal, then a Lion scan comes in so you can't move, and Amaro is on top of you like anything else. Like, there's just no way you get away from that. But FaZe playing as a group of 2 or 3, and you saw them heading down through Teller's Archives, for example, they escaped the danger, and realizing that 3 of 5 operators are engineered to be this roam clearing setup. Well, if we've got no roamers, that's not a concern for us. They sit back on site, they start playing vertical denial from below, they just look to wait for when the attackers start coming in with this lesson utility because they're so focused on the roam. FaZe read the attack perfectly, I think. NIP had a nice idea, but FaZe were just 1 step ahead at all times. So a really good round, nice attempt from NIP, just ultimately didn't materialize.
A lot of attention being paid there by NIP to the potential peaks. We see FaZe just looking to challenge a little bit. We've got the blitz on side for Cons here. So again, that's going to be a bit of a focus for this attack, no doubt. We always see it with the shields, and immediately you see there that pressure going in. The FNAT is going to make things a little bit difficult, and KDS has with ease dealt with that shield. Fantasy does manage to find one. Cyber onto Psycho, and again, it just feels like FaZe are always 1 step ahead here in round 2.
Very aware, right? I mean, for fair play for Fantasy, we mentioned about how sharp and pointy he could be as that tip of the spear, and he's doing a bit of work in the round. He's got a couple. Plant was about to start going down. You got Pino looking to play denial, didn't expect the swing, and now they've lost vertical cover. That's not good. Hates Fantasy standing up against Handy and Vidaking, the 2 top-rated players on FaZe throughout this stage. This is like a battle of gods in this 4-player duel.
Just going to be holding that door on into sight. 1:30 left to go, so FaZe here know that NIP can take their time. They can get on the drones, they can use the intel, or what they've got left available to them at least, and try and just get something. They want to find that kill really in the next 45 seconds or so that they can be 2-1 up. It gives them an opportunity then to put that diffuser down on the ground. As it stands at the minute, it'd be very difficult because as soon as Fantasy goes to plant, it leaves Hits in a 1v2, and that's really tough to be able to hold on to. FaZe need to be careful, just overexposing themselves at the window.
Would have been a way to really see this round going against them. Fantasy's just begging him to make a step forward. The beauty here being, of course, he's still got those 2 Deimos trackers in back pocket. They can at least isolate one of them. They've just got to be careful not to get stung by the other. The vertical starts coming on through. Plant is going down here as well. They've got to deny, but they're not giving themselves the chance to, Tim. It's gone down, and now it's all down to Fantasy. He's already found 2 in the round, needs a quad after finding this plant to get away with it, but they saw him on the default cam on the wall. It's an easy kill coming off the back of it, and FaZe hold on.
And there you go, exactly what I said, pretty much. FaZe didn't manage to stop the plant going down, but it was that 2v1 situation on Hits, using the vertical. Yep, Fantasy got the plant down, but as soon as he did, Hits was dead, because he'd been, you know, massaged into a position whereby he was going to be an easy kill. FaZe closed it down, and then it's 2v1 on to your last man to do the retake. They were happy enough for the plant to go down, I think, realistically, because they knew with 2 above, more often than not, 7, 8 out of 10, you're going to be winning that on the retake. So well played from FaZe there. Understood the win condition. Got it done. 2-0.
Beautiful. We'll give credit over to NIP here as well. They've tried 2 very different things here. Rapid roam clear and then rapid execute. And yes, it's been completely shut down by FaZe in both cases, which speaks a lot to the quality of a team that, like we keep on saying, we always see in the top 4 big events. It's just almost a guaranteed fact of life that FaZe will be one of the final survivors when it comes round to a major or an SI. So I like what NIP are trying to do, just almost similar back to our last series when E1 I said were playing well. Like, I like their strategy in rounds, their approach was good. KZ just kept absolutely destroying them at every single turn. A similar sort of story here where I like what NIP are doing. If they carry on down this track, it will start to stick at some point. I just think for FaZe, it's a hard opponent to get anything out of.
Yeah, it really is, and especially on a day like today where they're quite clearly not in the mood for giving anything up for free either. You know, let's not forget in that last round, Cons tried to push into sight, tried to get the blitz going, tried to have that rush, and it was just dealt with so quickly by KDS on the shotgun. The NIP were then scrambling a little bit. They did well to get the diffuser down, realistically. I don't think NIP are actually playing badly at all. You know, they were reasonably competitive in that last round, at least. But I just think in that 2v2, like I say, for me, I think Fantasy and Hates need to prioritise going for some kills there. They need to get at least one kill. They need to be in the 2v1, because then it means that FaZe have got to be much more careful when they try to peek as that diffuser's going down. So, yeah, just a little bit of a misstep there, maybe.
Well, FaZe very much planting their feet in this round. You can even look at the lineup and just see how dug in, outside of maybe the Valkyrie, like how dug in they want to be. A lot of it's about that denial as well, with the smokes to play behind, the C4s, they can sit in here as well. 4 sets of barbed wire to chew through. There's just a lot to think about here for the side of NIP, and maybe they'll take this in a little bit of stride, actually. They're given a lot of room to operate with here. They haven't got to worry about dealing with roam clearers too fast. They can't really rush in here either as well. So I quite like, for in a sense, this is a good round to sort of breathe a little bit here, where FaZe are sitting back, NIP get a lot. This will be the first real show, I think, of both teams in round 3.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. I think it needs to be for NIP, definitely. They need to step up at this point. You know, we've all spoken about their ability on Clubhouse, but you just feel if FaZe, and I don't want to get ahead of ourselves here, but if FaZe are able to take Consulate, you know, especially in a rip-roaring fashion as it's looking at the minute, if they're able to continue that trend into Clubhouse, having won 5 of 6 of the last, you know, matchups there, that's going to be super tough for NIP to find anything out of it. For the time being, we've got Fantasy. He's taken a lot of damage on the knock. He's still searching, seeking, see if he can get himself an entry. He does manage to get handy in a trade, having picked up Psycho. Souls finds Cons, and that leaves us now 3v3, but Fantasy is down, and this is again going to be a tough round for NIP with 50 seconds left to go. Cyber with a huge double, Des.
Come on, man. Just when it looked for a second like they really had something cooking, Cyber just completely slams them and shuts them out the round. FaZe move it up, and I think now we've seen a bit of everything. We've seen the roam game, we've seen a fast site hit, we've seen a more standard slow round, and FaZe have won every single one. NIP, do you take attack timeout here? Because I was about to say, there's 3 more rounds of punishment coming your way here unless you drastically change something up.
And let's not forget, as I've just said, this is their map pick. You know, we're going into Clubhouse for FaZe next up, and that's not where you want to go needing a map. For me, if I'm NIP, I'm thinking I need to get Consulate. I need to get Consulate. Maybe I get Clubhouse, maybe I win it 2-0, who knows? But I don't want to have to rely on it against FaZe there. So we can see now Chubbs just getting involved in that tack timeout. He's, you know, very heavily involved in this one. Going to be having a chat to the team. No doubt seeing something strategically that he's wanting to get some involvement in. This isn't one of those tactical timeouts where you just get in and say, come on, guys, you can do it. You know, this isn't about attitude. This is about things are going wrong at this point, and we need to find some gaps in this FaZe defense.
And my God, do they, for sure. It's looking rough, as said. I'm hoping here with a little bit of a chat, though, they start to get things back online. You can see the moments of quality they've got. It's just pulling it all together against a team that are really hard to find any real success against. But I think the leaderboard tells the story. They've got 5 kills between them. 2 are on Hates, 3 are on Fantasy. The other 3, invisible so far.
Back down to basement we go then, and as you say, NIP needing people to show up particularly. I said coming into it, Pino and Psycho have actually had some really good games through the stage as a pair. You know, some of their really good wins have come with Pino and Psycho sitting at the top of the table. So I think, you know, FaZe being able to keep them too quiet, keep them out of the game, is a very good thing for them. I think they'll do better on attack here, NIP. I do think we'll see a better second half from them. Like I say, this is their map pick, so FaZe have chosen the defensive side to begin with. We would expect them to come out and do better. But the problem is, if you're kept sat on the bench effectively for 6 rounds, how well are you going to do coming into that second half? You know, if Psycho and Pino have only got 1 or 2 kills coming into that second half, are they going to be able to find that level of performance?
Well, time will tell as we build into it, but one thing's for sure, FaZe are very firmly on top so far. See if things change here in round 4, and if we start to get more of a competition, or if it will just be an absolute stomp show coming out of FaZe. For NIP, at the very least, I'm liking what they've got in terms of operator lineup here. Not massive changes from previous rounds, but the IQ, I think, if nothing else, showing respect towards the Valkyrie and the Echo is a good start. And then really importantly, Capitao. Capitao is probably my favorite operator in the game when it comes round to coordinated play because of how much he can do for a team. Those 2 smokes that he has in back pocket, absolutely wonderful. The firebolts, make people run, move out of entrenched positions, also absolutely fantastic. And the fact that he's a 3-speed, hard breach gadgets to assist with being a more supportive operator. He does so much. Decent gun, gone 6. Like, how much more can you give to one operator realistically? And I don't really think enough teams make enough use of him and his power that he has in the game. So I always enjoy seeing teams kind of realize that, okay, actually there's a lot of power there. The problem is actually being able to use him properly. They need to be able to get to a point, which I've said so many times now, that a team has got 4 or 5 players left alive when it comes around to the point of execution. The Capitao dies early, that's catastrophic.
Yeah, it definitely will be. They need to make sure that they're keeping hold of that. The book
Thank God it's the
is
book.
also going to be a big loss. And there goes Fantasy as well. They've still got the Capitao, Des, but they're now 4 versus 3, having lost 2 others.
The thing is, it's all good having this great operator for an execute. It's terrible when there's basically no one else to help you with the execute. It's what I was speaking about in the previous series, was if you can trip a team up and stop them getting to the point of being able to execute with the optimum setup, which is all utility, all your drones, all 5 players on full HP with all their secondary and primary gadgetry available to them. Great, you're taking strength away from the attackers. Getting rid of a buck, so the vertical control's somewhat offline now as well. They're relying on the breaching charges instead. That's going to sting. At the very least, they've got things back to a 3 versus 3, but you've got a C4 to contend with. You've got the Yokais on side still. They've got to be careful because that clock is running down incredibly quickly.
Trying to use those verticals that they've got now, NIP 3 versus 3, but you just feel that FaZe sort of playing that game I spoke about at the beginning, you know, get those couple of kills and then sit on the round as defenders, burn that time and sort of control the clock. FaZe are playing that game fantastically well, and look at this. Vader King manages to get round on the side of Psycho. That's a really well-timed kill. 20 seconds to go, and it's going to throw a bit of panic onto Hits and Cons. They've got to make something happen. They've got to make it happen now. Cons does manage to get the trade. 10 seconds left to go. Are they able to get a plant down here? They've got to use that utility, but look who it is. Here comes the Echo. The Yokai drone. No,
EMP!
It's not going to work. It gets EMP'd. Perfectly timed. Diffuser goes down, and NIP, they might just do this. Hits. He picks up the first, takes a lot of damage as he does so, but Handy, he can't wait here forever. He needs to move.
And Hates ain't giving him nothing. Instant headshot over the top. And Tim, there's been so many times that we've seen Yokais get up there, blast the planter, and the round is done. But that EMP coming out exactly when it did, turned it offline, made sure it got stuck. And I spoke about the Capitao. Having him alive at the end there was brilliant. Like, it's only a couple of smokes, but it's enough for him to drop inside of sight through that hatch, get the plant going down. And as you can see, almost nothing for FaZe to be able to do. Really well played there in that end round sequence for NIP. Love what I'm seeing. Good stuff. I mean, for FaZe, they're still obviously in control of this game, but it shows that NIP are warming into things now. Good stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the round win couldn't have come sooner or at a better time for them, really. You know, they needed that one. But I think overall, I've said, you know, NIP haven't been playing terribly. It's just that FaZe have been playing really well. They've just been controlling the map well. They've been, you know, making life very difficult for NIP. NIP now need to find that momentum. It's come off the back of a TAC timeout, which is brilliant as well, because it's going to give them a lot of faith in what's been said during that TAC timeout. They're going to feel like they've solved a problem. We've had the TAC timeout, we've had the discussion, we've come into this now, and we've gone big. So, you know, yeah, really good for NIP. They're going to need another couple of rounds, I think, realistically. It's their map choice, so when they get on the defense, I'd expect them to be looking at a 4-2 half. If they can at least secure the 3-3 here, it means they can win it in regulation. They don't need to be looking towards the potential of overtime or needing one of those extreme 5-1, 6-0 halves. So it's a good start for NIP, but we need another couple from them now.
Indeed we do. We'll see if they can build into it a little bit further, or if FaZe themselves will wake back up. Changes, of course, their overall site here as well, with the Twitch on side now coming along. Our breach gadget, no ace required. Not really too much to get opened up on this site, admittedly. Still not opened themselves a full height hole by the looks of it, with both of those charges going onto that wall potentially. And also got the gridlock and the Nomad on side. They're expecting a lot of roam play coming out. They're expecting a lot of mobility coming out of FaZe, and a great way of locking that down is with these two operators.
Yeah, absolutely. It's no surprise. We saw it in the last round. Vida King managing to hit Psycho on the flank. Cyber, he's keeping himself hidden away inside of admin at the minute. I'm not sure if that's something NIP have picked up on. It's certainly not something that they're looking to deal with immediately, but that could be the case, that they know that they can just lock him out of things with air jabs and with track stingers, which we're going to see start to be deployed now. I imagine the next set are going to go on to Spiral just to prevent any movement coming down. But for the time being, a little bit of sparring in this round, a little bit of just feeling each other out, not wanting NIP to push into immediate gunfights just yet.
For sure. Just take it nice and slow as well for FaZe. I mean, NIP said this themselves. FaZe play quite slow, quite controlled when they're playing at home. I'd say internationally, I don't regard them as a particularly high-paced or overly aggressive team either. They do retain a lot of that when they go international as well, but maybe it's quite a bit of a frustration for NIP, you know, and there's another team that likes to play things quite nice and slow and not give other teams much room for agency to be able to make things happen. And obviously as we get towards this last 60, yes, all 10 players are still alive. That only really starts to serve the attackers for about 45 seconds. After that point, it all goes FaZe's way.
Natural goes out, will be successful. KDS finding Cons. That's going to be the Twitch taken down. 5 versus 4, and once again, FaZe managed to get themselves the opening kill. Every single one so far. I think Fantasy was actually going for the plant there, but as soon as he did, KDS took him down straight away. Psycho managing to find Souls. 4 versus 3 now, but FaZe are sitting pretty as Vida King manages to find Pino. 4 versus 2, and surely NIP are going to struggle to get this one done. FaZe have come back with a bang after losing the last round.
That was just so well played, I think, by FaZe. Like, a player on front door, a player on Spiral, one on site with a C4, another one sat further back in secondary site to be able to challenge. It was far too narrow from NIP. And Triv, I don't mind it when teams do this from NIP's perspective as well. They got the Nomad, they got the Gridlock, they wanted to lock down any possibility of flanks coming in so they can pull off and execute. Right, game plan is there. Just didn't have everything locked down is the problem. And that's why when you saw those outlines appearing all over your screen when FaZe were basically surrounding these last 2 or 3 players from NIP, there is very little that they can do. FaZe, it feels like, have basically got the strat book of NIP, and they're reading absolutely everything they're doing to perfection. So frustrating to play against. I can only imagine how much NIP are raging right now.
Yeah, the thing is, for NIP, it surely must feel difficult because it's kind of like, what can we do here? What can we change? Because, you know, if we look at the last game, E1, there were some mistakes there. We were pointing them out. They were, you know, losing gunfights that maybe they should have won. They were running into areas that they hadn't properly drawn. They were being cut down. I don't feel like that's necessarily the same situation for NIP. They're just coming up against a team that are playing extremely well. So from NIP's perspective, you know, what do we change here? What do we do? We've had attack timeout. We've won a round. And then FaZe have been able to counter us again, essentially. They've had the answers. And right now, NIP, they're on the back foot big time, especially with Clubhouse looming as map 2.
That's it. It's not going to get any prettier. And now they're going for another style of attack as well. I mean, you see an Amaro, you see a Glass, and he smokes in back pocket, just a couple. You've got a Deimos on side for the track 2. They've got a lot of sort of like lockdown ability to stop FaZe being mobile here with the Deimos and with the Grim on side. Of course, Thatcher EMP is always going to help as well if any C4s come through. Warden can't do much about the smokes either if he's EMP'd out. So you can see the game plan here that's coming along. Now you look towards FaZe and say, okay, did you get this page of the strat book? Do you have an idea on how to deal with this?
NIP just looking for that safe point of entry. They brought the Glaz along this time on the side of Psycho. So maybe a little bit of a roll of the dice in their final attacking round, just trying to do something a little bit different. Use that Glaz to try and hold the angle. At the minute, it's going to be from that cubby wall, just on in towards site. They're definitely shaping up for a plant here, potentially, but I don't know. We'll see whether FaZe have got the answers. The Bees will go in. That will be the signal. That's going to stop people moving around. But there you go. Cyber gets the kill onto the Grim. Vida King finds one.
And 3
FaZe
are gone.
were ready for it, Des. They really are closing them down heavily.
I'm telling you, man, they've got their strat book. They just know what's coming. They've dealt with everything so expertly. Yeah, okay, you lose a player out to Psycho. It's to be expected to a point. You know, Souls has found himself 1. Psycho might have collected 2 here as well. It's a 2 versus 1. He has got to go nuts here for this to be a 4-2 half for NIP.
And he's just really not on the operator to do it either. The scope of the glass, whilst it can be useful picking up those thermal images, it's difficult to walk around ADS in it and find those quick flicks and kills in that sort of more CQC environment that he got himself into. It was a good effort from Psycho, but it was always going to be tough. FaZe close out what has been a fantastic defensive half. 5-1, but... and it's a big but. NIP now get on to the defensive side of their map choice. Do not be surprised to see NIP mount a good comeback here.
Yeah, I'm always the first to say it. I'm just not too sure. Oh, hard to call. Really hard to call. FaZe have really been on the ball tactically, I think, this game. And NIP have brought some nice ideas, but as I mentioned, without big players popping off for them, you know, Fantasy and Hates, you know, one's barely just gone neutral, the other one... also barely gone break even. The other one's down here at 3 and 6. It's not been the sharpest half for them. Things could change this half. I said it myself during the map pick ban for how what's the one I'm looking for? How irregular it's been banned away by NIP. They love both club and consulate. They've banned both map once so far in the whole stage. Every other ban has either come from the other teams or they've just let it go through and they've then played it. They love these two maps. They should be having a better result so far on this. You'd hope, at least with it being one of their favorite maps on the defensive side, they've got some good stuff cooking. But you're going to have all the prep work, all the notes here on what FaZe like doing, because they read you like a book back in that first half. I don't see a way that you get back into this game unless you really understand what FaZe are bringing to the table.
I think both FaZe and Furia, you know, both rosters, of course, the SI finalists this year, just coming into the play, I think just understanding league play. You know, they've done enough to get themselves through the league. They've had some ups, some downs, but when it matters, when they come into the playoff games, look at how much they're turning it on. This is, you know, in some ways, night and day from some of the performances that we've seen from both of these two teams. You know, FaZe have had, you know, the slightly better of it, I would say, through the stage, but there's been ups and downs. And now we just see them back to that absolute top tier performances that we used to, and they just look electric right now. It's fantastic to watch.
The thing is, you have these two playing as well as they are. You've got Team Liquid, who, as we've all seen, have absolutely flew through this stage. W7M are on fire. Like, where does it end? Who walks away the winner? In this case, FaZe are falling like flies. Vidaking even kills himself with the Capital Fireball. Well, that's all about. Okay, I mean, it all happens at once, but FaZe, at the very least, shut out the game and NIP start strong.
As suggested, you know, don't be surprised to see NIP come with a strong comeback now in this second half that they are on defense. They're going to be much more comfortable on the... I'm sure they would have liked to have picked up more than one attack. That's the problem now. So the important rounds are going to be round 10 particularly, and potentially round 12, because what you're going to have... Sorry, round 9 and round 12, because what you're going to have is your third choice sites there. So FaZe may or may not win this, probably not. I think NIP probably, you know, lock down the basement. The question then is, they go Piano Expo or they go to the split site Tellers and Archives. Are they able to hold that third choice? That's what FaZe need to focus on. That's their opportunity. You get this one, yeah, it's a bit of a bonus, great stuff, you get yourself onto match point. If you don't, not the end of the world. You go to that third choice and that's where you need to win. So you take round 9, you go 6-3. NIP maybe get themselves, they rinse and repeat what they've just done, they get themselves top floor, they get themselves basement, you 6-5, but FaZe aren't worrying because they know they've got that third choice to go to in round 12. So round 9 and 12, particularly important if NIP can get this round 1.
I did go back and catch up on the end of that round because I was curious to see exactly what happened. And being honest, I know Vidaking dying in fire is funny. Ha ha ha, well done you. To your own fire, no less. He cost the round. He comes in through the office window and just charges in towards corner. Cons is sat there staring at him, and Vidaking just runs around in a circle until he dies. And the problem is the rest of his team are relying on him to get in and be the backstab there, to remove the smoke so this team can sneak the planter in and get a plant down inside of A. The backside is screwed. They lose the bathroom fight, they lose the top yellow fight, everything crumbles from there. But Vidaking was the axis on which that round spun. Him going down in the way that he did, to his own fire, no less, without firing a single bullet, that cost them big time. So FaZe will be looking at that and saying, we kind of sold that round a little bit. See if they recover here as well, because it was a nice idea they had. They just didn't come out on top in terms of the gunfights. Things could be very, very different here in round 8.
Souls straight down into Secret, going to be moving through into Archives then, looking to put some pressure. This is basically what NIP did to a degree. They wanted to put pressure on from that rear side. I commented at the time that not attacking the front side did hurt them. I'd like to see FaZe get some pressure from that front side. I don't think they do. Cyber takes down Fantasy. Big start for FaZe as he gets another onto Pino. NIP are trying to fight back from above, but the problem is as soon as FaZe recognise that, they can start flooding site. They potentially 5v2 on site here.
They are. They've left 2 off. That's it. They've got rid of the bandit because he's still sat off in Narnia trying to find him through the floorboards, and nothing's going to come of that. They can afford to just push in here aggressively, and I love the pace at which they've moved, made real good fast work of it. They've still got a blitz on side. Another phone call ringing out as well. Plant is going down. I don't see how they recover here outside of something absolutely mega. Psycho might start it, but he's also being rounded from the back. They found a second, but Plant is now down.
That's it. You know, NIP might always have got a couple of kills in that position, but the diffuser was likely to go down. Need to play this careful. Smart move from Vidaking. He didn't need to give himself away there. There's no reason for him to push. It's the defenders that need to do something now. Handy, he's found hits, and it's all going against NIP as we see those flashbangs on the front of Blitzer's shield just erupt and getting the kill. And then the round is closed out by FaZe on that final as well. Absolutely beautiful stuff from them. Like I said, if they won down there in the basement, it's a bonus for them. It gets them the match point earlier than they think. It gets them an extra opportunity. And what a round it was. Those first 2 kills, NIP just never saw it coming.
NIP picking this map, it's starting to feel, looks like a bit of a question mark, knowing that Clubhouse is the next one coming up, and that was FaZe's pick. They'll feel very happy going there. That round, in a way, was almost the exact reverse of what we saw back in the first half. Think about the Amaru, the Lion, the Daymaster thing that we spoke about as being a really cool idea and a really cool anti-Roma setup. That was very much them just blitzing in there and looking to catch them completely off guard. And they didn't need Amaru to do it. They didn't need something fast to get them into position. They just basically walked their way down and towards server there, of course, at quite some pace, and had 2 players ready to catch that rotate down the Teller's stairs, because that's a really common retreat angle for defenders that are holding out towards Teller's archives. Is you'll move down those stairs, come back through server, and you're basically then back in sight, no problem at all. They just didn't anticipate 2 attackers being sat nearby to cut off that retreat back towards site. And that's when they were forced to fight for it and ultimately lost 2 players and had to commit the bandit to still trying to challenge it to try and get anything back from what they'd lost in the early round. For FaZe, where NIP have kind of like come in with a game plan and it's been met against a brick wall that is FaZe, on the opposite side of things, FaZe are coming with a brilliant game plan still, same as NIP did, but NIP are just not ready for what FaZe are coming. Clearly only one team got the other strat book.
Drone's being set up then, and we see the utility being pinged out as well. FaZe obviously with a very clear plan, a very clear path in mind, and they will be looking to deal with anything they need to along the way. Just backtracking a little bit there, Vidaking, as he sees that the yellow stairs wall is open up at the top, doesn't want to get too aggressive and drop onto bathroom window. But look at the pace that FaZe are moving with. 30 seconds into the round, many of them already on rappel, already taking windows out, already prepping areas to get inside of this map. There's blood in the water, Des, and FaZe, they can smell it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, want to get this done and over the line now. Let's not open the door like Furia almost did to E1 back in their last series on Chalet. You've got a fantastic first half. You've won that first round. This is yours for the taking now. This can be over and done in a very short day if things carry on at this pace. And they've got the tools to do it in this round. I love, again, seeing the Blitz being used quite aggressively alongside the Dokkaebi. It makes it hell on earth for NIP unless you're playing together really tightly as a team. Any would-be roamers or anyone playing in proximity to the site, you're liable to get stung. You've got to be so careful.
I see the air jab just going out to prevent the hatch drop coming in, and just trying to, again, cover the flanks here. FaZe of, it's, again, something else they've done really well. Like you've said, they've had NIP strat, but they've read into what they've wanted to do, but they've also prevented them from doing it. It's all well and good knowing what somebody wants to do, but you've got to be able to stop them. You've got to be able to prevent it. You've got to be able to solve those problems, and it's something FaZe have done very well. Look at the level they go into for intel. We've got a drone spotting somebody out through floorboards from the floor below. How do NIP realistically play against that? They can't even really know that they've been spotted out in that position. Tough stuff to go up against. 1 minute remaining. That's the thing that is on the side of NIP to keep them alive in Consulate here, is that FaZe aren't in a position to plant yet and are taking damage, but somehow it's Cyber with a double. How many times am I going to say that line?
Feels like far too many this game. He's up to 12 kills now across 9 rounds. Excellent stuff from Cyber. but the team are in full control. They've got this 5v3. NIP themselves said it. FaZe like to play a slow game. They don't mind this clock running down to the last 30 seconds as long as they know they've got the positional advantage. And he had no idea who was around the corner, but he's got away with a freebie. Neither expected the other, but trades galore come on through, and FaZe look dominant here on Consulate.
Yeah, FaZe just looked fantastic there. NIP, you know, yeah, maybe odd mistakes here and there. The basement defense, I think they maybe stretched the defense a little bit too far, you know, and they gave NIP an opportunity to push into sight. But other than that, FaZe have just had the answer to everything NIP have wanted to do. It's like they've had a crystal ball, Des. Like you said, they've just known everything that they were going to do 1 or 2 steps before they did it, and they've just been prepped and ready for it. They've had the answer to everything. Brilliant stuff from FaZe.
Like I said, it felt like they had the strat book. It didn't matter if it was a rush, a fast roam clear, a glass strat, a normal round. No matter what NIP brought there, FaZe just knew what to expect and how to deal with it. It was really delightful stuff to watch. And I think also then flipping over to the other side, they still kept it quite fresh themselves, where they weren't looking to rush. And I think that put NIP on edge. There was always that fear when you're at match point of, oh, what if they do rush? They're basically then 1 point away from winning and then we're screwed. You start panicking and getting your own head and trying to make plays to force things to happen just to feel a bit more comfortable. That just led to FaZe getting a couple of kills in that closing round and then guaranteed trades until they ended everything out. Just a real classic, like, champions level performance there. Maybe not quite as... I don't even want to say it's not as flash as what we saw coming out of Furia back on their first map of Clubhouse when KZ was absolutely dominating. But it's the same line that I said at the start. For NIP, it's 1 or 2 players that are the tip of the spear. For FaZe, it is a team effort. And yes, Cyber has gone massive, but every player played a big part in that half.
I think that's the key. You look at it, and if I say, right, Cyber, okay, take 8 of his kills off him, King would have got him. Handy would have got him. Like KDS would. This is the thing, and FaZe have just shown a real strength in depth throughout that. Everybody's played their part. They've had one wobbly round where, like you said, King went in, take the, you know, he didn't really take the space he was supposed to, and then killed himself in his own fire. But other than that one round, it's, you know, FaZe have just looked a different class. They've just looked a completely different class.
Yeah.
Whether NIP can come back on Clubhouse or not, time will tell. But with FaZe's recent performance on there, I wouldn't be holding my breath if I was an NIP fan.
If across the whole team make one major mistake across an entire map, that is fantastic. You are certainly not going to be complaining anytime soon. And again, it does set us up now for a very interesting Clubhouse. NIP have got to go away and figure something out here because it's looking scary. FaZe look like that team to beat. Imagine if Fury and FaZe were playing next. It would be one hell of a game. I'm kind of gutted it's not the thing, but they could get face off in the final.
I was just going to say it could be a very big final of the playoffs if they're able to go on and win those next matchups. But even then, thinking about the next matchups that are due to come tomorrow, the semi-finals, effectively, you've got Liquid and W7M waiting for these two. They're going to be absolutely huge games.
Can't wait to see them. But for now, we'll go to a break, and when we come back to Await. See you in a few.
A NiP também tá adulta, não tá dando a cara, tá esperando no bombe essa movimentação e a decisão da BD por onde avançar. Pode ver, ó, os jogadores nem aparecem ali. E a BD acha que tem alguém que vai sair e forçar a troca.
Exatamente. 20 segundos. Olha o Condes. Flecha dos dois lados. Flecha dos dois lados, o Flório consegue pegar a primeira, ainda tem trocação, o Psycho cai também, 2x1 agora, Retalha. Olha o Condes, perigoso, tentou trocar, Black Dragons! Garantiu mais um round, Retalha!
Oi? Meu nome é Felícia. E eu não sei direito quem sou. Minha avó contou que a mamãe me deixou quando eu era bem pequena. E eu ainda não sei porquê. Na real, eu não sei o porquê de muitas coisas, mas eu sempre fui curiosa. Me tranquei no meu quarto e aqui a minha vida aconteceu. Eu cresci buscando quem eu sou em frente à tela, até que meu passado me encontrou. Meu pai era simplesmente uma lenda hacker. Encontrei uma inteligência virtual chamada Flux, uma simulação dos trejeitos e conhecimentos do meu pai. Como se a mente dele ainda estivesse viva, sabe? A interação com Flux foi uma revelação pra mim. A inteligência me convenceu de que eu também podia aprender a hackear e usar isso pro bem. Hoje, o Flux, ou deveria chamar de pai, é a voz que me faz companhia por onde eu vou. E juntos, a gente opera nas sombras fazendo justiça por todos aqueles que precisam. E assim, continuei minha jornada, carregando o desejo de encontrar minha mãe e os ensinamentos do meu pai. Meu nome é Felícia, e eu não sei direito quem sou, mas quer saber? Eu sei por quem eu luto. E hoje, meus seguidores honram o meu legado.
Vai sendo caçado também mais um jogador. Achou, tentou trocar, demorou demais. Luquid foi mais rápido. Sozinho agora o Dafodi. Agora o Dafodil tenta engatar na segunda agora, derruba mais um. Impressionante, Retalha. É 3x1. Tem mais um jogador na frente. Vai ver se consegue fazer o avanço. Tem jogador à sua direita também do Dafodil. Perigoso. Abre novamente pro outro lado. O plant vai acontecendo. Tá todo mundo marcado. Jogador à sua direita. Tá complicado demais pra ele. Ele ainda tenta trocar. Meu Deus do céu. Dafodil no 2x1 agora. Vai tentar fazer o drible. Vai ver se consegue achar o jogador na sua esquerda ainda. Ele tenta derrubar. 1x1 final. É um 4K do Dafodil. Um animal, Retalha. Respirou. Tem 30 segundos. Tá tentando ver se consegue encontrar o jogador. Raps. Acaba com o susto do fluxo, Retalha. Mas isso não pode acontecer de maneira nenhuma, Retalha. Era um 5x1, era pra ter engolido o cara.
Welcome back. Just about to get into map 2 here in this series. If you are just joining us and you're only just tuning into Brazil for the first time, welcome. We've had a wonderful night so far. And in that previous game just a second ago, FaZe, well, they did stomp their way through NIP. We were joking during the game. It looked like they just knew the strat book of NIP. Every attack that NIP tried, which were all wonderfully creative, just could not break through. And it was a real team effort on FaZe's side. But obviously, as you can see, Cyber stands tall.
Yeah, I mean, somebody was going to on the side of FaZe with the way that they were playing, but just it's like he just saw KZ's performance and was like, okay, yeah, we'll see what we can do about that. 5-0 on entry. You will notice that FaZe did not lose a single entry battle throughout the entire match. 9-0 they went on entry, and as you said, there's 13-5 then on the regular KD for Cyber. Just fantastic stuff from him and the team.
Just kind of really goes to show in the entry stat there as well, which I didn't clock as we were going through that game, is that first off, again, they knew what was coming from NIP and they always managed to find the front man. And on the attacking side, they were very good at catching out these roamers or players that were just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Really wonderful stuff. And going into Clubhouse, we've got to see NIP do something special. It's FaZe's map pick. They'll be starting on the attacking side. So NIP have got a little bit of wiggle room to work with here to try and get themselves established in the map. Something tells me it's still going to be a torrid time trying to defend against FaZe's attacks, though.
Honestly, I can't see it getting any easier. I know we've spoken about the maps, like you say. Yes, anybody should be able to play Clubhouse. It shouldn't matter that FaZe have picked it, but I just can't see it getting any easier for NIP here. Just with the nature of how FaZe have played, they're going to roll into this with a lot of confidence now. Very, very difficult. NIP, I said the same about E1. It's essential that they come in here with a big start. I said that E1 needed at least 2 out of the first 3 rounds in the first match of the day against Fury when they were in a similar position to this. I'd say the same about NIP. At least 2 out of the first 3 is going to be really important. I don't want to be a bad omen, but it started off 0-3 for E1, so they didn't win any of them. And honestly, wouldn't surprise me to see FaZe come out just as strong.
No, I mean, I was looking down the numbers as well for overall KD and EPS and all the rest of it for the players on the side of NIP. We do keep our heads back at the very start, looking at this. FaZe are a better rounded team, but they've got this kind of sharp spear on the side of NIP in the form of Hates and in Fantasy. Hates 6-7, Fantasy 3-9. Both are obviously negative on entry. Every single player died in at least 1 entry engagement. Not a single one was found for them. That has to change. And I'd really hate to see NIP fall into this sort of cycle of us always saying, oh, it's about these front 2 players. Like if they pop off, the whole team does well. There are no teams that go on and win big events where it's not a rounded team effort. FaZe have got that. NIP, it feels, maybe a little bit less so.
And certainly at the minute, when you're going to dig deep, when you're going to find these comebacks, when you're going to take a beating like that and come back with a response of your own, you need a team who have that confidence, that trust, that faith in each other. And I'm not saying that NIP don't, but they've been together for, not a lot of time at the minute, through not a lot of hardship, not a lot of these situations. So it's going to be, really testing their mettle, really, at this point to see whether they've got that in the tank or not.
I don't know how to answer a question because someone asked quite fairly, what does entry mean? If you haven't watched a lot of Siege before, it's understandable you don't know what entry is. Entry is when you get the first kill in a round. So if you are on the attacking side and you get a kill onto a defender as the very first kill in a round, even if it immediately gets traded back, i.e. someone kills you in response, you still get the entry kill, air quotes, for that round. And so with every single one of those going the way of FaZe, it just shows they're that little step ahead in the very early phases of the round. So keep an eye out for that on this map and we'll see if anything changes. Bans are flying through and look at that. We've got a Capitao ban coming in. I spoke about that a little bit on the last map that I love seeing it. Both teams employed it and probably just acknowledging for things like taking onto Catwalk or forcing your way into blue. For this map in particular, Capitao is very potent.
Yeah, Catwalk's just become very difficult, not just because of the Monty and Capitao ban, but because of Azami. She's on the board, so you're going to see Azami played plenty. But yeah, for probably potentially both of the top floor sides. If even for Gym and Bedroom, they may choose to hold on to Catwalk given the situation, given the fact that Azami's on the board, Monty's off, Capitao's off. It's going to make it a lot easier to hold on to that area. So as we get into the game, we'll keep our eyes on that. It's going to be maybe a question of who has the better solution, whether it's an alternative attack through construction when it's CCTV, or whether they have another method of clearing out the Catwalk, but it certainly won't be easy. But to begin with, it's not going to be too much of an issue. We're kicking off down in the base placement. Now then, the positioning of that Scorpos shell suggests to me, especially the fact that Fantasy's picked it, that he's going to go off and play on the top floor, and he's using it. So there's kind of 3 uses that we see for the Scorpos. If you're not too familiar with the operator, it's sort of 2 robotic shells. One can be inactive and one active at any one time. The inactive one sits down behind a shield and can be used as a camera, but nothing else. And the active one can run off, and then you can just transfer within a couple of seconds. Kind of like a teleport almost. You just shut that one down and activate the other. So the 3 uses we tend to see is one left in sight as a deployable shield and camera. That positioning doesn't suggest that's really what it's being used for. Although if they get the breach open, it will be able to watch main stairs. Or you put it inside, and the fact that it's Fantasy that's picked it suggests this is the use. You go off out on the roam, you try and get a kill or 2, you waste a bit of time, and then you don't have to worry about getting back to site. You can play in a hard position like Strip without worrying about getting out of there necessarily. You just transfer yourself back. Third choice would be hide the shell out in the map somewhere and try and use it for a flank, but that's not going to be the case here.
I haven't really seen too many players make creative use of this in the sense that you can transfer between the two, just like this when you see the roams kind of done and dusted. And that looks like what he's gone for here, in fact, as well. More using it for information.
I think he knows. He's been drawn. The barricade's being opened. He's in Strip. He's going to lose his life if he's not careful. He'll see what he can get away with if he can maybe go back to it later on in the round. But the likelihood is it gets a Claymore put on it. Oh, there isn't any Claymores, actually, so he won't get a Claymore put on it. But it will just get taken out, and that'll be that.
But for all that, the investment you give to that, which is really not an awful lot, so have wasted, 75 seconds, if not almost half the round of another player's time, is quite significant. And there's always the worry when trying to push it. What if there's another player nearby and they're using him as bait? So you have to then drone all the surrounding rooms as well. So it's very good for wasting time, even though it might look like not a lot was achieved. Plenty's been achieved there in terms of wasting time, and that is all you can really ask for out on the road.
If you wonder why I talk about putting the Claymore on there as well, obviously not possible in this one, but something to take for your own games. There's always the chance that the person switches back to it. If the Claymore's on there, you get the kill. If you just destroy the shell, they can't switch back to it, but they stay alive in sight. So it's always worth it. If you've got one to hand, stick it on there, and there's a good chance you get the kill rather than just denying them the ability to transfer. But anyway, back to the round
HP, and I was like, how did that happen? Like, he was sat behind a shield, obviously, on that most of the round, but it's got a little bit too cheeky maybe with the verticals and taking a bit of a sting for himself.
Almost
there.
Certainly knowing Fantasy.
Yes, absolutely.
Going to be looking down blue then, just trying to get something going here. FaZe NIP are doing well so far. They've got all 5 alive. You've got 30 seconds left. We're going to see, it's not unusual, Church and Arsenal, that we see these late round bloodbaths where they just have to rush on into sight. They've got the hatches open here, FaZe. They're going to start pushing blue as well. You do need pressure from multiple sides. They've got nobody in Dirt Tunnel, which is a little bit of a concern. That's not ideal. Handy picking up a team kill onto Souls along the way. He did find the entry, but 2v2. This is still doable. Nade will finish it off, and that's going to be 2v1. Cyber just continues. Psycho manages to shut him down, but can the final kill be found? It's going to be Vivid King. He knows where the man is, and it's a freebie onto the side of Psycho. He overextends going back towards site, doesn't keep himself behind the reinforcement, and pays the price.
He really thought there was a plant going down inside a church at that point, I think, and that's what he was going hunting for without realising that he had a man chasing his shadow. Oh, really unfortunate, because for NIP, that felt like that should be a round win. Again, they've wasted a lot of the time there. They've done all the right things. And then just like KZ, back in our last series, in round 1, someone comes pushing down blue, gets to 2K, and the whole round gets blown wide open. Not exactly the same comfortable ending for FaZe, but an ending they will take regardless. Up 1 round here, Gym and Bedroom going to be site 2.
Honestly, the similarities to the first game that we saw today are uncanny between this. So KZ goes huge for Furia in the first map, comes into the second, and we say, what's going to happen? KZ goes crazy in the first round of the second map, if you remember. He just picked up exactly where he left off. Cyber has just done exactly the same. He's just come in, and that double kill that he got there, and it was something I picked up on the last map. How many times did I shout Cyber with the double? He comes in with a super importantly timed double kill that gets his team into that round, because it looked like NIP might just be able to hold on to that there, but he created that situation again, and Cyber has just been the difference for FaZe so far. He's been so good.
Ooh. So hard when you've got a team that, again, is playing so well together, but you've also got players popping off, whereas for NIP it feels like right now you haven't really got either of them. And maybe that's a lie. I wouldn't say their team play has been bad. It's not been FaZe level. Their team play has been okay. It's been passable, but the individual performances have sadly not quite been there yet. So they're lacking really in two departments against their opposition, and it's why the results are looking pretty damn dominant as they stand. FaZe, though, getting themselves focused up here, at least to begin with, on the jacuzzi wall off towards one side, whilst others try and work their way through out towards the east, in towards that extended hold that we're very used to seeing. 3 hard breaches on side as well, Tim. Haven't seen that for a while.
Yeah, no, it's... They've not really, well, they've not played any denial at all. So, you know, like you say, triple hard breach, not necessarily going to be particularly useful, but then, you know, I guess you plan for all eventualities. There is, you know, potentially quite a lot to breach. If you want to breach CCTV, you want to breach gym, you maybe want to do the hatch on logistics, you want to breach construction wall from the external to force them out of there, maybe a lower garage depending what's happening on catwalk. So, you know, there is potential there that you maybe need plenty of options, but I'm impressed with FaZe for actually clearing catwalk here. We spoke about the power of the Azami without having you know, Monty and Capitao to work with clearing that position. We expected it to be played, which it was, and they've done a great job there. Hits just gives himself away a little bit to the drone hole, but does manage to get one side, but can't get there quick enough to save KDS.
But still, you guarantee a trade. It's not the end of the world. Like, Fenrir, okay. Like, taking him out is whatever. Losing the Grim is a bit painful. But, again, will you take it? Sure. Knowing that there's less angles that can now be covered when it comes around to the execute itself. Far from the end of the world. Yes, it does hurt the attackers. You haven't got those Grim Bees for the execute itself. And really what you've got here is a lot of utility that is of no use in the execute. I'm talking about the 3 hard breaches here. But they have got 5 flashes they can play behind. It's going to be hard for FaZe. Also coming down to the last 45. I'd say NIP are pretty well positioned to win this.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think really, like you say, all that FaZe have got is the flashes. You know, they're going to have to go in behind those and kills. As it is, they've also got Cyber, who manages to pick up Pino second in the round again. Fantasy, he takes down Handy 3v3. But if NIP can just keep themselves out of these lines of sight for another 15 seconds, there's a real opportunity for them here. We see the flashes getting dumped in, but FaZe didn't move behind the first. They do move behind the second. They start taking ground. They start taking kills. 2v2 now. 13 seconds left to go. Diffuser is in hand. Vidaking could do it. He doesn't need to plant. He and Souls find one apiece, and FaZe just continue to find a way.
Cyber walked so FaZe could run. That's the best way you can summarize it. Again, another 2K for himself in the round, and just keeps on setting not just himself, but the whole team up for success. Like, once they've kind of cracked that nut open and they're stepping inside a site and they're going nuts around gym, pushing in towards bedroom, and they've got really the freedom to move in there. NIP are cowering away and just praying they aren't being hunted down by the next player on FaZe that's stepping forward. It looks so good. And there's 2 rounds there where I'd say they've looked a little bit tripped up at moments, a little bit short on time, lacking a little bit of critical utility. Stuck with 3 hard breaches in the execute and a sledge. Not really the best execution squadron you'd imagine, yet they still managed to get things over the line. And that's that show of class that FaZe have just had now for years, and it only keeps on getting better. Cash and CC then for our 3rd site, and then I imagine Tim will start a full rotate beginning downstairs with the basement in round 4.
Yeah, they're just going to rinse and repeat, I would imagine, NIP. If it's not working for them, you know, on any of the sites, you just go again and see what you can change up. But if you remember coming into this, I said NIP needed at least 2 of the first 3 rounds, realistically. It's not looking good. They could well be facing the exact same situation that E1 had, where they come in and they end up 3-0 down. The big problem this time for NIP, Des, let's not forget, this is FaZe's map pick. NIP have chosen the side. They've chosen to start on defense here. This is where they think that they can get rounds. This is where they think they can get themselves an advantage. If FaZe get themselves ahead coming into the defensive clubhouse, I'm not saying it's completely over, but boy, it'll be close.
That's it. At that point, it starts to feel a little bit unrecoverable. Fantasy rocking out with the Boss G. I've grown a love-hate relationship with that weapon. Very fun to see a pro player just one-bang someone, but it's the worst thing in the world to die. It's great to use, but really infuriating to play against.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen in ranked particularly, not necessarily in pro play. In ranked, we've seen I would say, a significant increase to Dokkaebi and Vigil's ban rates for that reason. Like you say, just very powerful. It's a one-shot down in many cases, even at distance. So that's why we're seeing a lot of that. And to be honest, it's on 2 great operators as well. You know, Vigil and Dokkaebi, both really, really solid in their own rights.
Absolutely. Well, for now, nothing being found. KDS is starting to maneuver his way through. If he's not careful, actually, Fantasy might get found out here from behind. Also being like, what is that? you would be like punching your monitor at that point. That far range, one bang, gone. That's the Maverick off the board, and they've still got to try and hunt Fantasy down. Is there a new challenger stepping on forward? Not just yet. Psych also being pushing from behind, and Fantasy's found a second. Of course he had. Why wouldn't he?
This is... You're now seeing what happens with the Bosch G. Not only has he got 2 kills, he got a down as well. It wasn't even a headshot onto Cyber. It's just a terrifying weapon at the minute. Fantasy doing a great job for NIP, and much like I said for E1, I'll say the same here for NIP, and that is that they need somebody to step up and take the game by the scruff of the neck and to start dragging them back into it. That could definitely be Fantasy. He is that kind of player, and you know, they've got themselves around there, so that locks something down at least. They'll now go on that rotation again, heading back down to basement.
I just love how the conversation must be, right, boys, we're down 2-0. Things aren't looking good. We need a game plan here to get us back into it. What should we do? And Fantasy just raises his hand and goes, I play Bosch G, and gets 3 kills. He didn't have to move. He was stood inside a bar for pretty much the entire thing. And it wasn't even like FaZe didn't have the right idea. They had someone pushing in strip side to try and collapse onto him. They had Maverick very carefully, stood on stock door, just minding his own business, watching the long angle, not over peeking or anything, and just get slapped at long range. Again, it's so egregious to play against at the best of times, but just seeing it like that, it just makes me feel sick.
Well, NIP have certainly got something going. This time they're going to have the Vigil again, but it's going to be K1A instead of the Bosch G, and it's going to be Psycho that's bringing it along this time. Fantasy not using the Scorpos last time. Back down in basement, used the Scorpos. Didn't really get too much value out of it, so this time has brought along the Mute instead. We'll see how things develop as FaZe look like they're going to be heading straight up towards the top floor. They've got the Blitz, so Handy will be getting in there and looking to use that shield for a bit of roam clearance.
The K1A probably is my favorite sounding gun in the game. It's so satisfying to shoot.
It's very recognizable.
It is.
It's like Caveira's gun.
Extremely
as soon as you hear
distinctive.
Caveira's gun, you know there's a Caveira. Like,
Yeah,
no
and you quite rightly shit yourself when you hear Caveira's gun. Maybe a little bit less so with the K1A, but it still like forces you to rage. It just sounds great.
Drones will go in then, as they will start looking to get access into top floor. It's going to be Souls that heads on in with the book, but here comes Psycho potentially. He's actually just going to creep himself back down to that lower level of main stairs. Pino just trying to hold on to the top of blue stairs as well. So NIP being fairly gentle in this hold. They don't want to overstay their welcome, and they decide that at this time they're going to move on and get themselves back into sight.
Lurker's been obviously quite passive, as you've seen, but it's more just about waiting that bit of time. Again, you're sending drones around to figure out what's been around main stairs and around bar where he's been dancing. Of course, invisible to that, but you see those white lines appearing around the screen. You're like, great, there's a Vigil somewhere nearby. And you actually then start worrying, okay, what if he's lurking off somewhere where he can come and do some damage? So that's what I think FaZe are going to get a little bit held up by. They've still got tons of the round to play with. They've got the Blitz they can shove in his face. Lots of options here. And Fantasy might not be long for this world here. A little bit penned in. As another call comes on through, Dokubi this time around getting this one out pretty quickly and trying to pinch him down, but by the looks of it, he's come back up for seconds, Tim. Not quite sure about that one. He stepped back up and headshot Handy as well. The Blitz is gone. Cyber will fall too. NIP are in control here in round 4.
Yeah, Fantasy's dealt with that situation fantastically there. He's just played him like a fiddle, realistically. He's just, you know, brought him in close, but kept that range, forced him to be challenged from elsewhere, turn his flank, and that's it, takes him down. So fantastic play. And again, it's one of those operators, you're removing something that is going to be the spearhead of the execute. If you've got a Blitz on side, they're going to be used for roam clearance, and then they're going to be used to create space. But Souls finds a beauty onto hits and brings us back to 3v4, and in a round where FaZe looked all but done, they might just have fought their way back into things.
It's parts like those when you're in a 5 versus 3 as NIP. It's better just to get everyone back on site. Hates has stayed out there and has been pincered 2v1 by the remaining members on FaZe, and this is where the right hand isn't speaking towards the left. NIP have either got to commit to being out on the roam and holding these areas of the map, or they've all got to fall back. Hates wasn't clearly in on that communication.
Souls is looking to get a little bit aggressive again. He knows that they're in church. Can he find his kill? No. He's going to do some damage, but it's going to be Fantasy again. He's really stepping up for NIP right now. Closes out the round with a double on the shotty, and that is going to be NIP finding another, bringing it level, and it looks like they've finally woken up.
flesh meets spear. Flesh here being FaZe, the spear being Fantasy. 2 rounds there that he has really commandeered and forced over the line. Enough that it's forcing a tap time out of FaZe. That kind of surprises me. One player has been running you through here. He's up at, what, 7 kills? That's not far away. The combined amount from the rest of his entire team together as well. There are 9 collectively as a group. But he is the problem here. Understandably, completely. This is what we feared back at the start of the series would be FaZe's big challenge, is how the hell you deal with Fantasy. The one thing I will say, Tim, they're at 2-2 so far. If they can squeak out a 3rd attacking round here, FaZe, I imagine they will feel so comfortable going into the defensive half, knowing they can do better than a 3-3 there.
Absolutely, I'd agree. I already said coming in that NIP are starting on the side they've chosen. They need a 4-2 half. It's as simple as that. If they're going to choose defensive clubhouse, they need to be closing it out in a 4-2, because you know that once FaZe get onto the defense here, they're going to be an absolute nightmare for NIP. But if NIP can keep facilitating Fantasy, they're not a one-man team, but right now he's unstoppable over the last couple of rounds. He's now up to 7-3. He's back on the Vigil, back on the Boss G. He's hitting shots. He's looking confident. He's taking out the blitz. He's playing really well. So if I'm NIP, I'm thinking, right, how do we facilitate this? So I get Vigil out on the roam, and I have somebody inside, nice and safe, who's just watching the cams for him, giving them every bit of information that they can. Try and get him into a position to get more kills. Really enable him.
All right. Get him back on the Boss G and let him fly. Feels like a solid game plan, NIP. I hope it works out for you as you're going towards your bedroom here to try and hold things down again. Same sort of vibe. 3 Heartbreachers coming along. The Deimos here for KDS, who hasn't got himself started in this game. Going to be their help, I imagine, to try and force their way through either the extended hold or also to try and get rid of the Vigil. Of course, somewhat counters the Deimos too, so you've got to be respectful of that. Oh, Hates really fancy to go, but was being given absolutely nothing. At this point, I imagine Handy has seen that one a million times.
I think we all have, really. Sometimes sometimes it's worth a go. You never know if you're going to get away with it, but I think that's what's known as slapped off the angle there. It's just getting absolutely destroyed by Handy, having absolutely none of it. So 5 versus 4 for FaZe Clan. They will slow things down a little bit now, probably. They know they don't need to get carried away. There's only 40 seconds on the clock, so they can now start getting the drones out. Catwalk is going to be another interesting point. They dealt with it really well last time. I didn't see how they did it particularly. What they did that particularly made Pino think, I need to get out of here, but he did move quite early in the round. So for me, FaZe, whatever you did, do it again. Get him shifted, and then you can start working your way through CCTV, cash, construction, and getting yourself towards site.
That's it. Again, no surprise from FaZe that it's about that sort of slow coming together. It's not about a sudden burst in or anything too exotic in the early round. It's more trying not to lose losing any members would be a big part for them. First track coming out here is going to track out Pino on the Azami, who's got a head for cover here. Of course, he's got to be mindful in case someone was sat on the construction window waiting to slice off that retreat path. There was no one there in that instance, but I think FaZe probably feel like they've done their job here. They've forced those roamers back. And as long as they're mindful, I was going to say, of any lurkers that might be hanging around, they'd be able to get away with it. The Azami's still out here. Fantasy's still out here. Surely he saw the shadow, but no, spins around instead for the catwalk. No, and that's really the main firefight that he's most exposed to. Looks out for the second, but doesn't find his man. This guy is just terrible with the Boss G. Not terrible, but terrifying with the Boss G, more like.
That's just enabling.
That's a great little slip of the tongue, that. Terrible with the Boss G. After he slaps him about all game with it.
I think he's demonstrated otherwise so far, to be honest with you. Souls has managed to get himself inside a site, though. Pino had absolutely no idea. Fantasy with the Boss G once again. That's 2 kills in the round. Surely he can't get an ace with the Boss G. He's going to continue trying. He knows that there's one on main stairs.
Stop
Make
it!
it 3. He could well do it, Des. Just keep counting.
Oh, please stop. Please, man. This is just... I feel sick. I honestly I hate it. Like I said before, like it's okay, it's kind of fun to watch. I just feel sick watching it now. Thank God Vida King has got that off the table. A 2v2, very winnable for FaZe at this point, but only 20 seconds to do it in.
That's the problem. Fantasy has just burnt so much time focusing on getting rid of not only the player, but the weapon. Handy goes in, second important kill of the round, managing to take down Psycho, but Cons is there with one onto Vida King. Can he win it out? It's Handy. He finishes as he started that round. Absolutely beautiful stuff on a fine pixel peak headshot. Closes out the round, and FaZe, they get another one in the bag and another one step closer to pursuing that dream of getting to Montreal.
They knew they had to stabilize. That was the third round in a row that Fantasy has got a 3K, 2 of them being on Vigil. I am grateful that they found a response. I was ready to be done. Once he collected that third one, I was like, this cannot carry on like this. This is absolutely ridiculous. It's nice having a response to attacker guns that normally do have the better sights, the longer range on them, all the rest of it. But not quite like this, though. It's not really meant to be Vigil's role. He's meant to be the stealthy bugger that runs around the map and just guns you down from the back. Yet here he is running around the map, one-banging people for fun. It's just a little bit too ridiculous at this point. Either way, FaZe found, air quotes, a response. They get the round over the line. That's the most important thing. Thank you very much for that one, Handy. They find those 3 rounds that I mentioned to be really valuable for them, Tim. They could maybe even make it 4 here, which will feel like, you know, great, a real massive success for them, given how they walked with the first 2 rounds. They let 2 slip, but then have somewhat managed to stabilize. It's just that, again, Fantasy is going to be a bit of a nuisance for them. Thank God there is no Boss G in this round.
I'm sure that FaZe will be saying the same. You know, to be fair, there's an argument there that there's a kill that Fantasy shouldn't have really got away with. He'd already been peeking that breach a couple of times. He'd run out of it. Not far enough, I don't think, to, you know, necessarily show up that he was outside of the map, but FaZe were pushing that side. They should have been aware of that. I'm sure they had drones around the area. They should have known he was playing aggressively onto the breach, and letting him walk up and get a kill like that is a little bit sloppy from them, but ultimately it's Fantasy on the Boss G as well. You don't always know what he's going to do. He's unpredictable, and he just proved there he was a bit of a nightmare. So a beautiful round from him, and you know, the rest of the NIP team not able to step up alongside him at the minute. That's the problem. There's only Cons on 4 kills. Everybody else is on 2. It's Fantasy or nothing at the minute.
That's the problem. Always the problem when you rely on one player to be the one doing all the work for you. He's the literal reason why they have those 2 rounds. As said, that's 3 rounds in a row now that he's collected 3Ks. In 2 of those, they've won. It is on his back that the team are still in this game right now, and that is not going to be good enough when you switch halves and things start to look a little bit more ropey. For now, at least, though, everyone's still alive. No one's gone down to any kind of cheesy crap to begin with. We've still got the Yokais on side, for example, as well as the denial game coming out. A great C4 off the back of it to remove away the Maverick. Job's been done, though. Wall is opened up. It's not at all too bad for FaZe.
Not terrible. It's always a risk when you're going to be having a reinforcement off like that. You know, we see the Nitros getting thrown through those holes countless times, or, you know, wait for that reinforcement to drop off, get it through the soft wall. It's always a tough spot to be in. Cyber does get taken out, but like you say, the job was done at least before he lost his life. So 4 versus 5, but how about this? Souls, such a key player to this FaZe side, as we know, has got himself into a potentially tricky position here. Inside of construction, he's got Fitter King in support as well, and they're just going to be looking to clear out that wall. That's what the Ash is doing now, removing the denial that was on there. The Tubber out is going to prevent that breach going off for the time being, and they're just waiting for this Nitro to come over the top of the wall. Souls will need to be sharp and ready to find that shot.
Really trying to play the denial game just to keep on slowing down this side of FaZe. Like they said themselves, they're a slow team. They feel they're in a good spot to be able to make this happen. C4 might come over the top. Indeed it did, but they were already so far back to him inside a bedroom that C4 was never finding him.
Yeah, it was well played, well expected. You know, FaZe knew that it was going to be coming. But once again, we've seen this on their attacks. They have been a little bit late in getting into a position to push. 20 seconds left to go, 4 versus 5. They've got a serious problem here. They don't have catwalk control. How do they get into sight? Where do they think about planting? They're going to have to go in behind kills.
Oh, come
Handy
now.
again manages to get 2, but Pino shuts him down this time. 10 seconds left to go. Pino's going to hold on from the top of red. Hits manages to find the final one, and NIP at least secure an even split in the first half, 3-3.
Not bad. Would have been what feels like a car crash if FaZe had walked away with that last round, I think. Because there's 2 rounds again that Fantasy has won solo by himself. Otherwise, FaZe could have had a 6-0 half when you think about it, if not for Fantasy going nuts in 2 of those rounds. Good to walk away with a 3-3. Problem is, we all remember how Consulate went. FaZe basically had NIP's strap book. They knew what was coming every single round, and were never once it felt surprised by what was going on. Had their own errors on the attacking side, but I think overall in defense, they looked basically unstoppable. So I do worry for NIP here that they've got to, you know, concede no less than 3 rounds. That feels like a tall order.
Here we go then. We switch the sides and we will see exactly how far along that tall order NIP can continue. FaZe on the defence this time, down in Church and Arsenal. Having a look, maybe not too heavy a roam game. We've got Azami, Castle, Goyo, all likely going to be playing inside a site. We do have the, to be fair, if Andy reinforces, yeah, he is going to be reinforcing those bar doors, so we might see more of a presence top floor. Fitter King on the Bandit, I guess, could stay up there. You're going to want Cyber downstairs, realistically, I would imagine, unless he's going to try to hold on to Catwalk with the Azami. It'd be a bold play. I think there's more value, personally, in having Azami tucked away in that tough corner of Arsenal. You can create a little fortress there, and it's very difficult to move them. But we'll see. We'll see how they set up and whether NIP are able to get that clearance done, because they're going to have to.
Similar sort of story. It's all about that time waste, right? Like, both sides, I think, are playing that into each other's slow nature that they were speaking about in the pre-game. Plenty of stall, plenty of ability to work with. You commented on this back in the first half, in the first game, sorry, about how FaZe are getting really good on the drones, looking up through floorboards and finding those players out on the roam. Similar story, but in reverse here. They've got the right idea, but no one around to capitalize off the back of it. As soon as that first call's available, it comes straight out. Every player on FaZe getting dinged up there by those Dokubi phone calls. Have to wait another 35 seconds, though, for the second one to be available.
The clearance continues then, as Fantasy is the one, unsurprisingly, is the sharp point of this push moving through. Drone is going to feed information as to some locations. Still not confident. I don't think that they've got this top floor cleared out. We can see Fantasy still very concerned about lots of corners and lots of crevices and making sure that he's not getting ahead of himself and getting caught out, but I think at this point reasonably confident. Fantasy desperately wants to take this drop.
Oh, look
it's going
at
to be
that.
Pino who manages to find the kill in the nick of time as KDS was dropping the hatch.
It was the synergy there, both players dropping the hatch at exactly the same time and catching him on his drop down. He was watching in towards construction hatch and found himself getting caught out from the other side. Just a beautiful bit of team play there that worked absolute wonders for the attackers. NIP with a great bit of synergy. KDS, poor game, 0-7, now finds himself offline, putting on his greatest James Bond impression. And FaZe kind of got a hold up here with 4 players against the onslaught of 5.
Certainly not going to be easy. The best thing they can do at the minute is hope to burn a little bit of time.
Oh,
no,
Cyber,
you've got to hit your shots. He had his chance and he missed it. Fantasy finds the kill. Fitter King does manage to get a nice trade, but that could be a damaging blow for FaZe. It was in his hands there. It was so free, but he was just wide of the mark. 30 seconds left to go, Des. NIP need to start pushing towards site pretty soon.
they've got the numbers to make it happen here as well. C4 coming up and over the top, doesn't quite fire. Oh, he's pre-fired and he's ran straight into it. Psycho's been sold an absolute kipper there and given his life up for free, and they really should have won that one. But Handy, he feels unstoppable this game, Tim. They're going to hold on here. Pino at least manages to remove one, but there's 2 players to get inside 10 seconds. It is not going to happen. FaZe, they put up the wall, and NIP cannot find a way through.
A lot of back and forth in that round. I think there's attacks for NIP to win here, if I'm honest. Couple of missed shots there from FaZe, uncharacteristic of Cyber, of course, but, you know, NIP just unable to take full advantage of that. There was some really nice play from Vitter King, to be honest. He's won the round for them there. You know, we spoke about how he sold a round on Consulate. Only fair to give him credit where it's due. Beautiful play up the hatch. It was just that the Nitro goes out, and it was this one, the prediction of knowing that Psycho's going to come and have a look, and he just plays, just keeps throwing those bullets up there, and he knows that his just dessert is waiting for him, and he tucks in when it shows itself. Absolutely beautiful stuff there. FaZe, it was a hard fought round. It wasn't an easy one. As I say, I think there are attacks for NIP to win here, but FaZe are going to be looking to lock down this site. They then go to Gym and Bedroom. That'll be their third choice site. That, much the same as Basement on Consulate, that's their bonus site. All they need to do here after a 3-3 start is to get Church and Arsenal, CCTV and Cash, lock them down both times, and they win. They move on.
All right, well, the Scope Boss is back on side once again. Of course, not for FaZe strictly. It's more we saw it earlier on from Fantasy back all the way in round 1, I believe it was, Tim. So here we get to see what Handy can make do with it. He again has been, for me, that saviour on this team. I know he's not got the highest number of frags. That sits with Vitter King, for example. But when we've had to see someone clutch up or go massive, it seems to always be Handy that's in that position. Think about the 1v1 that he won, for example, around Gym Bedroom earlier on. And that last round there, picking up a crucial couple of kills as well, just really making himself known. Body on deck here, just trying to do his best to dip away from it. Souls not wanting to get tagged down here, but they don't realize that he's on his belly like a snake.
Gets himself out of danger. You'll have to see it. Souls lives to fight another day. Almost gave himself away very easily. I was going to be critical of his positioning there, just not really fully aware of, you know, the angles that were around him and potentially where he might be watched from. But he's got away with it. Hates does manage to get himself inside of Shower. So NIP are actually making really quick progress here, Des. Inside the first minute, they've got control of Gym, Shower and Bedroom, and they can start moving across and looking to get themselves into construction. My question is, at the minute, what are they going to do about that main breach? What are they going to do about Catwalk? Is it something that they're looking to deal with, or are they just going to bypass it altogether?
Well, they're working on 2 or 3 different things at once here as well, which is quite good to see. Nade being placed perfectly. We know that can be a little bit tenuous, their relationship with the castle barricades, but in the right spot to get it at least blown open. They have done a really good job here of taking control of several parts of the map and trying to challenge and put pressure onto FaZe, who I imagine are going to have to start slipping back towards site at this point as well. Still 1 or 2 dancing off around the map, mind you, and look at this. Handy has still found himself at the bottom of the main stairs. Could be a real backstab threat if they aren't aware of him.
Yeah, certainly could. It's all down to that drone in again. And NIP, as things go on, as time goes by, if things get more fraught and they know they're getting closer and closer to that loss, those are the things, the little details that may slip potentially. Here he comes, Handy on that score pass. He's looking for his opportunity to maybe dash through to stock, I think. Fantasy picks up Cyber. Pino picks up KDS.
He's made the cross.
Handy has maybe, he's been able to cross. He's got himself one, but Psycho's there for the trade. Souls cannot protect his man. And 2 versus 3. This is going to be tough for FaZe to hold on for 45 seconds.
Villa King's still got 2 smokes he can use here to give themselves a little bit of a reprieve, but they've got to find kills. No way does Souls come up and find 2. It's into a double. Again, the snake is down, the smoke is out. How has it happened again? It doesn't matter. It seems what number FaZe are left with. They still find a way to lock NIP out of these rounds.
Souls is such a clutch player, and I love to see the use of the Scorpos shield as well there. Handy had already done the damage on a flank with the other shell. He'd left that one in a good position. Again, it just goes to show, if you're using that new operator in your own games, think about where you're leaving that shell inside a site. You might never make it back, but it could be critical for the round, and you see here from Souls how beautifully he uses it. There's a lot of vision available, and it buys him 2 free kills essentially that turn the round on its head. Absolutely great stuff. Furia and FaZe today both look every bit the world finalists that they were this year.
Don't they just? Yeah. They're looking hard to beat, but tomorrow there are also 2 teams that are really hard to beat. You know, Liquid and W7M will face off against these 2 teams respectively. And I'm just a bit like, who walks, like, there's so many teams that deserve to be at a major because the way they've played today, both Furia and FaZe, has been delightful. Yeah, I'm hoping they both make it, but equally I'm like, I'd love to also see Liquid and W7M there. So it's so hard to call who deserves it most, but either way, we're in for some great siege this weekend in Brazil.
We always knew that we would be. This region has not failed to deliver throughout Stage 2. We've had fantastic games every single week, huge plays, you know, innovation as well in the use of operators like Scorpos. We've seen some really good stuff coming out of Brazil, which is, you know, exactly what we expect with some of the best teams in the world playing here. But yeah, an absolute masterclass shown by Furia and FaZe so far today. And it looks set to continue. I think that may have broken the spirit of NIP a little bit at this point. You know, they've got that situation now where FaZe, they're on their bonus site. If they get the win in Gym and Bedroom, it's pretty much over. If not, they just rotate through again, and they're going to be confident of taking the 2 that they need. So NIP, it's very, very difficult now from here on out.
I was curious how the stats are bubbling up. You know, outside of KDS, who's sat down at 6 and 13 across the series so far, every other player on FaZe, it feels, is flying. Bitter King 19 and 6, Handy 15 and 10, Cyber 18 and 13. Make that 19 and 13, Tim. We'll keep on stacking up the numbers. And Fantasy, we've spoken about so much as being this spear for the team. Even he's not positive across the series, Tim. It's looking rough.
NIP just becoming their own worst enemies at the minute. And I said this might happen. As they get closer to that loss, things become more frantic, more risks need to be taken, and they are going in places without droning. Cyber's just punished them for it. Andy moves on from the score pause, so he's probably going to waste another 30 seconds whilst they re-drone him, whilst they go in and find him, whilst they take the shell out. And he's long gone, and he's potentially going to hit them from another flank. KDS also managed to pick one up as well. That's Fantasy and Psycho off the board. NIP 3v5. They are facing match point real soon.
Right sort of idea here as well. Hate's in a good position, but he's let his man go. And he's got across and found a kill too. It's a bit too late now, buddy. You've let yourself bleed down. 3 versus 1 for FaZe. They'll be up to match and series point to guarantee themselves a spot in tomorrow's continuing playoffs. And for NIP, it just feels like they've met their maker today. Not going to be able to find their way through. Pino with 3 more to bring down. And then they get 1 more swing of the bat before it's all over.
Almost impossible from this point for Pino. He just goes and has a look. 30 seconds, but stepping into a camera in the shape of the Skopos shield is always going to be a tough one, and he pays the price for it. Taken down, and that is going to now leave FaZe with just 1 round to find. And the difficulty for NIP, is they've got the choice of sites. They can go back to church. They don't win it. They can go back to CCTV. They don't win it. They can go back to gym and bedroom. They can give absolutely everything a try here, and you just get the feeling that they're not going to need to.
We speak about that round 9 all the time being such an impactful round when it's at 5-3, because you win it, you get to this situation now where it's 6-3. The likelihood after the momentum of you winning a couple of rounds of a team being able to pull back 3 rounds in the row is incredibly low. The other side wins, though. 5-4 starts to feel very recoverable. The same way we were speaking about it back in the first series for E1 when they managed to claw their way back into that series. Just couldn't quite get the job done when it came round to the final round in that game of Chalet. Either way, this could be it. NIP could be out and have to fight their way through the LCQs unless they can work some absolute magic here. It's down in the basement that we're going to start. I'm seeing a lot of stall on the side of FaZe already in the form of the Goyo, with the Bandit, with the Malusi on side, and the Azami, of course, has been a terror all game long. So much here to run the clock down that NIP needs to be so careful about how they approach this round.
No more mistakes now. And in all honesty, Des, I don't think NIP have made that many mistakes. You know, as we said, E1 at points did make mistakes, and they were clear. But NIP, I just feel like they've been run over by FaZe, to be honest. I think FaZe would beat almost anybody in the world today. They've just been really on their game and really difficult to play. And it's continued throughout. You got to feel for NIP a little bit. They're going to be potentially limping out into the LCQs here along with E1, and you know, those are 2 big name teams that I still wouldn't be surprised to see in Montreal, in all honesty.
No, for sure. FaZe feel largely inevitable for the most part when it comes to these big events. It's kind of a blessing that we've obviously got a few spots to fill for the major itself. And LCQs, again, I dread to think about how many teams will be fighting it out in there, because I think of all our regions around the world, probably in Brazil is the most like top tier teams that can compete. I know NIP look poor this game, but they've had a pretty decent stage overall. It's just a unfortunate truth of life that there are 7 other amazing teams that sat above them for the majority of the stage, and of course they clawed their way in as the stage wore on. But it's just such a crazy competitive region that any team it feels can make it, except Black Dragons.
Nade goes out and takes out the bulletproof camera. That's going to soften up Blue a little bit, but I think FaZe won't really mind that too much at all. And they're halfway through the round. They're still in position, not taking too much damage. Cyber has a little bit of chip damage there on the side of the Warden, about 80 missing HP. But again, it's not really going to be until the very final stages that I would expect him to be getting challenged anyway. As it is, NIP continue with their seeking and searching. They're going to get Dirt Tunnel opened up. They've got a very long angle being held by Fantasy, and he won't take much of an invitation. If anybody moves across that line, they're going to at least be taking damage.
That's it. But the lines are starting to be drawn. NIP at least starting to restrict the movement somewhat. The problem is you can't just sit there and wait, because they aren't always going to run into them. You've got to be able to catch the players themselves. The player inside of Dirt's isolated, cool. But now what? He can afford to sit there. He's not being stabbed from the back, for example, from someone trying to come in down the other end of Dirt. At this point, they know about the player that sat inside. They're trying to round him for the one. He's sat inside these Grim Bees. He must know that the pressure is coming on through. This 1v1 is so critical. Fantasy steps forward. He at least wins it out, but Cyber's there for the trade. Unchecked for a second. He's unlocked here. The one player that was going to be a problem, he's off the field. This should be phases to win.
Almost certainly as Souls and Viking find one apiece. Cyber just so important with that kill. The Nitro does get shot out by Pino, but is it going to be enough? Probably not. As Souls, like a snake again, slithers across, finds the kill, and Viking will close out not just the round, not just the map, but the whole damn thing. That's the match going to FaZe, and they continue in this playoff bracket.
Incredibly impressive. Both FaZe and Furia tonight should be so delighted with how they've played, because it has been absolutely phenomenal seeing what they bring to the table. If nothing else from Furia, KZ in particular was an absolute god. For FaZe, I think the team play that we've seen, yes, Cyber played very, very well. But if nothing else for me, the team play, the way that they read NIP back on Consulate, so impressive from start to finish. And again, looking at some two tomorrow, knowing that FaZe come up against W7M, we've got Furia against Liquid. Those are two hell of a pair of series that we're going to have to sit down and watch.
Yeah, you know, absolutely. There's a bit of me now already itching to see them two in a final against each other.
Oh, imagine.
You know, I don't want to write off W7M and Liquid, but they have got their work cut out for them now. If either is, you know, I was either one of those teams sitting watching these games today, I'd be thinking, you know, wow, we need to put some work in tonight. We need to be studying the tapes. We need to be prepped and ready for this, because nothing is going to be easy against either one of these. You know, what a performance from FaZe. There's only so many, you know, fantastic words that we can come up with to describe them, really, and it still feels like we fall a little bit short of that performance, because they were just phenomenal.
For me, it was the rounded performance of the team. Like I touched on, obviously KDS had a pretty rough game, but everyone else going positive really impressively. I think Cyber and Handy, between them, were like 10 and 4 on entry or something. They dominated entry in that first map, as we said. Not a single one going the way of NIP, but equally not a single player on NIP ended up positive in this game. Just goes to show the difference between these two teams on this day, at the very least, was massive. It was just NIP didn't even really feel particularly close at any point.
They did not, and as a consequence of that, they find themselves now dropping down to those last chance qualifiers. Is going to be their only route through to the Montreal Major, along with E1. Both teams doing their part in the stage, but unable to do it when it really mattered in the best of threes against these two very, very difficult teams. FaZe and Furia showing exactly why they were in the grand finals of the Six Invitational in Sao Paulo this year. Just... we've had questions about both of them, Des, and they've just saved it. You know, we often talk about teams and tournaments and how important form is, how important it is to find that good performance at the right time, and they've done exactly that. So now they're in exactly the same position had they finished first or second through the stage, but they've saved their performances for the right time. They've done it when it mattered.
Like you say, I think seeing a rematch between those two would be amazing as well. FaZe and Furia, oh. But I equally don't want Liquid or W7M to be missing out, because they've both played amazingly as well. And this is the thing, tomorrow, the loser of the two best of threes tomorrow, they go down to play off against each other, and the winner of that goes through. The winner of both games tomorrow, they automatically make the major. They will still play, I believe, in Sunday in a best of three to have a showcase to say who really is the best team, who gets the lion's share of the SI points coming out of it. But it's one of those where it's just like, you want to see that showdown. You've got to be able to see it.
Yeah, the top and bottom of it is 3 out of those 4 teams, W7M, Liquid, NIP and FaZe, 3 out of those 4 will be at the Montreal Major. And the rest of the world watching that should be a little bit afraid of that fact.
We say that in the teams like, you know, Cloud9 Beast Coast, there's BDS, there's all these other big teams that it's set to be an amazing major. I just can't wait for it to kick off, but that's a long way away. For now, we're going to go to our desk. I'll break down this series for you a little bit more and round up the show.
Appreciate it, gentlemen. As so often happens when NIP and FaZe play, FaZe gets the better of them in this contest. It's happened so many times over the past 6 to 7 years that it almost feels like old hat, but for NIP to have the showing that they did was probably the best that they could have hoped for, given how good FaZe were playing overall in this series.
Definitely. It was a super dominant performance from FaZe today, and one thing we talked about in the pre-show was how FaZe were having a bit of an on and off stage, and that's sometimes having to do with Cyber as well, how he was being shut down by other teams, but he was having a phenomenal game today. We saw Fantasy try and even out things against him on the side of NIP here today, being successful with the Boss G, but not as much as Cyber was, especially with the Scopus as well. I loved seeing that.
Let's get KDS in here real fast to talk about how this series went. Dude, congratulations on the win. That went by really fast. Do you expect NIP to put up more of a fight than they did, or did everything in your game plan go correctly today?
I don't understand. Can you repeat, please?
Did you think that NIP were going to play better than they did, or worse?
I think, yes, better, because they are playing very good in the scrims past weeks ago. But we play very well, our communication is very good, and NIP go to LCQ now.
Awesome, sounds great. Well, congratulations on your win today.
Thank you.
You did end NIP's 6-game win streak on Consulate. How did you manage to do that?
I think our Consulate are very strong. I think it's the strongest of Brazil. So we are just play what we know, the map, the same thing we do against BD, and works a lot against NIP, and we are better than them.
You play against W7M in the semifinal tomorrow. Really, really good game, but do you think it's going to go better or worse than the game did today? Because today was quick. Do you think tomorrow will also go fast?
Yes, no, tomorrow I think it will be very tough, because W7M is playing very good, and the team we are at play against them and we lost, so I think it will be very tough against them.
All right, dude. Sounds good. Again, congrats on the win. We'll go let you enjoy it, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Big deal for FaZe Clan to win so decisively, though I guess my question is, will winning 2-0 without there being too much of a challenge, that's a great way to open up your playoff run, but would you have liked a little bit more adversity so you know whether there are some problems to iron out before you go into that matchup against W7M? Because again, you have a little bit of leeway in the event that you lose that game, but you still don't want to. You just want to win tomorrow, go immediately to Montreal, don't worry about there being another opportunity. It was a really strong showing from FaZe today. The question is, did they face an actual challenge today or not?
I mean, I guess essentially what you're saying, and together with what KDS says, you know, we are better than NIP and how much confidence they had going into this game, that could be a risk going up against W7M tomorrow. Like you said, some teams often say, you know, we want to have a loss as well to be put right back into our plays. That definitely didn't happen, but you don't want to have it happen here either, because that means, well, here today, if you would have lost, you would go to LCQ. Tomorrow, you still have that chance of a bounce back in the major qualification match for 3rd place. But this time around, I think from FaZe, it just showed how much more depth they had than NIP as well here today. Like we said, Cyber was really coming alive in this game as a whole. So we're looking at the stats from the whole matchup. Vita King as well, despite him sometimes playing a bit more of the supportive operators, really being active, handy on the entry as well. Once again, someone who you more often see playing supportive operators. But what I really liked from FaZe was
the 7 deaths from Vita King. The 7 over 2 maps. You don't die in the double digits. That by itself is crazy.
That is insane. You have to indeed say that. But what I really liked as well is FaZe had a really good understanding of what they needed against a team like NIP. We say NIP has this very clear play style of where they like to play slow. We call them the Brazilian VP, for example. But especially on Clubhouse, what I saw from FaZe was them bringing out the Scopus and just in a way that it works against NIP is where if they are very slow at taking that map control, and you then also give them something to continuously worry about what is going on behind you, that makes it even more difficult for NIP to successfully attack and successfully execute. So I really like that idea. I liked how, you know, obviously it was mentioned by the cast as well. FaZe had the strat book, they had the better plan going into this, and it's no surprise that this was a 2-0 then.
I also don't think it's a surprise who the MVP on this one is. Cyber was great, Handy was great, but you kind of can't not give it to Vita King given that performance. The frags were there, staying back out of the way was also there. His SRV through the roof, given the fact that most of these rounds did end up coming down to the wire, and especially when he was able to open up with that 1v1 frag at the very beginning of Clubhouse to give them the early advantage, and FaZe just took that and kept on rolling with it. Vita King's absolutely deserving of this.
Yeah, we're seeing him be the highest rated player of this team consistently over the last stage, and it's not always something you expect from one of your support players, seeing that he plays Smoke and Thermite, for example, but it's nice to not have to rely on one player specifically to always step up. If it's not Vita King, it's Handy. If it's not Handy, it's Cyber. They're all carrying the load individually.
Nip falls down to the 5th place seeding matchup against E1, but both of them will still be present in the LCQ, so that seeding match really only determines who they're going to be facing. Does it come from another player or another team from the league that wasn't able to qualify further? Does it come from one of those open qualifier teams? But the rest of the story is as follows. Furia faces Liquid after their win over E1. FaZe jumps right into that matchup against W7M going into next week, and that is the stake. Winners of these matchups go to Montreal. Losers play one another for one final shot, and all of that rounds out this weekend.
Yeah, and for my fellow Liquipedia enjoyers, you might need to have a better look at this one here, because initially it said the matches were going to happen a lot later, and we were actually going to have a match at, like, was it midnight EU time? So these are the only 2 matches we have tomorrow, and they're a little bit better, a little bit different, I guess, than what Wikipedia says. So make sure you have a double check on that. The R6 Esports website actually tells you which one the right ones are.
It's going to be a baller day on semifinals tomorrow. And again, if you win, you're in. If you lose, you've still got one more shot. Thanks a lot for joining us on the first day of playoffs for the Brazil League. On behalf of Ann, Dez, Ace, and myself, and our whole broadcast crew, thank you very much. We'll be back again tomorrow to do it all over again and send a couple of teams to Canada. Have a good one.